Chapter 662. There are no elemental fluctuations on Ling Xiao's body, and his energy hasn't dissipated. Could it be that he hasn't gained anything in the past 11 days? That's impossible. He fought Ten Bin like this, so he should have more or less comprehended something. That's hard to say. Becoming a sovereign is a huge hurdle, and not everyone can comprehend their own Tao and create their own world. Who knows how many geniuses have been stuck at this hurdle? Perhaps Ling Xiao is destined to be a tragedy. You can't be too sure. Even without the Pond of Enlightenment, Ling Xiao will still have a chance to comprehend it in the future. He's still very young after all. That's true, but there are quite a few who have directly stepped into the Sky Sovereign stage, and there are even quite a few who have become half-sovereign stage. However, he's still at the same place. Many of the earthly sovereigns who did not gain anything looked at Ling Xiao, who had come out, and whispered to each other. At this time, a few Emperor stage elders appeared in front of Ling Xiao at the same time. Their eyes were also filled with confusion. Gu Xing could tell at a glance that Ling Xiao's spiritual energy did not show any signs of rebellion. In other words, it was impossible for Ling Xiao to break through right now. This proved that Ling Xiao had not comprehended his own Tao. He thought to himself, this demonic emperor's disciple is only a mere peak earthly emperor can kill him like an ant. Duane stepped forward and asked, Young Master Ling, what are you doing? He would never miss the disciple chosen by the demonic emperor. It was impossible for him to break through the Sky Sovereign stage. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, Ling Xiao has already gained something. There's no point in staying in the Pond of Enlightenment any longer. Gain something? Haha, I'm afraid that's just to hide his face. Gu Xing sneered. Ling Xiao smiled non-committally and ignored Gu Xing. He said to Duane, this matter is over. I wonder if Ling Xiao will leave? Duane hesitated for a moment before saying, Young Master Ling, do you really not plan to stay for a few more days? Perhaps you really did gain something? Ling Xiao shook his head and said firmly, No need. Brother Daoan, take them away. We're going to seal this place. Gu Xing tried to stop them, his eyes filled with ridicule. Duane snorted coldly. After glaring at Gu Xing, he waved his hand at the many earthly emperors and said, Those who are willing to go back, follow me. Those who are unwilling can also train in the mountain range and seek a breakthrough. Dao and Dang Fei flew out of the Pond of Enlightenment, and dozens of earthly sovereigns followed closely behind. But they didn't fly far before Duane turned back again. Young Master Ling, you'd better leave with me. Duane didn't know why Ling Xiao hadn't left, but he was worried about Ling Xiao's safety, so he called out. Ling Xiao shook his head lightly and said, Lord Duane, you guys should leave first. I'll stay here for a few days. But Duane was about to say something, but Ling Xiao interrupted him and said, Don't worry, Lord Duane. Ling Xiao doesn't care about these little thieves. Gu Xing, who wasn't far away, was angered by Ling Xiao's words. If it wasn't for the fact that he had some reservations, he really wanted to strangle Ling Xiao to death. It's better if you don't leave. This Sunset Mountain range will be the place where you die, Gu Xing thought to himself. Duane hesitated for a moment and said, All right. As expected of Lord Evil Emperor's disciple. Just this boldness alone is not inferior to his name. After pausing for a moment, he took out a bottle of pills and handed it to Ling Xiao and said, This is a spirit sovereign pill. It might be of some use to you. Young Master Ling, take care. After saying that, he no longer paid any attention to Ling Xiao. He turned around and left with the earthly sovereigns who didn't gain anything. Ling Xiao's hand froze in place. This pill didn't seem to be of much use to him. Forget it, even if I don't need it, others can use it. Ling Xiao sighed and then flew towards Yi Yunfeng and Gu Jiaojiao, who were not far away. At this time, the two of them were in seclusion in a hidden cave. It seemed that the two of them had comprehended something. Ling Xiao once again sensed Ji Beixin's aura from the Feng clan. He found that Ji Beixin's aura was rising steadily, as if she was about to break through to the lower level of Sky Sovereign. This girl started later than me, but she's actually going to surpass me so quickly. I'm really ashamed. Ling Xiao sighed in relief. Ling Xiao didn't wait for long at the entrance of Yi Yunfeng's cave. Yi Yunfeng walked out. Boss, you came out so quickly? Yi Yunfeng looked at Ling Xiao in surprise and asked. Well, it's useless for me to stay here any longer. Ling Xiao responded softly. Then he looked at Yi Yunfeng's increasingly perfect aura and knew that he must have gained something this time. He immediately said, Yunfeng should have reached the semi-venerable level? Yi Yunfeng scratched the back of his head and said with a smile, I'm lucky to have comprehended something, but I'm still a long way from becoming a real sky sovereign. I guess I'll have to wait for a year before I have the chance to become a real sky sovereign. Ling Xiao patted Yi Yunfeng's shoulder heavily and said, Not bad, not bad. It seems that both of you are ahead of me. Boss, even if I really break through to the sky sovereign level, I may not be a match for you, Yi Yunfeng said very sincerely. Well, I won't talk to you anymore. I plan to stay here for a while. Are you going to cultivate in the cauldron or find another place to do seclusion? Ling Xiao asked. With Yi Yunfeng's current state, he would definitely gain something if he cultivated in seclusion for a while. That was why Ling Xiao asked this question. Before Yi Yunfeng could speak, Gu Jiaojiao had already walked out of another cave and said, He and I will return to the Maple Flame Valley first. You can come to the Maple Flame Valley to find him. Ling Xiao looked at Gu Jiaojiao and Yi Yunfeng in astonishment. In the end, he revealed an expression that said, There must be something going on between the two of you. This caused Yi Yunfeng and Gu Jiaojiao to reveal embarrassed expressions. Gu Jiaojiao immediately explained, It's not what you think. It's just that this place is not too far from the Maple Flame Valley. He only needs to rush to the Central Light City from here, and then return to the Valley of Absolute Flame from the transmission array. Anyway, he needs a place to cultivate, right? Hee, this young master understands. You guys go. When I have something, I will find you guys. I'm leaving. Ling Xiao chuckled and then gave Yi Yunfeng a look. He immediately flew towards the depths of the Sunset Mountain range. Just as Yi Yunfeng was about to say something shot towards him. I'll leave the reward inside for you. Ling Xiao's voice came back leisurely. Gu Jiaojiao looked at the spatial ring in Yi Yunfeng's hand and exclaimed, This is the reward of the first sovereign. That's right, boss is still as generous as ever. I must break through to the Sky Sovereign stage as soon as possible and create hegemony with boss. Yi Yunfeng held the spatial ring in his hand tightly. He looked in the direction Ling Xiao had left and made up his mind. Ling Xiao flew extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he was thousands of meters away. His face still carried a hint of coldness. After flying for half an hour, Ling Xiao stopped at the top of a mountain. His slender figure stood in the wind, his clothes fluttering in the wind. You guys come out. Aren't you tired after following me for so long? Ling Xiao said faintly as he looked behind him. When he left the Pond of Enlightenment, Ling Xiao had sensed that his aura had long been locked on. He deliberately sped up in order to lure out the person who had locked on to his aura. Under the forest, a handsome young man in black armor slowly flew out. At the same time, a few people flew out from another direction. I didn't expect all of you to come. That's good too. This young master can take care of all of you at once. Ling Xiao said faintly as he glanced coldly at everyone. The young man in black armor was the devil's son of the Black Demon sect. The others were Gu Yufei and his family members from the Gu family. There were 5 of them in total. The devil's son actually had the strength of a mid-level heavenly master. Gu Yufei was a low-level heavenly master. The other 3 were half-level heavenly master. It seemed that they had all gained something from the Pond of Enlightenment. You Ling Xiao are just a mere peak Earth Emperor. Not only have I broken through to the heavenly master level, but I've also gone up a level. With my current strength, killing you is as easy as flipping my hand. The devil's son laughed proudly as if Ling Xiao was already a turtle in a jar in his eyes. For some reason, Ling Xiao felt that this devil's son was a little strange. The thick blood energy he emitted was very familiar. At this time, Lu Wang's voice reached Ling Xiao's ears. He has already joined forces with the blood demon spirit tree. As long as you burn him with heavenly fire, you can drive away the blood demon spirit tree. When the time comes, young friend, help this old man capture the blood demon spirit tree. This old man promises to hand over half of the undying heart. Is this true? Ling Xiao asked happily. Since it's true. However, this old man must continue staying in your sea of consciousness to nourish it for 500 years. Lu Wang continued. No problem. Ling Xiao replied without hesitation. Half of the undying heart was enough to bring Luo Meiying back to life. No matter what price Ling Xiao had to pay, he wouldn't hesitate in the slightest. Ling Xiao, hand over my Gu family's golden dragon spear and wipe away the blood essence that recognized you as its master. Then I can spare your life. Gu Yufei pointed his golden spear at Ling Xiao and shouted loudly while displaying the aura of a heavenly master. Even though his aura hadn't consolidated yet, it was more than 10 times stronger than before. The 3 half-level heavenly masters of the Gu family had already dispersed, and their auras were locked onto Ling Xiao from afar to prevent him from escaping. Pompous and dignified, Ling Xiao said with extreme disdain. Then he looked around at the crowd and said, "You think you can stop this young master with just a few rotten sweet potatoes and rotten bird eggs? You think too highly of yourselves. Since you're courting death, then don't blame us for being ruthless." Gu Yufei shouted gloomily, and then he beckoned to the people of the Gu family. The 3 half-level heavenly masters of the Gu family immediately took out their high-grade spirit weapons and attacked Ling Xiao. Gu Yufei then said to the Devil's Son, "This guy's body is powerful. Devil's Son, how about we kill him together?" "Of course, but his spatial ring belongs to me." The Devil's Son nodded in agreement. "All right, I only want the golden dragon spear that belongs to my Gu family." Gu Yufei nodded in agreement. "Then let's attack together," the Devil's Son said faintly, and a ball of something appeared in his hand. Black poison spiderweb. Gu Yufei looked at the thing in the Devil's Son's hand and exclaimed, "You have a bit of foresight. When I take him down, immediately blow up his head." The Devil's Son replied coldly. Chapter 663. The black venom spider web was a web refined from the silk spat out by a Tier 7 advanced black venom spider and other materials. Although the black venom spider web was only a Tier 7 advanced black venom spider, it was so tough that even a half-step sage artifact would find it hard to cut it in a short period of time. Its main use was to capture and bind high-level spirit beasts or powerful enemies. The Devil's Son had already advanced to the mid-level heavenly venerable realm, but he was also well aware of how powerful Ling Xiao was. With the protection of the golden dragon spear, it was impossible to kill him in a short period of time. Therefore, he took out the black venom spider web to prevent Ling Xiao from escaping. "Since we have this black venom spider web, it's absolutely foolproof. Let's make our move," Gu Yufei said, and the golden spear in his hand started to shine. Ah! Before he could make a move, he heard 3 miserable cries. He saw that the heads of the 3 half-step supremacies of his clan were blown up by Ling Xiao's 24 clones, and they died. The 24 clones merged into one, and Ling Xiao seemed to have not moved at all, with a disdainful sneer on his face. Gu Yufei saw that the 3 half-step supremacies of his clan had died in the blink of an eye, and his heart was filled with intense fury. He roared, "B****, my Gu clan will not rest until you, Ling Xiao, are dead." With that, the spear in his hand shook, and the small square world was gradually deduced by him. A golden world bloomed 100 meters in front of him, and countless golden spears shot out like rain. Then, a golden Jiao dragon coiled around and roared. Its momentum was indeed filled with a strong killing intent. If it was just the golden spear rain world, then Gu Yufei's world force could only be called mortal grade, but with the addition of the flood dragon with the bloodline of the dragon clan, it could barely reach the low-grade spirit grade world force. The golden rain enveloped Ling Xiao, and the flood dragon pounced down from the sky, as if it wanted to devour Ling Xiao. "Is this the small square world that you comprehended? Why do I feel so weak?" Ling Xiao asked calmly in the face of the pressure from Gu Yufei's small universe. The world of the crouching golden dragon flashed through his mind. It was many times more majestic than this one, and its power was also different. Ling Xiao didn't even think about it. His powerful battle prowess exploded forth and dispersed the pressure of the exalted realm. Then, he directly flew up, and a dragon fist smashed fiercely towards the flood dragon above him. Boom boom boom. Under Ling Xiao's powerful fist energy, the mighty flood dragon was immediately smashed into pieces. "Gu Yufei, even if you advance to become a heavenly venerable, you're nothing more than this." Ling Xiao bellowed and was just about to pounce towards Gu Yu when a black net shot towards him. Just as he was about to teleport away, he was firmly locked on by another powerful aura, causing his speed to decrease greatly. The black poisonous spiderweb firmly bound Ling Xiao. "Haha, let's see where you can run now." The Devil's Son laughed proudly. Now that Ling Xiao hadn't summoned the golden dragon spear, and the black poisonous spiderweb had captured Ling Xiao, the Devil's Son felt that Ling Xiao was already food on their plate, and it was impossible for him to escape. Let me beat him up first. Gu Yufei was overjoyed. Without thinking, he raised his golden spear and smashed it towards Ling Xiao's face. The powerful golden shadow brought about an incomparably sharp wind, and the golden light was even more dazzling. Gu Yufei had already made up his mind to kill Ling Xiao in a single strike. Ling Xiao was indeed caught off guard. The black poisonous spiderweb had a strong corrosive effect, and it began to invade his skin. However, the toxicity did not pose any threat to him. After all, his skin and flesh were already immune to all poisons, and he was not afraid of fire or water. However, what truly made him feel threatened was the powerful binding power of the black spiderweb, making it difficult for him to break free. Now, Gu Yufei's spear thrust was a true Empyrean-level attack. The powerful spear flower carried a sharp cutting power that caused people's hearts to feel a chill. Furthermore, this attack was aimed at his weakest point, his face. He had truly fallen into a great crisis. If it was anyone else, they would only have the fate of having their heads explode, but Ling Xiao naturally wouldn't die so easily. Ling Xiao circulated his energy and spun his body to the side, avoiding the blow to his head. However, Gu Yufei wouldn't let him off so easily. He turned around and another majestic golden spear shadow enveloped Ling Xiao's entire body. Go to hell! Gu Yufei didn't care about where Ling Xiao was. In short, he only wanted to seriously injure Ling Xiao. Bang bang! Ling Xiao was restrained and his movements were sluggish. On the other hand, Gu Yufei was already a Empyrean. Whether it was his speed or attack power, both had greatly increased. This round of attacks from him was completely absorbed by Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's body landed heavily on a mountain peak, and many trees were broken by his body. Gu Yufei didn't even think about it and continued to chase after Ling Xiao. He didn't think that Ling Xiao would die just like that. Thinking back to the day when Ling Xiao had taken so many blows from Yuan Zhantian and still hadn't died, he naturally wouldn't give Ling Xiao any chance. However, just as he was about to land on Ling Xiao's ground, a scorching and powerful wave of fire instantly surged over. Gu Yufei immediately retreated without a second thought. He could clearly feel the extraordinariness of this wave of fire, which gave him a faint sense of life-threatening danger. Bang bang! Intense blue flames immediately burned the trees and plants within a radius of tens of meters of Ling Xiao into nothingness. Not far away, the Devil's Son's smug expression darkened. Following that, a huge black saber appeared in his hand, and his eyes turned incomparably bloodshot. Damn heavenly fire! A fiery shadow flew out of the wave of fire. Who else could it be but Ling Xiao? The black poisonous spiderweb that bound him was gradually burned and broken by the heavenly fire. Both of you, come at me together. Let me see what you so-called heavenly venerables are capable of. Ling Xiao gently twisted his neck and hooked his finger at Gu Yufei and the Devil's Son. As Ling Xiao spoke, a world of volcanoes appeared in front of him. These volcanoes were all on the verge of erupting, and the energy contained within them could erupt at any time. Small area world. This is impossible. Gu Yufei exclaimed as he retreated 100 meters in shock. If Ling Xiao was a peak earthly sovereign, Gu Yufei wouldn't be afraid. However, if Ling Xiao was also a heavenly venerate like him, Gu Yufei wasn't confident that he could defeat Ling Xiao. He still has the strength of a peak earthly sovereign. This isn't a small area world. It should be something that he forcefully deduced with his mind. It will dissipate in a moment, the Devil's Son exclaimed calmly. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, the image around Ling Xiao disappeared without a trace. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. As expected, it can't be maintained. Bastard, I'm definitely going to kill you. Gu Yufei's face turned ashen as he shouted and summoned his protective spirit beast. A peak rank 5 golden flood dragon appeared in the sky. Its majestic appearance was filled with a strong dragon's might. The Devil's Son didn't waste any more words. Black mist appeared behind him, and hideous demonic bloodbats appeared in his small area world. These demonic bloodbats were filled with bloodlust, and it made people shudder in fear. This was a small area world that had reached the mid-tier spirit tier. It was even more terrifying than Gu Yufei's small area world. Kill! Gu Yufei and the Devil's Son's small area world instantly shone towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao didn't dare to be careless in the face of two genuine heavenly venerables. His battle intent instantly soared, and a golden dragon image roared out. The golden dragon spear also appeared in his hand. Tyrant Dragon Spear Technique's first move. Tyrant Dragon descends. The powerful golden dragon broke through the sky like an overlord and started wreaking havoc in the two's small area world. Rumble rumble. Powerful energy began to collide. The two spirit-tier small area worlds surrounded the golden dragon, trying to destroy it. As soon as the collision began, Gu Yufei's small area world was immediately smashed by the golden dragon. He felt his blood churning, and it was extremely uncomfortable. However, the Devil Sun's demonic blood bats were able to surround the golden dragon. The sharp bat claws kept tearing the golden dragon into countless pieces. Ling Xiao didn't just have one powerful move. Before the golden dragon was destroyed, another 8 golden dragons appeared. Their ferocious appearance scattered the demonic blood bats. This is definitely a sage-tier mystic skill. Its power is so terrifying. The Devil Sun's small area world was destroyed, and he immediately retreated hundreds of meters. Ling Xiao held the golden dragon spear in his hand and was covered in dragon scale armor. He looked like a god of war, and he was filled with an overbearing aura. "You don't have the right to kill me," Ling Xiao said contemptuously, and 24 doppelgangers appeared at the same time. Ling Xiao was already very proficient in using the unbounded doppelganger technique. Gu Yufei and the Devil Sun once again deduced the small area world to fight. Bursts of powerful energy spread out, causing the mountain below them to explode and explode. The energy of the doppelgangers' attacks couldn't compare to the strength of the real body. In just a moment, they were all blocked by Gu Yufei and the Devil Sun. Now, Gu Yufei and the Devil Sun had some thoughts of escaping. Ling Xiao had a sage-tier mystic weapon and a sage-tier mystic skill. His battle strength was no problem for him to fight against them. Ling Xiao didn't continue to escape, and it was obvious that he wasn't afraid of them. However, before Gu Yufei could control the golden flood dragon to take him away, Ling Xiao's real body actually appeared in front of him. The golden dragon flood dragon's reaction was faster than Gu Yufei's, and a golden energy shot out from its mouth. Ling Xiao left an afterimage on the spot, and the golden dragon spear in his hand swept through the air. A dragon-shaped energy shot towards the golden flood dragon. Gu Yufei was shocked, and the small area world was deduced again, and it pressed towards Ling Xiao. Countless golden spears stabbed towards Ling Xiao. The Devil Sun behind Ling Xiao had already closed in again with his black saber. Countless demonic blood bats let out sharp sound waves to confuse Ling Xiao's nerves. A blood-red expression flashed across the Devil Sun's face, and he was filled with killing intent. The saber in his hand shone with a black glow. Blood Fiend Frenzy Slash. Beams of powerful saber gleams filled with killing intent flooded towards Ling Xiao from all directions. The black glow shone brightly, the saber was sharp, and the bats were bloodthirsty. More than half of the sky was shrouded by the black glow. It was as if the sky was covered in black, and it looked gloomy and austere. This was already the Devil Sun's strongest attack, and it was definitely comparable to the attack energy of a high-level heavenly venerable. Chapter 664. High up in the sky, one side was shining with golden light, while the other side was covered with dense black clouds. Ling Xiao's desire to kill Gu Yufei had caused him to be in a passive situation. However, this wasn't the time to have a fair duel with someone else. Ling Xiao's spiritual energy condensed into a golden dragon spear, which pierced straight into Gu Yubing's consciousness. Ah! Gu Yufei only felt a pain in his head, as though his head had exploded at that moment. Ling Xiao's spiritual energy was extremely terrifying. Although Gu Yufei had already advanced to the heavenly venerable stage, he was instantly killed with a single strike. Gu Yufei didn't even have the time to enjoy the thrill of being a heavenly venerable before he died just like that. He truly couldn't die in peace. Gu Yufei's attack energy disappeared, and the golden flood dragon also fell dead at the same time. However, when Ling Xiao used his spiritual energy attack, his back was already wide open, and he was about to face the Demon Sun's torrential attacks. Ling Xiao didn't even think as he immediately dashed into the distance, trying to shake off the Demon Sun's attacks. However, those demonic bloodbats followed him like a shadow, entangling him tightly, causing his speed to decrease greatly. "Damn it!" Ling Xiao exclaimed, and all the attributes in his body were immediately converted into intense heavenly flames, incinerating all those demonic blood bats. At this moment, the demon sun's terrifying saber gleam had already slashed over, and Ling Xiao hurriedly blocked it. Rumble! The terrifying saber force covered a radius of several hundred miles, and a powerful explosion reverberated through the sky. Ling Xiao's body was once again sent flying far away. The dragon-scale battle armor on his back already had many cracks, and a lot of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. Clearly, he was injured. The demon sun's attacks didn't stop, and once again, it slashed towards Ling Xiao like a dense rain. Humph, you think I'm a sick cat if I don't show my prowess? Ling Xiao bounced up from where he was, brandishing the golden dragon spear in his hand. The golden dragon overlord fought against countless demonic blood bats, while the golden spear shadow clashed against the demon sun's saber with an extremely sharp aura. Oh no! The devil's son exclaimed and immediately retreated. The broadsword in his hand was smashed into pieces by the golden dragon spear, and the spear continued to stab towards the devil's son's chest. The demon son had another black shield in his hand, which he used to clash with the golden dragon spear. However, the black shield cracked again as soon as it came into contact with Ling Xiao's golden dragon spear. Die! Ling Xiao exerted his strength again, and the golden dragon sped up. Its strength was even more solid as it pierced towards the demonic son's chest. Heh. Who wouldn't die once? The devil child sneered as he grabbed at the golden dragon spear with both hands. However, the demon's hand was in, and he in, the spear of to the spear in. The demon in, the speef the demon of the spear. He had the spear. Into. To the chi of the spear. However, the demon son's hands were covered with a layer of sticky, blood-red tentacles. He was actually able to hold on to the golden dragon spear. In the next moment, a blood-red demon appeared on the demon son's body, pouncing towards Ling Xiao to bite him. Blood demon spirit tree. Ling Xiao exclaimed. Without that tree of immortality, I'm going to absorb your blood essence. The blood demon spirit tree pounced on Ling Xiao in an instant. The thick, sticky blood energy wrapped around Ling Xiao, as if he had turned into a blood cocoon. The demon son retreated far away and laughed proudly. Haha, this blood tree is really godly. With its help in the future, this demon son will definitely be able to dominate the central region. Unfortunately, before the demon son could finish laughing, layers of green light burst out from Ling Xiao's body. Not good, you old ghost actually came out too. The blood demon spirit tree cried out as if it had seen a ghost. The blood mist kept surging, as if it wanted to immediately escape from Ling Xiao. Humph, this old man has been waiting for you for a long time. It's impossible to escape now. Lu Weng snorted coldly. Countless green rays surrounded the blood mist, and then he shouted in shock. Little friend, why aren't you making a move? Ling Xiao had almost had his blood essence absorbed by the blood demon spirit tree, so he didn't hold back anymore. Heavenly fire erupted from his body, forming a ring of heavenly fire that enveloped a radius of several meters around him, trapping the blood demon spirit tree and Lu Weng together. Bastard! This is heavenly fire. The blood demon spirit tree cried out in shock. Then it rushed towards the nearby demon son and screamed, Damned human, why aren't you making a move to break this heavenly fire and let me out? The demon son came back to his senses. A black broadsword appeared in his hand, and the sharp blade light slashed straight at Ling Xiao. Hurry and drag it into my sea of knowledge. Ling Xiao shouted at Lu Weng. Once something like the blood demon spirit tree entered his sea of knowledge, Ling Xiao could deal with it as he pleased. Lu Weng naturally understood Ling Xiao's intentions. He immediately dragged the blood demon spirit tree into Ling Xiao's sea of knowledge. Ling Xiao didn't care so much for the time being. The golden dragon spear in his hand immediately met the demon son's. However, he was in a hurry and was pushed far back by the demon son's powerful strength. The demon son seemed to be possessed. Countless broadswords continuously slashed at Ling Xiao. I don't believe that I can't break your defense. The fiend son struck out with 120% of his power and slashed out continuously. Beams of black light tore through the sky, causing the surrounding air to ripple. If an ordinary peak earthly emperor, or even a half-step heavenly venerate or low-level heavenly venerate were to face such a crazy attack from the demon son, they would have long been smashed to pieces. However, Ling Xiao's speed was unparalleled. In a few flashes, he had shaken off the demon son's attack. His spiritual force once again rushed out of his sea of knowledge. This time, the demon's son didn't have the protection of the blood demon spirit tree. His sea of knowledge was turned upside down by Ling Xiao's attacks. He didn't even have time to scream before he fell from the sky. Ling Xiao quickly collected the spatial rings of the people he killed, as well as the dead golden water dragon. Then, he hurriedly flew away. Not long after Ling Xiao left, a figure flew over quickly. The person who flew over was Wu Bufan of the spiritual martial court. His simple clothes made him look like a crane. The battle just now should have taken place here. There's still the smell of blood in the air. Wu Bufan stopped at the place where Ling Xiao and the others had fought and muttered to himself. He spread out his senses, but he couldn't detect any human aura nearby. Damn, you must have hidden your tracks and escaped. It's a pity that I didn't get to fight you. I hope that the next time I meet you, you'll be a heavenly venerate. I, Wu Bufan, will definitely defeat you fair and square. Wu Bufan said with disappointment. His current aura had actually reached the strength of a mid-level heavenly venerate. These monstrous geniuses from large forces were indeed extraordinary. After directly comprehending their own Tao, the power that erupted from their bodies directly jumped 2 levels. A mid-level heavenly venerate before the age of 30. He, Wu Bufan, was definitely a top genius of the central region. Not long after Wu Bufan left, the people of the Feng family appeared in this area again. Looks like Brother Ling has successfully escaped. Feng Wuying said indifferently after taking a sip. Ji Beixi knew about Ling Zhao's ability and didn't worry too much. She returned with the others. Near the Enlightenment Pond, Gu Xing summoned Gu Xiaohe and the other 3 peak earthly emperors of the Gu family who hadn't gained anything. Greetings, 5th great-grandfather, grand elder. The 4 of them greeted in unison. Gu Xing responded indifferently with a straight face. Then he reprimanded them. You guys are a disgrace to the Gu family. Not a single one of you entered the top 10. This is infuriating. The 4 of them lowered their heads and didn't dare to make a sound. They knew that it was indeed embarrassing for one of the major forces to not have anyone in the top 10. But when they thought about how there were also several other major forces that didn't have anyone in the top 10, they didn't feel so bad. One of them said weakly, Grand Elder, the Lu, Bu, and Gu families also didn't have anyone in the top 10. Moreover, Brother Yufei's ranking is even higher than theirs. Gu Xing's expression turned cold, and he immediately scolded. Is there something wrong with your brain? It's their business if they don't enter the top 10, but you guys aren't in the top 10 because you don't cultivate hard enough. When we get back, you're not allowed to take half a step out of the family unless you become a heavenly venerate. The peak earthly emperor's face immediately turned sour, and he didn't dare to make another sound. The 3 of you step aside. I have something to say to Xiaohe, Gu Xing shouted. Then his gaze landed on Gu Xiaohe. Tell me how you lost the golden dragon spear. Gu Xiaohe responded nervously, then recounted what happened in the cave in the chaos abyss of war. When she thought about how Ling Xiao had saved her several times, she felt very satisfied, but more than that, she felt conflicted. It seems that this Ling Xiao had his eyes on the golden dragon spear from the start. Otherwise, he wouldn't have approached you for no reason, Gu Xing concluded. What? Is that really the case? Gu Xiaohe immediately cried out in shock. Otherwise, why would he save you again and again? If he didn't have a motive, why would he risk his life to save someone he just met? You're still young, and you don't know how treacherous human nature can be. Gu Xing didn't blame Gu Xiaohe too much. He paused for a moment before continuing. However, the cave you entered is probably the one that the patriarch went to before. The golden dragon spear did indeed come from there, and that Ling Xiao must have had some fortuitous encounter in there. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made the golden dragon spear recognize him as its master. What a pity! Gu Xiaohe couldn't listen to the rest of Gu Xing's words. Her mind was in a mess. At first, she thought that Ling Xiao had saved her because she was beautiful, and that he had taken a liking to her, which was why he had risked his life to save her several times. Now that she heard Gu Xing's explanation, she felt that he was right. A terrible feeling of being deceived made her heart bleed, and her hatred soared. Ling Xiao, I'm going to kill you. Gu Xiaohe's pseudo-martial exalt strength erupted. She screamed at the sky, then prepared to fly in the direction that Ling Xiao had left. Silly child, wake up. Gu Xing's eyes twitched, and an emperor-level aura instantly pressed down on Gu Xiaohe. Gu Xiaohe's body was restrained, and her face was still contorted in pain. However, her beautiful eyes were filled with intense hatred. Oh no! Why has Yu Fei's aura disappeared? Gu Xing looked in a direction and frowned. He cried out in alarm, then grabbed Gu Xiaohe and flew in that direction. Chapter 665. Halfway up a mountain ridge, in the middle of a cave, a young man with distinct facial features and an extraordinary temperament was sitting cross-legged inside. His expression was extremely strange, alternating between red and green. Ling Xiao appeared in his sea of knowledge, watching the two trees of different colors entangled and wrestling with each other, a carefree expression of appreciation on his face. He had set up layers of heavenly flames around him. If any of the trees collided with the barrier of his sea of consciousness, they would immediately be incinerated by the heavenly flames. Thus, the two trees were entangled very carefully, not allowing the slightest collision to happen around his sea of consciousness. This also prevented him from suffering the pain of being bombarded. Lu Weng might be much stronger than the blood demon spirit tree, but his profound qi hadn't fully recovered yet, so he couldn't completely suppress the tree. He had no choice but to ask for Ling Xiao's help. Little friend, use your heavenly flames to burn it half to death. Then let this old man restrain it. The blood demon spirit tree cried out in alarm. No, no. Human, if you let me go, I can give you an endless amount of blood essence and let you live forever. Live forever? That sounds pretty good. Ling Xiao's eyes lit up as he muttered. Lu Weng was anxious. He knew that Ling Xiao was a greedy fellow. If he was tempted by the blood demon spirit tree, then he might even be suppressed by Ling Xiao. That would be troublesome. Little friend, don't be anxious. Don't you want my half of an undying heart? Lu Weng hastily said. Ling Xiao rubbed his cheek and said, That's right, I'm still waiting for my half of an undying heart to save someone. It looks like I can't let you go, blood demon tree. Don't. If you want to save someone, I can save them for you. My powerful blood essence can bring any human back to life. The blood demon spirit tree cried out in alarm. Little friend, don't listen to it. It can only fill a human's blood essence. It doesn't have the ability to bring someone back to life. Lu Weng cried out again. Bullshit. My powerful blood essence has the ability to revive people and reconstruct their bodies. You evil thing, even if you can bring someone back to life, they'll still become a blood-sucking devil. That's better than dying. Ling Xiao snickered on the side. However, he did not intend to let them pester him any longer. He did not want the blood demon spirit tree to do something out of desperation. Old Lu, get out of the way. Ling Xiao cried out in alarm and immediately mobilized the surrounding heavenly fire. Balls of raging blue flames wrapped around the blood demon spirit tree. The heavenly fire was the nemesis of this kind of evil being. Once it came into contact with it, it would immediately burn up. The blood demon spirit tree let out blood-curdling screeches as it was burned. Enough, enough. Don't completely burn it. Lu Weng saw that it was about time and hastily stopped him. Ling Xiao immediately withdrew the heavenly flame, and Lu Weng once again attacked the blood demon spirit tree, shattering its powerful blood essence. The blood demon spirit tree's profound qi was greatly damaged. After another round of bombardment from LV Wang, the tree spirit state was finally on the verge of collapse. In the end, it disappeared with an unwilling and resentful expression. When it disappeared, a square-shaped blood crystal fell from the sky. Lu Weng impatiently scooped up the blood crystal. Ling Xiao's eyes also shone. He knew that this blood crystal definitely contained the essence of the blood demon spirit tree. He couldn't let this old man Lu Weng have it. Cough cough. Old Lu, shouldn't we split this blood crystal? I was the one who subdued it. Ling Xiao lightly coughed as he reminded Lu Weng. Little friend, you can't be like this. I already said that I would exchange half of my undying heart for it. Lu Weng's face turned even greener. It wasn't easy for him to obtain the blood demon spirit tree's origin energy to help him ascend to the next level. How could he give away half of it? That's what you promised, but you're too embarrassed to swallow such a big piece of blood crystal, right? Just now, I spent a lot of effort to subdue it. Otherwise, would you have been able to take it down? You should at least give me some compensation for my hard work. Ling Xiao said pitifully. Lu Weng cursed in his heart, You're just watching the show. What tremendous strength. You're clearly trying to extort me. But it was just a thought. In order to continue staying in Ling Zhao's spiritual sea, he could only endure. Other than half of my undying heart, I'll give you 2 10,000-year tree roots. Lu Wang grumpily said. Half of the undying heart had already cost him half his life, and now he had to give it away as well. That made his heart ache. How about this? Give me 2 more drops of 10,000-year tree sap and 2 10,000-year tree fruits. Then this blood demon spirit tree's blood crystal will belong to you. Don't haggle anymore, or else we'll split it in half. Ling Xiao reluctantly offered. Lu Wen clenched his teeth and decided to endure. Then you can leave. I'm going to absorb this blood crystal. I don't have time to mess around with you. Lu Wang's heart ached. Fine, but first hand over the 10,000-year tree root, 10,000-year tree sap, and 10,000-year tree fruit. Otherwise, who am I going to look for if you run off one day? Ling Xiao didn't stand on ceremony with Lu Wang and immediately asked for the interest. Lu Wang didn't want to argue with Ling Xiao any longer, so he handed over those items and immediately chased Ling Xiao out. Ling Xiao grumpily said, I'm only temporarily renting this spiritual sea to you. If you piss me off, then I won't rent it anymore. After settling the matter with the blood demon spirit tree, Ling Xiao began to walk deeper into the setting sun mountain range. He didn't fly. He only walked on foot, completely concealing his aura. He was like an ordinary mountain youth, humming an unknown tune as he experienced nature. At the same time, he also summoned Xiao Long, Xiao Jin, and Xiao Long, allowing them to return to their beastly nature. The towering green ancient trees, the tender green grass, the fragrant flowers, the upside-down waterfalls, the swiftly flying spirit birds, the roaring spirit beasts, Ling Xiao strolled among them. Everything seemed so comfortable and carefree. He threw all disputes to the back of his mind, no longer thinking about the world energy he should be deducing. He only wanted to quietly enjoy the comfortable feeling. For more than 10 days, Ling Zhao's heart was abnormally calm. However, Xiao Long couldn't stay still. He often brought Xiao Long and Xiao Jin to find powerful spirit beasts to fight and kill. They would bring back spoils of war every time. Other than the corpses of spirit beasts, there were also high-grade spirit herbs. Ling Xiao was also happy to let them strengthen their battle prowess and restore their bloodlust. One day, Ling Xiao arrived in front of a piece of broken cloth and looked at the rushing water. The waves were like silver waterfalls hanging upside down, pleasing to the ears. Ling Xiao had a sudden urge to play. He took off all his clothes and rushed down from the top of the mountain towards the pool under the waterfall. He allowed his body to fall. Bang! His entire body directly sank to the bottom of the pool, and an ice-cold feeling spread throughout his body. Awesome! Ling Xiao couldn't help but exclaim. With the blazing sun above his head and the cold water on his body, it was truly one of the happiest things in life. Unknowingly, Ling Xiao lay on top of the pool and closed his eyes to rest. After an unknown amount of time, he occasionally heard human voices. Junior sister, do you hear the sound of flowing water? There should be a pool in front. Let's go there to wash up. These past few days, we've been chased by those fellows to the point that we can't take it anymore. A clear voice came from afar. This was obviously a woman's voice. Following that, another female voice angrily replied, They're going too far. We were the ones who found the ice flame flower first, but they said that they found it and even wanted to take advantage of us. That's right. If I hadn't acted quickly, that fellow would have touched my chest. Just the thought of that ugly appearance is so disgusting. Don't think about it anymore. Right now, we're already in the depths of the setting sun mountains. There are dangers everywhere, and there are always high-grade spirit beasts roaming about. Let's wash up and find a way out so that Master won't worry. The two women's voices were getting closer and closer, and so were their footsteps. Ling Xiao hesitated. Should he leave now or not? If he left now, he would definitely miss out on the wondrous scene of two beautiful women bathing. If he didn't leave now, wouldn't he also be seen by others? Forget it. Let's just look at each other. There's no harm in doing so. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment, and then revealed a devilish smile. He continued to lie in a corner of the pool and quietly closed his eyes, quietly waiting for the two women to arrive. I haven't washed my body in half a month. It's so uncomfortable. One of the women seemed to be a bit impatient. Not long after they arrived at the edge of the pool, she muttered to herself and then hurriedly flew towards the pool. "Senior sister, be careful," the other woman hastily warned. However, her warning didn't seem to have any effect on the woman in front of her. The woman in front of them had already leaped to the edge of the pool and tossed the light gauze and satin on her body to the side. Her smooth and jade-like body was like a mermaid as she fell into the water. When the beauty leaped into the air, Ling Zhao's tightly closed eyes opened a slit, and he just happened to catch that soul-stirring moment. His throat couldn't help but roll a few times. Dong! The woman fell into the water, creating countless waves. She cheered. "How refreshing! Junior sister, hurry up and come over too." The woman who had come with her walked over from behind and reminded her, "Senior sister, why are you always so impatient? What if there are people or spirit beasts in the pool?" "Don't worry, I've already sensed that there's no aura here. How could there be people, let alone spirit beasts?" The woman in the pool responded. "No matter what, it's better to be careful. Otherwise, you won't know what to do if you suffer a loss." The woman said again. After a pause she said, "I'll let you out. I'll bathe after you're done." "All right, then I'll bathe first." The woman in the pool responded and then happily cleaned her delicate body. The woman at the edge of the pool began to look around to see if there were any other movements. Just when she thought that there were no people or spirit beasts, her gaze returned to the pool. Her beautiful eyes instantly narrowed and a dense killing intent burst forth. A silver long sword instantly appeared in her hand. "Senior sister, hurry up and come up. There's someone over there." The woman at the edge of the pool cried out in alarm. Then, the long sword in her hand exploded and countless sword flowers shot towards a direction in the pool. The woman in the pool was even more shocked. She jumped out of the pool and her smooth and graceful body was once again revealed in front of her. Chapter 666. Ling Zhao's eyes almost popped out of their sockets as he stared at her fair and smooth skin. Her figure could be said to be perfect. Her slender waist, perky butt, and soft breasts. All of them exuded a fatal temptation. Ling Zhao's nostrils heated up, and 2 streams of golden snot instantly sprayed out. It seemed like he hadn't had a woman for a long time. Under such temptation, how could he resist? "Die, pervert!" The woman on the edge of the pool was already stabbing towards Ling Zhao, who was lying in the water. The sharp icicle carried a strong killing intent, and the edge of the pool was immediately frozen by the intense ice crystals. Ling Zhao was frozen by the cold intent, and just as he was about to meet the sword attack, his dragon eyes immediately flashed with a different kind of joy. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Like water!" The woman who was stabbing towards Ling Zhao saw that the tip of her sword was about to pierce Ling Zhao's throat, but she realized that the naked man was exceptionally familiar. Countless scenes began to replay in her mind. A few years ago, in the same pool, the same assassination scene. That was a memory that she would never be able to forget for the rest of her life. When she heard that "like water" again, it was like a knock on her heart, causing her to feel as if she had been electrocuted, unable to free herself. Ah! The woman had already forgotten that she was still stabbing forward, and it was already too late to stop. She couldn't help but close her eyes, afraid that she would see the most unacceptable reality in her life. Ding! The sound of metal clashing rang out, and the silver sword could no longer move forward even half an inch. The woman opened her beautiful eyes, and found that her silver sword had indeed pierced under Ling Zhao's throat, but it actually didn't pierce through Ling Zhao's throat. It was as if Ling Zhao's throat was like metal, and it was difficult to stab it in the slightest. "Ruoshui, why haven't you moved your sword yet?" Ling Zhao said to the woman in front of him with a playful smile. Never had Ling Zhao imagined that he would actually encounter an old acquaintance in the boundlessly vast Central Territory. Moreover, this old acquaintance seemed to have an indescribable relationship with him, and this really caused Ling Zhao to feel extremely happy. This woman was Ling Zhao's senior sister in the Purple Sky sect, Bing Ruoshui. Back when Ling Zhao left the Heaven-suppressing sect and returned to the Purple Heaven sect, he had already learned from Yun Mingqi that Bing Ruoshui had left the Purple Heaven sect in a fit of anger because Yun Mingqi had agreed to marry the Heavy Sword sect. Unexpectedly, after a few years, we actually encountered each other in the Central Territory. It's really a small world. At this time, Bing Ruoshui had changed a lot compared to a few years ago. Back then, she was like a delicate flower that had just bloomed, And now, she was still as gorgeous as ever. Her frosty face was still the same, but she had a more mature charm than before. Her body was even more exquisite than before, like a fruit that had just ripened, and it was the best time to pick it. Bing Ruoshui came back to her senses and loosened the silver sword in her hand. The silver sword fell into the water. She stared blankly at the handsome face in front of her, and her beautiful eyes gradually became misty. "Senior sister, what's wrong? Don't you recognize me, Ling Xiao?" Ling Xiao shook Bing Ruoshui lightly with his hand and said. In the next moment, Bing Ruoshui actually threw herself at Ling Xiao without any regard for anything else. Dong! The two of them fell into the pool at the same time, and sparkling water splashed on the edge of the pool. The girl who had just finished putting on her clothes turned around and saw Bing Ruoshui throw the naked man into the pool. She couldn't help but cover her small mouth with a look of disbelief. Could it be that junior sister fell in love at first sight? But this development is too fast, isn't it? She actually went head-on. Junior sister is too valiant, truly a role model for our generation. The girl was surprisingly a bit careless. She had actually forgotten that she had just been peeped on, and was surprised by Bing Ruoshui's actions. No. I have to hurry and hide, so that I don't ruin junior sister's matter, the girl muttered to herself and hurriedly hid in the forest. But she didn't go far. Her senses were still on the edge of the pool, and if she felt that something was wrong, she would immediately rush out to help her junior sister. But in her heart, she didn't understand why her junior sister, who had always been indifferent to men, would fall for a man she had just met. Under the pool, Bing Ruoshui tightly held onto Ling Xiao. Her icy lips were pressed against Ling Xiao's thick lips, and she clumsily sucked on them. Ling Xiao was stunned. He hadn't expected that Bing Ruoshui, who had always treated people coldly, would actually be so passionate. This made him think of Yu Lai Yen, whose personality was completely different from hers. It seemed that this passion wasn't any less than Yu Lian's, right? Right now, Ling Xiao was completely naked, and the woman who had just entered the pool had ignited his beast fire. Bing Ruoshui's kiss was practically the fuse that ignited Ling Xiao's lust. Ling Xiao firmly held onto Bing Ruoshui's slender waist, and his thick lips began to counterattack. The tip of his tongue directly attacked, wanting to turn the world upside down. Those delicious cloves warmed his heart and lungs, and a powerful wave of lust instantly erupted. Ling Xiao's hands ruthlessly tore apart Bing Ruoshui's snow-white clothes. Her smooth, jade-like skin was unmistakable, and the two beautiful and alluring points of captivating redness were simply a fatal poison. Right now, Bing Ruoshui was completely infatuated. Her delicate body trembled non-stop, and her curled eyelashes trembled non-stop. Her jade-like lips gently opened as she murmured, "Ling Xiao, want me? Want me? I don't want to be separated from you for the rest of my life." That passionate vow slammed into Ling Xiao's heart. Ling Xiao's arrow was already in the air. If he continued to listen to such emotional words, he wouldn't be a man if he hesitated any longer. A bead appeared beside Ling Xiao, and the water around them began to overflow. The waterless space shrouded the two of them, and they also sank towards the bottom of the pool. His lower body raised its ferocious dragon head, and fiercely charged into the mysterious fragrant thicket. Ah! A satisfied cry continuously echoed in the narrow space. An hour later, the bottom of the pool was still lingering, and the woman above the pool began to become anxious. This woman was called Yao Qingmin, and she had the strength of a low-level earth sovereign. Although she was a bit careless, she wasn't too stupid. She actually couldn't sense Bing Ruoshui's aura, and she was quite anxious. Moreover, it had been a bit long, and she couldn't help but worry. Could it be that junior sister is really going to force herself? It can't be that absurd. Could it be that something happened? Yao Qingmin muttered to herself. She hesitated for a moment, and then ran out of the forest, wanting to check the situation by the pool. However, just as she took a few steps, a majestic figure blocked in front of her. It was a young man who looked to be in his 20s. He held a flintlock in his hand, and his fiery red hair made him look very determined. Behind him was a golden-white three-eyed wolf king. Its huge figure gave off a powerful sense of deterrence. On the back of the wolf king, there was also a spirit beast that looked like a flood dragon lying on it, seemingly sleeping in a relaxed manner. "Who are you? Why are you blocking my way?" Yao Qingmin took a few steps back and said nervously. Facing this young man and the high-ranking three-eyed wolf king, She felt a strong sense of oppression that made it hard for her to breathe. Boss, no one is allowed to get within 100 meters of the pool. Just stay here obediently. The young man with the flintlock was the prodigal. He had already received a message from Ling Xiao to seal off the pool temporarily until his boss came out. Who is your boss? Why aren't you allowing me to get close to the pool? Yao Qingmin said with indignation. She thought worriedly. Could it be that something really happened to junior sister? You will naturally know who my boss is later, the prodigal said coldly. No, it must be your boss who captured my junior sister. Get out of my way, or else don't blame me for being impolite. Yao Qingmin took out a white sword and pointed it at the prodigal. The prodigal only sneered, and still stood tall and straight in place, not moving an inch. Get out of my way! Yao Qingmin shouted in alarm. The white sword in her hand swung out countless hailstones towards the prodigal. The cold hailstones were like the edge of a sword, cutting the surrounding flowers and trees into pieces. Ding ding! The hailstones struck the prodigal's body, producing a series of crisp sounds. Yao Qingmin looked at the unharmed man in front of her, and her beautiful eyes were filled with shock. If you've messed around enough, then be quiet. The prodigal was a divine beast, and he didn't have the slightest bit of pity for humans. He roared at Yao Qingmin. Yao Qingmin's ears were hurt by the prodigal's voice. However, she wouldn't retreat just because of the prodigal's ferocity. She was worried about Bing Ruoshui's safety. Frost rose in all directions. The white sword in Yao Qingmin's hand spun, and balls of cold intent swept up from all directions. Finally, it formed a frost storm that bombarded the prodigal. Annoying! The prodigal said disdainfully. He lightly patted the frost with his palm, and the frost immediately disintegrated. Yao Qingmin wanted to attack again, but unexpectedly, the prodigal had already arrived beside her and grabbed her neck. My boss is handling official business. No one is allowed to take half a step closer. If it wasn't for the boss's order not to kill you, I would have immediately made you disappear from this place. The prodigal glared at Yao Qingmin and said, Even if I die, I will save junior sister from the devil's clutches. Yao Qingmin said unyieldingly. Then scram to the side. The prodigal shouted in alarm and ruthlessly flung Yao Qingmin away. Yao Qingmin's body smashed through several trees before stopping. A few traces of blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth. It could be seen that the prodigal didn't let her off lightly just because she was a beauty. "Ayo, it hurts so much." Yao Qingmin cried out in pain as she rubbed her perky buttocks. She then scolded the prodigal. "You stinky man, don't you know that I am the #1 beauty in the world? How dare you be so ruthless?" She crawled up from the ground and thought to herself, "This is bad. Junior sister must have been taken advantage of. What should I do? I'm not this stinky man's match. I'm so unlucky. That's right, I'm going all out. I don't believe that you can withstand the temptation of the #1 beauty in the world." However, just as she was thinking of ways to trick the prodigal into approaching the pond, a group of fiendish people rushed over from not far away. Chapter 667. Handsome, how can you be so heartless? My butt hurts from the fall. Yao Qingmin touched her perky buttocks and pretended to be bashful. Her voice was coquettish and full of temptation. If it was any other man, he probably wouldn't be able to resist her seduction. However, the prodigal was not a real human. He didn't have the slightest bit of appreciation or pity for human women. The prodigal stood there with a gun in his hand. He was on guard like a door god. He had already sensed that someone was rushing in this direction. Yao Qingqi saw that the prodigal was not moved by his loyalty and thought, could it be that this lady, the #1 beauty in the world, is not good enough? No, this guy must be too greedy. I have to give him a little sweetness. When she thought of this, Yao Qingqi gently bit her pearly white teeth, and a part of her clothes slid down her shoulder, revealing her fair skin that was tinged with a tinge of rosy. She said shyly, "Handsome, do you think this servant is beautiful?" As she spoke, she took graceful steps and twisted her waist as she approached the prodigal. Although her actions were a little pretentious, the seductive power she displayed was indeed enough to make people's hearts beat faster. Unfortunately, the prodigal was still incompetent and loyal. Damn it, I'm already like this, but this guy doesn't even look at me. Could it be that this guy is a eunuch? Yao Qingmin cursed in her heart. Just as Yao Qingmin was getting closer and closer to the prodigal, she could already feel the sound of footsteps coming from behind her. Oh no, those guys are following us. Yao Qingmin hurriedly tightened her clothes. Her mood suddenly became terrible. There was an obstruction in front, and there were pursuers behind. For a moment, Yao Qingmin was in a panic. Haha, we've finally caught up to you girls. You've caused us to lose a lot of men. We're going to have a good time with you two girls to vent our hatred. A dozen or so figures scuttled out from the forest. The leader of the group laughed heartily. This person's name was Meng Nan, and he had the strength of a middle-stage Earth Emperor. His appearance was extremely ugly, but his figure was extremely powerful. The aura of the wilderness was very strong, and with a glance, one could tell that he was a mercenary who often went through life and death situations. The dozen or so people behind him were all strong men, and their eyes were filled with obscenity. Humph, if you have the ability, then bring it on. This old lady isn't afraid of trash like you. If my master learns that your Lion Fong mercenary group is trying to deal with us, then you'll definitely be dead. Yao Qingmin tightly gripped her sword and coldly snorted at Meng Nan. Her aura surged, and layers of ice formed a barrier around her. At the same time, a mid-level 5 ice sculpture appeared above her head. Haha, you're still counting on that old woman Li Shui to save you. You really are delusional. Meng Nan laughed once more. Immediately after, he also summoned his low-rank 5th-rank spirit beast, the Flaming Lion, and the people around him also spread out, forming an encirclement, surrounding Yao Qingmin. At this time, Meng Nan also noticed that in addition to Yao Qingmin, there was also an extraordinarily handsome young man not far away. Behind the young man was an exceptionally mighty 3-eyed wolf king. Its golden and white fur was particularly eye-catching, and on its body, there was a blue spirit beast that looked like a flood dragon sleeping strangely. It had to be said that this combination was quite eye-catching. 6th rank spirit beast. Meng Nan's expression changed as he exclaimed. The people in the surroundings also noticed the team in front of them. When they heard their captain's exclamation, their hearts trembled even more. The strongest person in their group was Meng Nan, who had the strength of a middle-level Earth Emperor. There was also a vice-captain who had the strength of a low-level Earth Emperor. As for the rest, they were all at the king stage. A 6th-rank spirit beast was more than enough to sweep away all of them. Yao Qingmin took advantage of everyone's absent-mindedness to send a frightening ray of ice towards Meng Nan. Meng Nan suddenly recovered and met the attack with his fiery broadsword. However, Yao Qingmin's move was a feint. After a flash, she immediately arrived in front of the prodigal boy with the ice sculpture. Big brother, save me. They want to bully me. Yao Qingmin sent an electric current to the prodigal boy while pleading for help. Yao Qingmin's intestines were a bit direct, but she wasn't a completely stupid woman. She knew that as long as the young man in front of her was willing to make a move, the Lion Fong mercenary group wouldn't be a threat, and she could take the opportunity to save her junior sister. The prodigal boy was also aware of the situation. His boss said that he wasn't allowed to hurt this woman, and this didn't mean that he couldn't hurt her. Others naturally weren't allowed to hurt her either. Therefore, the prodigal boy didn't attack Yao Qingmin. He lightly waved the long spear in his hand, and a flame started burning 1 meter in front of Meng Nan and the others. Those who cross the line of fire will die, the prodigal boy said coldly. Meng Nan calmed down and cupped his hands towards the prodigal boy, saying, Brother, how do I address you? I am the captain of the Lion Fong mercenary group. This woman has some grudges with us, so I hope that brother won't interfere in this matter. He is my man. If you dare to deal with me, he won't let you off. Yao Qingmin didn't get too close to the prodigal boy. She just stood beside him and shouted at Meng Nan and the others. In her heart, she hoped that the man beside her would fight with Meng Nan and the others. The faces of Meng Nan and the others turned ashen. If the man in front of them was really Yao Qingmin's man, then they wouldn't have a good time. Meng Nan gestured to his men and then slowly retreated. Facing a rank 6 spirit beast, they had no chance of winning. Yao Qingmin saw that the prodigal boy didn't clash with them and immediately said anxiously, You guys are afraid. What a cowardly man. I've misjudged you. If you can defeat my man, I'll follow you guys. Meng Nan was very puzzled. Could it be that the young man isn't that girl's man, and she was also kidnapped by that young man? The prodigal boy glared at Yao Qingmin, who was retreating towards the pool, and said, "If you take another step, I'll immediately let you die. Don't think that I won't kill you." The Golden Wolf King took a step back, its eyes filled with a bloodthirsty light. Yao Qingmin froze in her tracks, an unnatural smile on her face. She didn't know what to say. Meng Nan suddenly understood that the young man in front of him wasn't Yao Qingmin's man. Moreover, the young man didn't seem to like Yao Qingmin. "Girl, you dare to lie to me, it's really good," Meng Nan said to Yao Qingmin, then said to the prodigal boy, "Brother, since this woman has nothing to do with you, why don't you hand her over to us to deal with?" The prodigal boy didn't say anything. Instead, he turned around and said softly, "Boss, you're out." "Boss." Yao Qingmin immediately became vigilant. At the same time, she couldn't hide the anger in her heart. "He saw this lady's body and even insulted my junior sister. Even if I have to risk my life, I will make this damned bastard pay the price." Her beautiful eyes looked towards the direction of the pool, and her killing intent gradually rose. At this time, a young man and woman walked over from another direction. The man's facial features were as sharp as a knife. His dragon eyes were bright and full of expression, and there was a faint smile on his face, which made him look very demonic. The woman's face was elegant and refined, and she was dressed in white. Her figure was graceful, and her face was still flushed, which made her look even more beautiful. The woman nestled in the man's arms, and her face was full of happiness and shyness. The two looked like a golden boy and jade girl, making all the surrounding scenery lose their splendor. "Junior sister, you?" Yao Qingmin looked at Bing Ruoshui, who was nestled in the arms of an unfamiliar man, and her brain couldn't wrap itself around it. She swore that she had never seen her junior sister so shy, nor had she seen her junior sister so intimate with a man. If it wasn't for the fact that her junior sister's breath was still intact, she would have thought that her junior sister was forced. "Senior sister!" Bing Ruoshui cried out in alarm. She immediately broke free from Ling Zhao's embrace and ran towards Yao Qingmin. "Junior sister, are you all right? Just now, did you rape him?" Yao Qingmin looked Bing Ruoshui up and down and asked with concern. When Bing Ruoshui heard this, her face became even redder. She then patted Yao Qingmin and said, "Senior sister, what nonsense are you talking about?" But when she thought about the absurd matter with Ling Xiao in the pond, her heart beat very fast, and her face was boiling hot. Just now, it seemed that she had indeed taken the initiative. "Your face is red. Something good must have happened just now. Junior sister, you're too valiant. You actually fell in love at first sight, and..." Yao Qingmin completely forgot about Meng Nan and the others, and directly teased Bing Ruoshui. "Senior sister, if you keep talking, I'll ignore you." Bing Ruoshui lightly stomped her feet and interrupted Yao Qingmin. Being said such a shameful thing in public, Bing Ruoshui couldn't bear it. "Captain us." The vice-captain beside Meng Nan asked quietly. "Let's go. It seems that the other girl has been taken by that pink head, and the young man in front of us seems to be that pink head's underling. He's only a rank 6 spirit beast, and he's already able to kill us." Meng Nan quietly replied. Then, he signaled his men with his eyes, and they began to quickly retreat. Ling Xiao had been paying attention to the movements of Meng Nan and the others. He asked Bing Ruoshui, "Ruoshui, who are they?" "They're from the Lion's Fang mercenary group. They chased us all the way here. Let's quickly escape, they're very strong." Bing Ruoshui hurriedly thought of the enemies in front of her and exclaimed. She didn't know how strong Ling Xiao was, but she didn't think that Ling Xiao could be stronger than so many people from the Lion's Fang mercenary group. Ling Xiao chuckled, then he lightly patted the body of the Golden Wolf King and said, "Xiao Jin, don't let a single one of them escape." Meng Nan and the others, who hadn't retreated far, felt their hair stand on end. "Quickly escape!" The Golden Wolf King howled, and its huge body chased after Meng Nan and the others. Following that, a series of explosions rang out, mixed with screams of agony. Not long after, the Golden Wolf King returned to Ling Xiao's side, and it growled at Ling Xiao. It seemed like it was reporting to Ling Xiao about the mission it had just completed. "Let's go, we'll barbecue over there and chat," Ling Xiao said to the two women. Chapter 668. Near a waterfall that was as silver as the sky, a burst of smoke rose in spirals. At the edge of the pond, 2 men and 2 women, 1 wolf and 1 dragon were roasting meat together. The fragrance of the meat spread in the surroundings. Ling Xiao used his sword and dagger to cut off 2 pieces of meat and handed them to the 2 girls. After cutting another piece for himself, he said to the prodigal boy, "Take this meat away and eat it. Boss wants to talk to your sister-in-law and the others." The prodigal boy was not good at communicating with strangers. His eyes were shining as he looked at the roasted meat. He nodded repeatedly and carried the huge roasted meat into the forest. The Golden Wolf King and the Blue Flood Dragon immediately chased after him, as if they were afraid that the prodigal boy would eat it all for himself if they were any slower. "Let him eat here. What's there to avoid?" Bing Ruoshui asked, puzzled. Hearing Ling Xiao say the words, "your sister-in-law," in front of this young man, the sweetness went to his heart. Ling Xiao waved his hand and said, "This sworn brother of mine is not good at communicating with others. He prefers to stay with spirit beasts, so let him go." Yao Qingmin hurriedly nodded her head and said, "That's right, he's just an unromantic guy. He even dares to hit me, the #1 beauty in the world." The #1 beauty in the world? Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment as he seriously sized up Yao Qingmin. Indeed, Yao Qingmin's appearance wasn't inferior to Bing Ruoshui's, and Ling Xiao had seen her body with his own eyes. It was simply perfect to the extreme. Especially the heavy lethal weapon on her chest. It was truly magnificent to the extreme. Her skin was even whiter than Bing Ruoshui's, and it was as if water could drip out of it at any time. Without even touching it, one could tell that it was definitely very elastic, and her 2 beautiful legs that were exposed to the outside world would simply make any man float in the air. "What are you looking at? This lady's body has already been seen by you. You have to take responsibility for me." Yao Qingmin puffed out her chest and said angrily to Ling Xiao. It was just that her cheeks couldn't help but flush a little. She couldn't deny that the man who peeped at her while she was bathing was really charming. No wonder junior sister fell in love with him at first sight. Bing Ruoshui said angrily, "Xiao, how are you going to explain what happened just now?" Ling Xiao retracted his gaze and said guiltily, "This has nothing to do with me. I was already bathing in the pool a long time ago. It was you guys who suddenly came." "Is that really the case?" Bing Ruoshui knew why Ling Xiao was so flirtatious. She stared at him and questioned him. Ling Xiao quickly nodded and said, "Of course, you should know that I never lie. No matter what, this young lady's pure and clean body has been seen by you. This young lady is determined to cling on to you. Ping Yi, you little brat. This young lady is the world's #1 beauty. It wouldn't be a problem for me to be a match for the newly born #1 emperor-level expert, Ling Xiao. It's really a pity," Yao Qingmin said in a very narcissistic manner. Looks like this young master is really going to be pestered by you." Ling Xiao touched his nose and said. He really didn't expect that his name would start to spread in less than a month after the end of the Imperial List tournament. "Hey, you're really narcissistic. This young lady was just joking. I won't steal my junior sister's man. This young lady has decided that I'm going to pursue the #1 emperor-level expert, Ling Xiao. Only that kind of hero is worthy of this young lady," Yao Qingmin said while patting her majestic chest. Ling Xiao smiled, ate a mouthful of meat, and didn't say anything else. But in his heart, he smiled proudly and said, "After all is said and done, she's still a girl who warms my bed. Not bad." Bing Ruoshui, who was at the side, pulled on Ling Xiao's clothes and said, "The Central Region's Imperial List tournament that happens once every 10 years has already ended. The #1 emperor-level expert is called Ling Xiao. Is that you?" Bing Ruoshui was aware of Ling Xiao's ability, but she didn't think that Ling Xiao would appear in the Central Region. Even more so, she didn't think that Ling Xiao would become the #1 emperor-level expert in just a few years. Ling Xiao nodded and said with a smile, "That's right. The #1 emperor-level expert should be referring to me." Bing Ruoshui's mouth opened wide, and her beautiful eyes were filled with shock. Yao Qingmin, who was at the side, cried out in alarm, "How can you be so shameless? Even with your small physique, you still dare to say that you can seize the title of #1 emperor-level expert? Junior sister, this person is a liar. Let's go and ignore him." As she spoke, she stood up and pulled Bing Ruoshui to leave. In the Central Region, martial arts were prevalent, and the worship of the strong couldn't be blasphemed. Every 10 years, The imperial ranking competition was a grand event that all young men and women yearned for. The top 100 battle emperors and the top 10 slaughter emperors were all respected and worshipped, and the number 1 emperor-level expert was the most dazzling and revered. They were all idol-like figures that all young people chased after. Yao Qingmin naturally worshipped these unreachable geniuses, but the man in front of her actually said that he was Ling Xiao, which made her extremely angry. In her imagination, Ling Xiao should be an incomparably powerful 7 feet tall man who wielded a divine tool and rode a divine beast. His imposing manner was tyrannical, and he was like a hero who defeated all enemies. The man in front of her was extremely handsome, but his imposing aura was as insignificant as Min Ping's. Moreover, his eyes were staring at her chest with a lecherous expression. So, how was he related to the title of the first emperor-level expert? Therefore, Yao Qingmin felt that Ling Xiao's words were completely deceiving them. Bing Ruoshui pulled Yao Qingmin back and said, "Senior sister, he really is called Ling Xiao, and we used to be in the same sect." He's the junior brother from the Purple Heaven sect that you can't forget? He has the same name as the number 1 emperor-level expert? Yao Qingmin asked doubtfully. Bing Ruoshui nodded shyly and said, "Yes, it's him. I also didn't expect to meet him here." Speaking up to here, she paused and looked at Ling Xiao and said, "Oh right, Xiao, when you were trapped in the secret realm, how did you get out?" At this time, Ling Xiao told Bing Ruoshui what had happened several years ago in a simple and deft manner. "Xiao, you said that senior sister Meng Qi agreed to marry the heavy sword sect in order to avenge you?" Bing Ruoshui's expression turned ugly as she asked. Ling Xiao nodded and said, "Yes, you misunderstood her." Bing Ruoshui revealed a look of guilt and said, "So that's how it is. I was wondering why senior sister would marry the enemy. It turns out that she had such difficulties. I misunderstood her. I really deserve to die." "You don't need to blame yourself. I will explain to you about Meng Qi's matter in the future. But how did you come to the central region?" When talking about Yun Meng Qi, Ling Xiao's heart was filled with deep longing. In his heart, that first love was something that he cherished forever. Unfortunately, he didn't know where that person was now. Bing Ruoshui slowly told him about what had happened in the past few years. It turned out that when Bing Ruoshui left the sect, she went back to her family's ice city. She went back to tell her parents that she wanted to travel outside and increase her strength. She hoped that one day, she could reach the celestial master stage and break the restriction of the heaven-suppressing sect to rescue Ling Xiao. Even if Ling Xiao died inside, she wanted to see Ling Xiao's corpse. She cultivated ice attribute Shen skills. Only by going to those extremely cold places could her strength increase faster. In the northwest, the strongest person was only at the celestial master stage. She was prepared to spend her entire life to reach the celestial master stage. Even if she had to pay a high price, she wanted to succeed. Therefore, she began to rush to the North Ice region alone. The North Ice region, like the Northwest and the South Wasteland, was a flat land. However, it was very suitable for ice attribute warriors to live and cultivate. Bing Ruoshui spent nearly half a year rushing to the North Ice region. However, before she could enjoy this rare cultivation resource, some roving bandits set their eyes on her. At that time, she was only a high-level soul master. In the Flat Ridge region, she was already considered a rare expert. However, there was a king-stage existence among the roving bandits. Just as she was about to be captured by the roving bandits, her master, Li Shui, happened to pass by and killed all the roving bandits. Not only was Bing Ruoshui rescued, but Li Shui also took a fancy to her ice attribute aptitude. She expressed her interest in taking Bing Ruoshui as a disciple. Bing Ruoshui wanted to increase her strength, and Li Shui was very powerful. Bing Ruoshui was naturally overjoyed to have such a powerful expert take her as a disciple. She immediately took Li Shui as her master. Li Shui wasn't from any powerful sect. She was just a rogue cultivator with the strength of a mid-level heavenly master. She had rushed to the North Ice region in search of some rare ice attribute spirit herbs. Compared to Bing Ruoshui, a mid-level heavenly master stage expert was already at the top of the Northwest. She was already ecstatic to be able to take such a powerful expert as her master. She also hoped that she could become a celestial master in her lifetime and rescue Ling Xiao from his clutches. After following Li Shui to the North Ice region, she had been brought to the central region by her master. Her master had settled down in Zhongguang City, which wasn't far from the setting sun mountain range. Bing Ruoshui had been cultivating in Zhongguang City for the past few years. Occasionally, she would go to the setting sun mountain range with her only senior sister to train and search for some rare spirit herbs for cultivation. After a few years of hard work, Bing Ruoshui had already crossed a major and 3 minor levels and reached the high-level king stage. The Lion Fong mercenary group that had chased after them was an extremely famous mercenary group in the setting sun mountain range. The few captains of the group were all at the heavenly master stage. When the Lion Fong mercenary group saw how beautiful the two of them were, they had wanted to bully them with numbers and humiliate them. Fortunately, they had seen the opportunity in time and had the help of the mid-level rank 5 snow ice sculpture. That was how they had managed to escape. After listening to Bing Ruoshui's story, Ling Xiao was deeply moved. Thinking back to how Bing Ruoshui had always been cold to him, he didn't know how she had developed feelings for him. At that time, he had also intended to take Bing Ruoshui and Yu Laiyan in. But because he had been sealed in the heaven-suppressing sect, by the time he returned to the Purple Sky sect, Bing Ruoshui and Yu Laiyan had already disappeared. He hadn't expected that Bing Ruoshui's feelings for him would be so deep that she would travel thousands of miles to cultivate in the North Ice region just to reach the Heavenly Master stage as soon as possible and rescue him. It was no wonder that she had been so passionate when she had first seen him in the pool. Having a daughter who loved him so deeply in this life, Ling Xiao was truly satisfied. It's been hard on you all these years. Follow me from now on. I won't let you suffer anymore. Ling Xiao gently pulled Bing Ruoshui into his arms. Chapter 669. In the dense forest, a man and 2 women were leisurely walking on a mountain path. Behind them, there was another man sitting on a majestic 3-eyed wolf. There was also a small dragon coiled on top of the wolf's head. It seemed to have fallen asleep, ignoring everything around it. Ling Xiao, how can you have this name? Can you change it? Yao Qingmin said to Ling Xiao with a pleading expression. Ling Xiao had a headache when he heard this. He had heard this sentence hundreds of times in the past few days. He was almost tortured to the point of collapse by this woman. He had already said that he was the first emperor, but why didn't this girl believe him? He couldn't help but think to himself, do you really want this young master's dragon body to shake and emit that tyrannical aura before you believe me? Ling Xiao was too lazy to bother with this thick-skinned woman and just treated it as if he had heard it. Now that he had met Bing Ruoshui, Ling Xiao gave up the time to comprehend in the mountains and accompanied them out of the setting sun mountain range. At the same time, the two of them wanted to take the opportunity to warm up and tell each other what they had encountered and heard in the past few years. It was just that Yao Qingmin was not tactful. She didn't even know how to retreat at the right time. It really made Ling Xiao have the urge to grab this woman and ruthlessly ravage her. Ling Xiao didn't say anything. Yao Qingmin pulled Bing Ruoshui in a bad mood and said, Junior sister, can you let him change his name? How can someone as weak as him have the name Ling Xiao? Bing Ruoshui said unhappily, so what if he has the same name? What's so great about it? He's even an alchemist, and his status isn't any worse than the first emperor. What? He's an alchemist? A first or second rank alchemist? Yao Qingmin was surprised at first, but then she said with disdain. Although the status of an alchemist was honorable, an alchemist who had not entered the ranks was not worthy of others' attention. Bing Ruoshui said with a slightly proud expression, a few years ago, Xiao was already a 4th-rank alchemist. Now, he should have gone one step further. He was a 4th-rank alchemist a few years ago? I really couldn't tell that you have a bit of ability. Yao Qingmin said with slight surprise. Ling Xiao was only 25 or 26 years old at most. A few years ago, he was only about 20 years old. To be able to become a 4th-grade alchemist at that age, this Tenbin was quite outstanding. Bing Ruoshui didn't want Yao Qingmin to look down on Ling Xiao, so she immediately asked, Xiao, are you a 5th-grade alchemist now? Ling Xiao kept him in suspense. Do you want to hear the truth or a lie? Of course it's the truth. Bing Ruoshui said angrily. Ling Xiao rubbed his nose and said, if I said that I've already reached the realm of a 6th-grade alchemist, would you believe me? I'm being serious here. Bing Ruoshui rolled her eyes at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao sighed. These days, no one really believes the truth. Yao Qingmin laughed at the side. Hee hee, this is the first time I've met such a shameless man. If you were a 6th grade alchemist, I'm afraid I'd be at the Mystic Emperor level. A 6th grade alchemist was a respected figure in any sect or clan in the central region, and those who could reach this level were all middle-aged or old men. She absolutely didn't believe that a young man like Ling Xiao could reach the 6th grade. In the legendary medicine sect, there probably didn't even exist a 6th grade alchemist at such a young age. At the side, Bing Ruoshui didn't speak up for Ling Xiao. She also felt that Ling Xiao's words were too unreliable. Damn, no one believes the truth these days. Ling Xiao sighed speechlessly in his heart. Since they didn't believe him, he couldn't be bothered to explain. In any case, time would prove everything. After a few more days, the group was almost at the outskirts of the Sunset Mountains. The Sunset Mountains was a paradise for mercenary groups. Here, there were often dozens of mercenary groups hunting spirit beasts or searching for various spirit herbs to auction in exchange for various cultivation resources. The Lion's Fang mercenary group could be ranked in the top 5 among the many mercenary groups. Its leader, Xianxia, was a mid-level Empyrean, and he had 5 low-level Empyrean deputy leaders under him. There were more than 1,000 Earth Emperor and King-level people. It had to be said that the strength of this mercenary group was indeed extraordinary. The ones chasing after Bing Ruoshui and Yao Qingmin were only members of one of the small groups. In a tent, Xianxia and his 5 assistants were drinking and chatting merrily. Each of them was served by 2 beauties with outstanding figures. Xianxia was already 600 or 700 years old, but he looked to be in his 50s. His 5 deputies seemed to be a bit older than him. Shajin, didn't your subordinates say that they found traces of Li Shui's 2 precious disciples a few days ago? I heard that they wanted to catch them for me to have a taste. How come a month has passed and I still haven't seen them? Xianxia, who was sitting at the top, drank a bowl of wine and said. Xianxia was like the king of the stronghold. His aura was extremely vigorous, and the lion beneath his feet seemed to be exceptionally ferocious. The golden-robed man on Xianxia's right replied, "Those bastards are really unreliable. We almost caught them, but they actually escaped inside. I don't know if we caught them or not." The green-robed man opposite the golden-robed man laughed. "I'm afraid those bastards couldn't help but take the lead first. When they come back, they'll only be 2 trash. If they do that, I'll have to castrate them all." The golden-robed man said angrily. He didn't forget to fiercely grab the chest of a woman beside him. "Actually, in my opinion, boss, why don't you just directly capture that Li Shui and make her our commander's wife? Although that Li Shui is a little old, her looks and figure are still superb." Another blue-robed man said with a lewd expression. "Fourth bro's right. If boss doesn't like her, then we can work together to take her down and have her submit to us." "That would also be a happy thing," said another person. Xianxia laughed. "I've had my eyes on this woman for a long time. It's just that her combat strength isn't weak. Also, that ice wind eagle of hers at the peak of the 6th step is really a headache." "Boss, you think too highly of this woman. If we really meet her here, wouldn't the 6 of us be able to capture her?" The green-robed man from before said. Just as Xianxia was about to say something, the corner of his eyes twitched. He revealed a thick smile and said, "Third bro, your words came at the right time. That woman really is nearby. Let's go capture her and make her my leader's wife, haha." With that, Xianxia flew out of the tent. The other 5 looked at each other and flew out of the tent at the same time. Not far away, a woman in plain white was rapidly flying into the depths of the setting sun mountain range. This woman seemed to be only in her 30s. Her facial features were very exquisite, and her figure was even more curvaceous. At first glance, she gave off the impression that she was a mature and beautiful young woman, which greatly aroused the desire of men. However, her cold temperament gave off a feeling of coldness before she even approached. This woman was Bing Ruoshui and Yao Qingmin's master, Li Shui, a peak mid-level heavenly venerable. "I really can't be at ease with those 2 girls. I only told them to stay for a month before returning, but they've been gone for 2 months now. I hope they're fine." Li Shui was extremely worried. However, just as she was moving forward at top speed, she felt 6 powerful auras coming in her direction. "Long time no see. Venerable Li. You're even more glorious than before." Xianxia's voice came from afar. Li Shui frowned and murmured, Lion Fong mercenary group's Xianxia and his 5 vice-captains, why are they all here? Li Shui faintly became worried and immediately summoned the Ice Wind Eagle to act as a protector. What does Division Captain want? Li Shui asked coldly. The 6 people landed on Li Shui's side and separated into several corners at the same time, surrounding Li Shui and the Ice Wind Eagle. Xianxia even summoned his protective spirit beast, the 3-headed water lion. This lord has admired Venerable Li's beauty for a long time. My heart is deeply in love with Venerable Li. How about inviting Venerable Li to be this lord's wife? Xianxia sized up the beautiful Li Shui as he spoke. Li Shui said angrily, Division Captain, please be careful with your words. Otherwise, your Lion Fong mercenary group will not have peace in the future. Boss, why waste your breath on him? Let's capture him first. When the time comes, do you think he'll refuse? One of the vice-captains said. Li Shui knew that the other party was powerful and that it was not a good time to fight them head-on. She immediately leaped onto the Ice Wind Eagle and shouted, Xianxia, you will regret today's matter. Wind Eagle, leave. Since we're already here, how can we let you escape so easily? Xianxia said and then shouted, set up the 5 elements world. After saying that, he quickly flew up and the blue broadsword in his hand condensed into a frightening sword energy that slashed towards Li Shui. The sword energy was so strong that the surrounding trees were smashed into pieces. Li Shui, who had just flown into the air, had no choice but to use her sword to block. However, in the instant she blocked, Xianxia's 5 vice-captains had already flown into the air and stood in 5 different corners. 5 small worlds were deduced. These 5 worlds were the most ordinary mortal world energy. However, these 5 people's world energy was different. They were the metal, wood, water, fire, and earth world energy of the 5 elements. From the looks of it, their strength seemed to be about the same. The pentagons stood in different positions and the power of the 5 worlds they deduced was like a 5-colored screen of light that enveloped Li Shui. And when those 5-colored attribute attacks fused together, their power was actually even stronger than the world power of a mid-level Empyrean, approaching the world power of a high-level Empyrean. The 5-colored attacks flew towards Li Shui and the Ice Wind Eagle, while Xianxia and his 3-headed water lion attacked from the side. Li Shui felt like she was facing a pincer attack from 2 mid-level peak heavenly venerates. She was in a sorry state. Her clothes were already torn, revealing her tender skin. Chapter 670. The 5 low-level heavenly venerables controlled the colorful light screen, and the golden blades, wooden spikes, waves of water, fire blades, and earth spikes all smashed towards Li Shui, who was in the icy world. When the 5 ordinary grade world energy overlapped, it actually reached the spirit grade world energy, and its power was several times stronger. Li Shui's world of ice and snow was being blasted apart by the waves of attacks from the 5 attribute world energy. Fortunately, she was wearing a set of high-grade defensive armor. Otherwise, she would have been seriously injured. Xianxia occasionally launched sneak attacks, making her even more exhausted. Meanwhile, the Ice Wind Eagle was entangled by the 3-headed water lion, so it was difficult for it to help her. If you want to capture me, Li Shui, you will also have to pay the price. Li Shui had to break out of the encirclement as soon as possible. Otherwise, if she was really captured, the consequences would be unimaginable. Frozen World. Li Shui's small world appeared once again, and the atmosphere within 100 meters of her immediately became much colder. Some hail and snowflakes fell, and countless ice blades bombarded the colorful world. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The continuous bombardment caused the sky and earth to tremble slightly. Li Shui's all-out attack finally created a crack in the colorful world power of the 5 low-level heavenly venerables, just enough for her to escape. However, just as she leaped out of the crack, a domineering wave of water blasted towards her. Li Shui was caught off guard and was immediately sent flying, spitting out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, the 5-colored world power of the 5 vice leaders shrouded Li Shui once again. The powerful energy locked onto Li Shui, and if she made even the slightest movement, she would immediately be crushed by the 5 waves of energy. Xianxia walked over slowly and looked at Li Shui proudly. Venerable Li, are you willing to be my wife, the wife of the leader of my Lion Fong mercenary group? Li Shui said angrily, if you have the guts, kill me immediately. Even if I die, I will not be with a scum like you. Seems like you still don't understand the situation. Wait for me to destroy your mount first. Then I will properly entertain you. Xianxia looked up at the three-headed water lion, which was currently at a disadvantage. Then, he flew up, and a water screen world enveloped the ice wind eagle. Feng, run for me. Go find my 2 disciples and protect them. Li Shui knew that she would not be able to escape death, so she decisively removed the contract curse from the ice wind eagle, returning it true freedom. The ice wind eagle let out a few screeches, forcibly breaking through the siege of Xianxia and the three-headed water lion, and flew towards the depths of the Sunset Mountain range. Just as the three-headed water lion was about to give chase, Xianxia said, "Forget it, a feathered beast can't do anything." Xianxia returned to the surface and walked towards Li Shui. Li Shui's eyes flashed with an unwillingness to die. She thought to herself, I originally wanted to nurture my 2 disciples into heavenly geniuses, but it seems like I, Li Shui, am unlucky and do not have this fortune. Thinking of this, she already had the thought of exploding her dantian. Xianxia said, "Venerable Li, why are you doing this? If you die, your 2 disciples will probably become the female pets of my Lion's Tooth mercenary group in the future. You bastard, even if I become a ghost, I will not let you off." Li Shui cursed. Just as she was gathering her energy, Xianxia did not want to take the risk of sealing her dantian. If she detonated it prematurely, it would not be worth it. What a pity for this woman. Xianxia sighed inwardly. Roar! An eagle's cry reverberated in the sky, and the ice wind eagle once again flew back. The ice wind eagle seemed to know why Li Shui was being suppressed, and it pounced towards one of the 5 low-level heavenly venerables controlling the 5-colored world. The ice wind eagle was a peak rank 6 spirit beast, and if not for the 3-headed water lion, they would not have been able to suppress Li Shui. Why is the ice wind eagle back? Li Shui paused and looked at the snow-white figure in the sky. You really don't know death. Water lion, attack! Xianxia shouted from atop the 3-headed water lion. His 3-headed water lion was a high rank 6 spirit beast, and it was slightly weaker than the ice wind eagle. However, if they worked together, it would not be a problem to kill the ice wind eagle. One of the low-level heavenly venerables maintaining the 5-colored world was startled by the ice wind eagle, and he had no choice but to retract his energy to block it. The 5-colored world's power could no longer be maintained, and Li Shui's energy exploded once more, forcing the other 4 back. Li Shui no longer held back, and the powerful ice wind world continuously emitted a temperature below 0 degrees Celsius, blasting the low-level heavenly venerables into pieces. Boss! Hurry and stop this woman. Let us reorganize the 5 elements world. One of the low-level heavenly venerables hastily called out. Li Shui panicked. If she allowed the other party to reorganize the 5 elements world, she would be under their control again. Immediately, her attacks became even more ferocious. Within a few hundred meters, countless ice flowers and frost kept falling, and the trees and flowers below were all frozen into frost. The low-level heavenly venerables had no way to reorganize their formation, and they were blasted far away by Li Shui's attacks. Their bodies trembled non-stop, and it was obvious that they could not withstand the chill of Li Shui's ice wind world. Xianxia cursed inwardly. He could only give up on the opportunity to kill the ice wind eagle, and instead charged towards Li Shui. The 2 small dimension worlds collided, and a powerful energy explosion rang out. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the 5 low-level heavenly venerables immediately swallowed some recovery pills and adjusted their auras. At the same time, they summoned their own lion beasts, letting the 5 low-level tier 6 lion beasts and the 3-headed water lion surround the ice wind eagle. One of the low-level heavenly venerables said, "This time, we can't hold back anymore. Once that woman is heavily injured, there will be nothing to fear." That's right, let her have a taste of the true power of our 5 elements world. Another low-level heavenly venerables nodded in agreement. In an instant, the 5 low-level heavenly venerables erupted with their strongest power. The metal, wood, water, fire, and earth 5 elements world fused together once again, and a huge 5-colored sky screen once again enveloped Li Shui. Li Shui, this time, don't blame this venerables for not knowing how to have tender and protective feelings for the fairer sex. Xianxia roared, and used all his strength to force Li Shui into the 5-colored sky screen of his brothers. Li Shui once again faced the 5-colored sky screen, and the power of the small dimension world once again forced her into a sorry state. Am I really going to die here? Li Shui thought dejectedly. Then she bit her lips and muttered, even if I die, I have to drag a few down with me. Li Shui fought with all her strength, and the 5 people controlling the 5 elements world were also struggling. On the other side, the Ice Wind Eagle was also being besieged by the 6-headed lion spiritual beasts, and the situation was also quite bad. Xianxia looked at the situation and decided to restrain Li Shui first. He couldn't let her self-destruct, or else this trip would be in vain. Not far from the battle between humans and beasts, a man and 2 women were watching the battle in the sky. Yao Qingmin and Bing Ruoshui's expressions were already extremely anxious. Just now, when the Ice Wind Eagle flew over, they met them, and it was also because of this that they knew that their master was trapped, so they rushed over at top speed. The 2 of them wanted to immediately rescue their master, but unfortunately, they were stopped by Ling Xiao. Now was a time of crisis, so how could they care so much? They just wanted to rush out and help. However, before they could fly out, they felt a powerful pressure confining them, making them unable to move. Xiao, did you do something? Quickly let us go, we want to save our master. Bing Ruoshui begged. Yao Qingmin didn't believe that Ling Xiao was confining them, because she didn't feel any fluctuation of Ling Xiao's aura. She felt that it should be the doing of Ling Xiao's little brother. Ling Xiao, quickly let the 3-eyed Wolf King help my master. I, Yao Qingmin, am willing to serve you together with my junior sister. At this moment, Yao Qingmin actually calmed down and said, no longer having the slightest bit of nerves. She was an orphan that Li Shui had picked up when she was young, and she had depended on her master since she was young. Her master was her second parent, and she was willing to sacrifice everything in exchange for her master's life. Ling Xiao chuckled and said, then you can be my bed-warming maid. You. Bing Ruoshui said angrily. She really didn't expect Ling Xiao to be so shameless, taking the opportunity to make such an excessive request to her senior sister. She couldn't help but feel extremely disappointed. Before she could finish, Yao Qingmin, who was at the side, immediately made a decision and said, sure, I, Yao Qingmin, will absolutely have no complaints as a slave or a maid. Ling Xiao smiled faintly, then transmitted a message to the Golden Wolf King. Xiao Jin, eat those lions for me. The Golden Wolf King had already reached the peak of the 6th stage after being fed with beast cores for a period of time. After hearing Ling Xiao's instructions, it immediately roared and flew into the sky to join the battle of the spirit beasts. Ling Xiao then said to the prodigal, Zizai, I'll leave that annoying fellow to you. You can do whatever you want with him. The prodigal was already itching to use his skills, so he raised his gun and shot towards Xianxia from behind. Xianxia didn't expect a wolf and a man to appear at this moment to help Li Shui out. Who are you? I am the Lion Fang mercenary groups. Xianxia was shocked by the prodigal's powerful shot, and he immediately asked in a panic. Someone who wants your life. The prodigal didn't want to talk nonsense. He kept waving the long gun in his hand, and rays of fire shot towards Xianxia. Xianxia gritted his teeth and had no choice but to fight. Although Li Shui had the prodigal to share the pressure, the 5 elements world force was extremely difficult to deal with. Under normal circumstances, she, a peak mid-level heavenly venerate, would definitely be able to defeat 5 low-level heavenly venerates without much effort. However, these 5 people were all from the 5 elements, and their small world force was actually fused together. Their combat power kept multiplying, and the pressure was so great that she almost couldn't breathe. Damn, the 5 elements world force is too difficult to deal with. Li Shui cursed in her heart. Yao Qingmin and Bing Ruoshui, who were not far away, became more and more anxious as they watched. On the other hand, Ling Xiao looked at the 5 elements world force with an infatuated look, as if he was in some kind of enlightenment. Chapter 671. The 5 elements mutually reinforced and restrained each other. The world formed by the 5 energies was filled with supreme might. The golden blades, wooden spikes, water waves, fire blades, earth alls, and all sorts of other attacks came one after another. They also relied on the principle of mutual promotion to amplify their attacks. It was as if the world had formed an independent world of the 5 elements. Li Shui was struggling to cope with the 5 elements world. Although her world of ice could barely protect her, if she couldn't break the world of the 5 elements, She would die sooner or later. Ling Xiao looked at the world, and a certain scene kept appearing in his mind. World of metal. Golden dragon roars, showing the domineering aura of a ruler. World of fire. Volcano chilans display their ferocious might. World of wind. Wind wreaks havoc, leaving no corpses behind. World of ice. Ice mountains seal thousands of miles, raging rivers. World of wood. Vitality flourishes, and time passes in an instant. Like a giant painting of a scene, it kept appearing in his mind, and the related profoundness within it. There seemed to be a special relationship with the mysteries of the five elements world, but it was hard to grasp. The five elements lack earth, but there's wind. How do I combine them? Ling Xiao's eyes glowed as he vaguely comprehended something. However, he couldn't connect the nodes one by one. It seems like I can only know how to integrate the world's energy by experiencing it myself. Ling Xiao murmured excitedly. Then, a powerful aura burst out. What's wrong with laughing? Bing Ruoshui sensed that Ling Xiao was acting strangely and asked. Suddenly, she felt a terrifying aura pressing down on her chest. Looking at the dragon qi that emerged from Ling Xiao's body, she couldn't help but feel a sense of submission. Yao Qingmin, who was at the side, was already a low-level earthly sovereign, but facing Ling Xiao's powerful aura, she felt suffocated. She looked at Ling Xiao with her beautiful eyes and murmured, What a powerful aura! Could he have been hiding his strength all this time? Swish! Ling Xiao ignored Bing Ruoshui's words. He bounced up from the ground and flew towards the battlefield at full speed. Bing Ruoshui shouted worriedly at Ling Xiao, Don't laugh at me. It's a battle between heavenly venerables. You can't participate in it. We can move out now. Yao Qingmin was astonished, and then said to Bing Ruoshui, Junior sister, don't shout anymore, let's go and help master. Oh, okay. No, we can't go. With our strength, we'll just be throwing our lives away, said Bing Ruoshui. Then what should we do? Could it be that we can only watch as master dies? Yao Qingmin stamped her foot. Senior sister, don't be anxious. Look. Bing Ruoshui pointed upwards with a dull look on her face. Yao Qingmin followed her gaze and her expression changed several times. The energies of the several minor worlds collided with each other. Any martial artist below the Empyrean realm would likely be turned to slag if they were to approach. However, a figure had actually managed to forcefully enter the five-colored world as if it didn't require any effort at all. Junior sister. You said that he's called Ling Xiao? Yao Qingmin asked sluggishly. Bing Ruoshui nodded heavily. Yes, I've already told you 1,000 times. Then he said that he's the first emperor, right? That's right, he said that, but we didn't believe him. Now, do you really think that he's the first emperor, Ling Xiao? I don't know. I only know that he can save our master, and you're his maid who warms his bed. Even if Ling Xiao didn't increase his combat strength by 20 times, his strength was still comparable to that of a low-level heavenly venerable. Although the power of the five elements world was very majestic and violent, he still forced his way in. Where did this wild kid come from? He actually dares to enter the five elements world. He's really courting death. A low-level Empyrean shouted. Who cares about him? He's just a peak Earth Emperor. He really doesn't know what's good for him, another low-level Empyrean said. Hurry up and kill this kid. Then capture that Li Shui. Something seems to have happened to boss, another person said. The few of them chatted for a while, and then each of them used all their strength to attack Li Shui and Ling Xiao, who were in the five elements world. Li Shui had long since switched from offense to defense. With her strength, she could still resist for a while. Once she didn't have a plan to break through the enemy, she would be exhausted to death. However, when she saw Ling Xiao suddenly barge in, she felt that she couldn't understand what was going on. The young man in front of her clearly only had the aura of a peak Earth Emperor, but it was as if he could ignore the attacks of the five elements here. He brandished a golden spear in his hand rather casually, and the energy that was pressing down on him was dispersed by him one by one. She looked at the handsome young man in front of her, who looked like an emperor, and her heart that had been frozen for a long time actually jumped a few times. I'll send you out first. I'll deal with them. Ling Xiao said indifferently to Li Shui, and the golden dragon spear in his hand blasted out a terrifying dragon-shaped energy towards the energy barrier of the five colors world. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The 5 low-level Empyreans who were controlling the 5 colors world felt their respective auras become unstable, and one of the energy barriers even had a hole blasted open. What are you waiting for? Leave them to me. Ling Zhao's 20x combat power erupted at the same time to block the energy attacks of the 5 people. Li Shui came back to her senses and replied, "Thank you for your help. I'll deal with them together." "No need. They're perfect for me to practice on. You don't have to interfere. You should go take care of your 2 disciples who are worried about you." Ling Xiao replied with a calm smile. "My 2 disciples?" Li Shui murmured, and then she sensed 2 familiar auras. She immediately cupped her hands towards Ling Xiao and said, "Thank you for saving me. Be careful. If you can't handle it, I'll definitely help you." After saying that, Li Shui finally flew out from the hole that Ling Xiao had blasted open. "Oh no, that woman escaped," one of the low-level Empyreans said. "So what if she escaped? We can't catch up with her. Even if we do catch up, I'm afraid we'll be defeated one by one. Let's kill this brat first," another low-level Empyrean said angrily. "Come on, let me have a taste of the true power of your 5 elements world. Don't let me down, or you'll all die miserably," Ling Xiao said excitedly, holding the golden dragon spear in his hand. He faintly felt that through this battle, he would definitely gain a lot. "You're just a peak earthly sovereign. How dare you be so arrogant just because you have some ability? Watch me destroy you with one finger," the golden-robed Empyrean said with extreme disdain. He kept waving a large number of golden saber shadows in his hand, chopping down at Ling Xiao. This wave of golden saber shadows could completely smash a mountain into pieces. In the eyes of the 5 of them, Ling Xiao was already a dead man. But in the next moment, they were shocked. After the young man swung his spear wildly, the golden saber shadows were all smashed into pieces. "Second brother, this brat is strange. Why don't we join forces to kill him and then help boss?" another low-level Empyrean said. "All right, this brat's brain is flooded with water. He actually dares to fight 1 against 5. Another person replied. Ling Xiao did not take the initiative to attack. Instead, he quietly waited for the 5 of them to gather the 5 elements world. When the 5 forces superimposed and fused in a mutually reinforcing and restraining trajectory, Ling Xiao's eyes became more and more conflicted. The 5 elements can mutually reinforce and restrain each other, but I'm not one of the 5 elements. How can I fuse them together? Ling Xiao muttered as he looked up at the 5-colored light curtain. The energy attacks of the 5 elements were like a mountain torrent, smashing down on Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's entire body was covered with 5-colored dragon scale armor. He let the waves of attacks hit his body. The sharpness of the metal attribute, the toughness of the wood attribute, the continuity of the water attribute, the explosiveness of the fire attribute, and the sturdiness of the earth attribute. 5 different attack energies bombarded Ling Xiao's body continuously. It seemed that with every hit, Ling Xiao could understand a little more. The superimposed power of the 5 elements caused slight cracks to appear on Ling Xiao's 5-colored dragon scale armor. Not far away, Bing Ruoshui and Yao Qingmin couldn't help but exclaim when they saw Ling Xiao being submerged by the 5-colored light curtain. "Smile!" Bing Ruoshui's beautiful eyes became misty as she exclaimed. "I didn't expect that such a small body would actually contain such courage. If you don't die, why can't this lady warm your bed for you?" Yao Qingmin clenched her fist and muttered. Unknowingly, Ling Xiao's handsome and imposing figure had already been deeply imprinted in her heart. The sound of breaking wind came from a direction. "Master!" The 2 girls exclaimed at the same time when they saw the newcomer. These 2 lasses really made Master worried. Li Shui looked at her 2 disciples and said happily. She originally thought that she wouldn't have the chance to see her 2 disciples again. Fortunately, her life wasn't fated to end. We made Master worried. We were also chased by the Lion's Fong mercenary group. They wanted to violate me and my junior sister. Fortunately, we escaped in time. Moreover, we were rescued by Ling Xiao. Only then were we able to escape. Yao Qingmin immediately went over to support the weak Li Shui and briefly explained. "It's the Lion's Fong mercenary group again. Wait until this matter is over. I'll make them disappear from this Sunset Mountain range." Li Shui quickly swallowed a few medicinal pills and angrily said, "Master, are you all right? Can you save Ling Xiao?" Bing Ruoshui came to Li Shui's side and asked. Her master had already consumed a lot of spiritual power. So, she felt embarrassed to make such a request. However, Ling Xiao was in a very dangerous situation. If she didn't save him, she was afraid. Ling Xiao? The newly born first emperor-level expert? What happened to him? Li Shui asked with a surprised look on her face. He was besieged by those 5 people in order to save Master. Bing Ruoshui pointed at the sky and said, "He is Ling Xiao?" Li Shui turned her head and exclaimed. Yao Qingmin replied, "Yes, Master. He should be the first emperor-level expert, Ling Xiao." Then, he and the Wolf King are his helpers? Li Shui pointed at the prodigal boy and the Golden Wolf King and asked. Both of them nodded. Bing Ruoshui said, "One is his little brother, and the Wolf King is his mount." I didn't expect Ling Xiao to be so outstanding. The first emperor-level expert is indeed worthy of his name. Li Shui's beautiful eyes revealed a complicated look as she muttered. Chapter 672. Master. Now is not the time to be emotional. Even if he is the first emperor, but he is only at the peak of the Earth Emperor realm. How can he be a match for 5 Empyreans? Bing Ruoshui said in a panic. Li Shui looked at Bing Ruoshui in astonishment. You already knew him? Before Bing Ruoshui could reply, Yao Qingmin rushed to say, he is Junior Sister's junior brother from the Purple Sky sect. He is also the lover she has been yearning for. Senior Sister. Bing Ruoshui's face turned red as she stomped her feet, not daring to look at Li Shui. She had the impression that her master did not have a good impression of ordinary men, and she was afraid that her master would be biased against Ling Xiao. Li Shui revealed a thoughtful expression and said, he doesn't need my help. Look over there, his friends and the Wolf King have already obtained an overwhelming advantage. I think he can definitely deal with them, which is why he doesn't want me to help him. On the other side, the Ice Wind Eagle had the help of the Golden Wolf King. 2 of the 6 lion spirit beasts had already been bitten to death, and it wouldn't take long for the remaining 4 to be bitten to death. After all, the 2 peak rank 6 spirit beasts couldn't even win against a high rank 6 spirit beast and 5 low rank 6 spirit beasts, so they should just smash their heads and die. The prodigal was currently at the peak of rank 6, so it wouldn't take him much effort to deal with Xianxia. However, his boss didn't allow him to kill so quickly, so he had been playing with Xianxia. Xianxia could no longer remain calm. He couldn't understand where this expert had come from to help Li Shui. Could it be Li Shui's lover? However, seeing that this young man was only in his 20s, he couldn't help but suspect that Li Shui was an old cow eating young grass. This can't go on. That woman Li Shui has already escaped, so there's no point in fighting. Xianxia knew that it would be difficult for him to defeat the young man in front of him, so he already had the intention to retreat. The prodigal seemed to be able to see through Xianxia's thoughts, and his attacks became fiercer, making it harder for Xianxia to defend. He tried to escape several times, but he was always intercepted by the prodigal. Now it was like a cat playing with a mouse. Xianxia understood his situation more and more. On Ling Xiao's side, he was like a lone leaf in the ocean, allowing the waves to surge violently and the torrent to surge violently, yet he could still float steadily. Ling Xiao seemed to have completely forgotten that he was in a battle. Layers of the 5-colored dragon scale armor wrapped around his body, allowing the various energy attacks to hit him. He closed his eyes and entered some kind of epiphany. A vivid world seemed to appear in his mind. It was an ancient forest. There were giant trees that towered into the sky, and all kinds of strange flowers and grasses were everywhere. The scenery was very pleasant and beautiful. From time to time, roars of beasts could be heard. A golden white wolf king climbed up the mountain and howled at the sky, displaying the ferocity of the wolf king. Not long after, gusts of cold wind blew over, and the world began to change color. The trees, the grasses, the flowers, all of them actually withered in an instant, forming a gray world of emptiness and chaos. No one knew how many years this world had experienced. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning began to intersect in the sky, and an earth-shattering roar resounded in all directions. A huge golden shadow descended from the sky. It was a real dragon, a golden dragon that shone with golden light. It was like an overlord, stirring up the heavens and earth, and the cold wind and dark clouds were all blown away by it. The golden dragon began to shine, and the heavens and earth became clear again. Everything began to gradually recover, and strange lands began to form in all directions. Volcanoes rose up like spring bamboo shoots, and the blue flames in the belly of the volcanoes kept compressing. Finally, as if dissatisfied with the heavens and resisting everything, the countless blue flames covered thousands of miles, and countless living beings were burned into nothingness. Then, a fiery shadow rushed out from the belly of the mountain. The Qilan divine beast was born between heaven and earth, and auspicious clouds filled the sky. Its awe-inspiring righteousness was on par with the tyrannical might of the golden dragon. The 4 seasons changed and alternated without end, and everything grew here without end. When winter came, it was covered in layers of glittering snow, and in the end, it formed a beautiful scene that was like a natural ice sculpture. Everything seemed so real, so beautiful, and it caused one to feel carefree and intoxicated. The 5 low-level Empyreans who were constantly attacking Ling Xiao were incomparably shocked. They couldn't help but think, is this guy a masochist? Second brother, he seems to be immune to our elemental attacks. We've been bombarded so many times, but we haven't been able to completely break his defense. A low-level Empyrean said. The golden-robed low-level Empyrean replied. He must have some kind of high-grade defensive armor on him. It might even be at the half-step saint level. Otherwise, even a high-level Empyrean wouldn't be able to withstand our attacks. Why don't we do this? We'll fight him in close combat, kill him, and then snatch his defensive armor, a low-level Empyrean reminded. The 5 of them made up their minds and withdrew the light screen of the 5 elements world. One of them flew towards Ling Xiao, who had his eyes closed, and a long sword slashed towards Ling Xiao's head like a snake. Ling Xiao didn't open his eyes, but his head seemed to have an extra pair of eyes. He gently tilted his head and dodged the incoming sword. The low-level Empyrean was surprised for a moment, and then the long sword kept changing, slashing, stabbing, and lifting towards Ling Xiao's vitals. However, no matter how he attacked, Ling Xiao always seemed to be able to predict the future and was able to dodge them one by one. Damn it, I don't believe that I can't kill you. The low-level Empyrean cursed. The long sword in his hand moved even faster, and his moves became even more powerful. Countless sword flowers bombarded Ling Xiao like raindrops. This time, Ling Xiao didn't dodge. He gently lifted the golden dragon spear in his hand and disintegrated the low-level Empyrean's attack. All of you, come at me together. This kid is 2F** king abnormal. The low-level Empyrean shouted to the 4 people behind him. Not far away, 4 low-level celestial masters looked at each other, and then they all charged towards Ling Xiao. At this time, Ling Xiao opened his eyes. The aura of a peak Earth Emperor was actually becoming unstable. It wasn't because his aura was in disorder, but because the power was gradually spreading out and his strength was starting to soar. With all things as the boundary, wood as the foundation, wind as the supplement, metal and fire as the spear, and ice as the embellishments, even if the 5 elements are incomplete, I can create a world that belongs to me. It contains all things in the world, whether it's ancient trees, forests, or the leader of all beasts. Everything in the world can be formed with a single thought, and everything can be at my fingertips. So the power of the world is born from the yearning of my heart. So that's how it is. I understand now. As Ling Xiao muttered to himself, the luster in his dragon eyes grew brighter and brighter, and a world gradually appeared behind him. This world was a true primordial world. The ancient trees, strange flowers, strange herbs, divine beasts. Everything that should be there was there. It looked like a moving scene, and it caused one to be absent-minded. When the 5 low-level Empyreans who wanted to kill Ling Xiao fell into this world, their expressions all became sluggish. They all felt as if they had entered an independent space. Everything here was watching them, and they had become outsiders to this desolate world. Second brother, where are we? A low-level Empyrean asked. The golden-robed man replied. Who do you ask me? Could it be that that guy used some kind of demonic technique to bring us to another place? No. This seems to be an illusory space. This is that person's world power. One of them immediately saw Ling Xiao in the center of this world and cried out in shock. What? This is impossible. He was clearly at the peak of the Earth Emperor realm just now. It seems like he just used the power of our five elements world to comprehend his own Tao. This kid definitely can't be left alive. Take advantage of the fact that he's not familiar with using it, and kill him. The 5 low-level Empyreans were already very anxious. The will of the world in their bodies erupted, and the power of the 5 elements world converged once again. 5 elements equal heaven. The 5 of them cried out in alarm at the same time, and a vast amount of energy simultaneously blasted towards Ling Xiao, who was slowly walking over. This was the full strength of the 5 of them. Even a high-level Empyrean would have to temporarily avoid it. As for Ling Xiao, he still walked over with a straight face. He casually waved his hand and muttered, "Tree, rise!" The ancient trees in his world actually grew crazily. The powerful tree trunk formed a strong defense in front of him, and the snake-like tree vines entangled the few people from all directions. The dense leaves were like arrows that shot towards the few people's vitals. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The powerful force destroyed the tree trunk, but the countless tree vines bound the 5 people. The sharp leaves pierced the bodies of the 5 people, turning them into beehives. The thin wounds on their bodies kept flowing with blood. The 5 of them were shocked. The powerful force had scattered the tree vines. They actually didn't have the courage to fight against Ling Xiao anymore and chose to retreat together. "Didn't you guys want to kill me? Why are you leaving just like that? I still have to repay you guys for letting me comprehend." Ling Xiao smiled like a spring breeze. He had already put away the golden dragon spear, and his palms began to change. The volcanic craters that were covered by the ancient trees were revealed under their feet. The compressed lava kept churning, making people's scalps go numb just by looking at it. The 5 of them retreated frantically, but it was as if they had entered an endless space. No matter how they flew, they couldn't escape from this world. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Several volcanoes erupted at the same time, and the earth-shattering energy seemed to destroy this part of the world. The intense flames burned everything into ashes. Not far away, the 3 women saw this scene and their expressions became sluggish. Their mouths were wide open, and their eyes were also wide open. The Golden Wolf King and the Ice Wind Eagle, who were fighting at the side, were scared out of their wits. They ran far away, as if afraid of being affected by the energy. On the other hand, the prodigal completely knocked Xianxia unconscious and retreated far away with him. Chapter 673. Am I hallucinating? Why is there a real space in the sky? Yao Qingmin rubbed her eyes fiercely and murmured. Bing Ruoshui also had a look of disbelief on her face. I think I'm also hallucinating. There's a volcano erupting over there. What terrifying power. Li Shui let out a heavy sigh and said, "What a genius." No, he should be a genius. He actually comprehended his own Tao in the midst of battle and created this peerless world energy. Could this be the power of an emperor-grade world energy? How terrifying. Emperor. Emperor world energy? Master, are you talking about him? Yao Qingmin pointed in Ling Xiao's direction. Who else could it be other than him? I really didn't expect the first emperor to be so terrifying. No wonder he could suppress so many geniuses from the other factions. Now it seems that he's truly talented, Li Shui praised. When Bing Ruoshui heard her master address her, the boulder in her heart was finally lifted. She was really afraid that her master wouldn't like Ling Xiao, but now it seemed that her worries were unnecessary. At the same time, she felt happy for Ling Xiao. As expected of the sect's youngest elder, he always surprises people again and again. In the sky, the 5 low-level heavenly venerables had already been blown to smithereens. The clouds above the clouds had long been dispersed by the firelight. When the mushroom smoke disappeared, everything returned to normal. The primordial world in front of Ling Xiao did not disappear. The grass, the trees, the flowers, and the beasts were still alive and kicking. Oh no, how do I get rid of this thing? Ling Xiao discovered that his spiritual sea was spinning happily, but the illusion in front of him didn't show any signs of dissipating. Looks like I have to close it properly. Ling Xiao muttered to himself and then said to the prodigal, Zizai, follow your sister-in-law and hand that person over to her master. I'll look for you when I come out of seclusion. After saying that, he brought his world and rushed into the Sunset Mountain range. Wherever he went, everything around him was crushed into pieces by his world. Ling Xiao flew at high speed. After flying for an unknown period of time, he chose to descend on a mountain peak. Rumble. However, as soon as he landed, the world that seemed to descend from the sky instantly crushed the mountain into dust. The spirit beasts nearby let out a series of neighs and hid far away, afraid that they would be caught in the crossfire. What a scam! You can't toy with me like this, Ling Xiao said in distress. He wanted to control his world power to stop, but he found that his spirit power was showing signs of losing control, and those world illusions were still constantly changing. It doesn't matter. I'll collect the power of this world here first. Ling Xiao sat down helplessly and began to comprehend the mysteries of this world's power. In Ling Xiao's spiritual sea, the vast and pure spirit power kept churning, and under Ling Xiao's elixir field, the five-colored energy kept emitting strong spirit power, and the two produced a resonance that penetrated through Ling Xiao's body and mind. As the five-colored energy was continuously transferred over from his elixir field, his spiritual sea underwent astonishing changes. The original spiritual sea kept expanding, and the space that could fuse with spirit power became more and more, while the original almost full spirit power seemed to be less. In fact, the amount was still the same, but as the space grew, the proportion became smaller. The spiritual sea was expanding, and the five elements' energy was like a bridge, gradually crossing the sea of consciousness. This energy actually showed signs of dividing the sea of consciousness into two. Ling Xiao was in a completely unconscious state, and this change was like a canal, without any signs of discomfort. In the end, after the five-colored energy bridge divided the sea of consciousness into two layers, it didn't stop. The five-colored energy began to form another layer of shield, and the sea of consciousness was actually divided into three layers by the two five-colored energies. The first layer was the largest, and it was full of pure spirit liquid. The second layer was a lively world, just like the wonders of the world power that Ling Xiao displayed. The tree, the flower, the grass, and the beast were like real existences, looking incomparably magical and wonderful. The third layer was occupied by a green tree and two beads. This amazing change made Ling Xiao feel a sense of surprise. His sea of consciousness was actually divided into three, and the spiritual sea of consciousness below seemed to provide the purest and most gentle energy to the first two layers, so that the first two layers always maintained the purest aura. As Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness was divided, the world power around him finally slowly shrank, and finally disappeared. Ling Xiao's aura rose at this moment, and the nearby spirit qi surged towards him like swallows returning to their nest. The spiritual qi seemed to have formed a storm, absorbing all the spiritual qi within a radius of several thousand meters. The nearby mercenaries were all shocked by this scene. Is someone breaking through to the Emperor stage? The nearby spirit qi has been sucked dry. That must be it, or else what kind of expert could cause such a huge commotion? Could it be that one of the three mercenary kings broke through? If it's them, then it's possible. 10,000 miles away from where Ling Xiao had made his breakthrough, a middle-aged man with two axes on his back was shocked. He looked in the direction of the surging spiritual energy and murmured, "It's absorbing the spiritual energy of the five elements. No, there's no earth element. There's a wind element." Could it be that someone didn't make a breakthrough, but someone set up some kind of formation? He hesitated for a moment, then instantly flashed in that direction. He was as fast as lightning, so fast that it was difficult to catch him. At the same time, a few people also flashed in that direction from a few different directions. These people didn't dare to get too close to the central area. Because if it really was an Emperor stage expert breaking through, then they would be committing a huge taboo. Regardless of whether he broke through or not, they would fight to the death. None of them could bear the wrath of an Emperor stage expert. In another direction, a black-robed old man narrowed his eyes as he looked in the direction covered by spirit qi, and muttered to himself, "His aura is vast and mighty, and he's showing his emperor's might. Who is this young man? Doesn't he know that he needs to find a quiet place to break through, set up a restriction, and have people protect him before breaking through? How impulsive. Fortunately, it's not those two fellows. Otherwise, my old bones wouldn't be able to hold up here." In another direction, there was also a white-robed middle-aged man watching everything. This middle-aged man looked very dignified, and his eyebrows were actually white, making him look extremely unique. If other mercenaries saw this person, they would immediately recognize him as the leader of the #1 mercenary group in the Sunset Mountain Range, Bai Chou. Although he looked middle-aged, he was still an old man who had lived for more than 2,000 years. The black-robed old man and the middle-aged man with 2 axes on his back were the leaders of the second and third mercenary groups. They were called Lu Kun and Huang Tyson respectively. These 3 people were the top experts in the Sunset Mountain Range in Zhongguang City, and they were all at the half-emperor stage. The strength of these 3 groups was about the same, and they had always been like the well water and not the river water. However, once one of them broke through to the emperor stage first, then the tripod would collapse. At that time, the distribution of resources in the Sunset Mountain Range would be very different. Therefore, they all rushed over to check on the situation, afraid that their opponent would break through first. Now that they had all sensed each other's existence, and the person who was breaking through was not one of them, they all felt at ease. However, they began to have other thoughts. They already knew that the person in front of them was not really breaking through to the emperor stage, but breaking through to the honored stage. A breakthrough to the honored stage required such a large amount of energy, so one could imagine how strong this person's foundation was. Once he broke through, he would probably be much stronger than an ordinary Empyrean. And this person had chosen to break through here, so it was obvious that he did not have any backing or background. He was probably a rogue cultivator like them. This would give them the opportunity to rope them into their own mercenary group. Only by doing so, their strength could be greatly enhanced. As the commotion caused by Ling Xiao's breakthrough grew bigger and bigger, many powerful mercenaries rushed in this direction. They watched everything unfold from afar, and their faces were filled with shock. The spiritual energy storm in this world was simply too shocking. After 3 days and 3 nights, the spiritual energy finally stopped surging. It was also at this moment that a powerful aura instantly exploded. Bang! A figure shot into the sky, and powerful 5-colored light dazzled everyone's eyes. The dragon-shaped illusory figure became more and more solid, and the supreme dragon might and imperial aura it emitted caused everyone to tremble. Those martial artists who had not yet reached the honorable level felt as if they were facing an emperor. Their legs unconsciously turned to jelly, and they knelt on the ground, worshipping the high and mighty emperor. Although those heavenly venerables could barely resist the pressure, their faces were drenched in sweat, and it could be seen that it was quite difficult for them to resist. Only the 3 quasi-martial emperors remained calm. However, the solemn expressions between their brows had already betrayed the strange thoughts in their hearts. What kind of cultivation technique does this person cultivate to be able to emit such powerful might? And that golden dragon illusory figure, could it be that he has seen a true dragon divine beast? The 3 of them asked in their hearts. When the 5-colored light gradually disappeared, the golden dragon illusory figure also dissipated, and a dignified young man appeared in front of everyone. A low-level Empyrean? It seems to be more than that. Ling Xiao muttered as he spread out his hands. His dragon eyes shone brightly. He already knew that this breakthrough was not just a simple leap of a large level. His current strength had reached the mid-level Empyrean level. Previously in the chaotic abyss of war, his strength was already enough to break through to the Empyrean level. It was just that he had not comprehended his own Tao, and he had forcibly compressed and purified it. Now that he had comprehended it in battle, he had finally reaped great rewards. A breakthrough had allowed him to jump 2 levels. This made Ling Xiao ecstatic. Ling Xiao looked around, and a faint smile appeared on his face as he muttered, 3 half-emperors? Just right for me to practice. Chapter 674. Ling Xiao looked in each of the 3 directions and hooked his finger in one direction. His attitude was quite contemptuous and disdainful. What is that guy doing? Is he challenging Captain Bai Chou? He's really courting death. He's just a newly advanced Empyrean. Even if he has a solid foundation, how could he be a match for Captain Bai Chou, who has the strength of a half-step emperor? Looks like this guy is overconfident. No matter what, there's a good show to watch. Bai Chou let out a cold smile and stepped out from the void. He looked at Ling Xiao playfully and said faintly, "Kid, I know you're very strong now. You actually jumped 2 ranks from the peak of the Earth Emperor to the middle stage of the Empyrean realm. But you dare to challenge me. I have to say that you have good eyes. But I, Bai Chou, have never left anyone alive. Seeing that it's not easy for you to break through, as long as you're willing to surrender to me, I'll give you the position of vice captain. How about it?" "Sounds good, but we'll have to wait until you defeat me," Ling Xiao replied with a faint smile. After saying that, He released his aura and a desolate world appeared in front of everyone. This desolate world exuded a thick ancient aura. Every tree, flower, grass and beast were filled with an ancient aura. Especially the roar of the divine beast. It was even more frightening. The mercenary groups nearby were filled with surprise and confusion when they saw this world power. They had seen a lot of world power, but they had never seen such a mysterious and strange world power. Even Bai Chou, Lu Kun, and Huang Tyson's expressions became strange. They all felt the pressure of this world power, but they did not feel the killing intent of this world power. But this made them feel that this world power was not ordinary. Could it be a high-grade spirit-level world power? Bai Chou frowned slightly and thought to himself, "Come, as a trial opponent, I will definitely not kill you." Ling Xiao was like a god of that desolate world, exuding a vast majesty that pierced the opponent's mind. For some reason, Bai Chou felt a sense of stage fright, as if he was not facing a middle venerable heavenly venerable, but a true emperor stage powerhouse. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being ruthless. Bai Chou clenched his teeth, his aura started to rise, and his world power was also deduced. The reason why Bai Chou was able to become the leader of the Sunset Mountain Range mercenary group was because his world energy had already surpassed the mortal level, and was a spirit-level low-grade world energy. Amongst those of the same level, he was a rather powerful existence. In the white light, there were several snow-white pythons hissing non-stop, their bloodthirsty fangs flashing with cold killing intent. This side of the world had already reached the perfect state of a small square world, occupying an area of 700 to 800 meters above the space. The giant python was like a dragon, its huge body like a hill, terrifying people. Kill! Bai Chou unleashed a thick killing intent. This was the killing intent formed from his many years of killing experience in the forest. An ordinary timid person would be frightened to the point of stage fright. And Bai Chou used this killing intent to engrave his fear of Ling Xiao in his heart. The world of white light enveloped Ling Xiao's small square world, and the several hundred-meter-long giant pythons descended from the sky towards Ling Xiao's desolate world. Although Ling Xiao's small square world was only in its initial form, the area it covered was comparable to that of a high-level heavenly venerable. It was already more than 500 meters wide. When the world of white light and the giant pythons collided, everything in Ling Xiao's small square world seemed to have come to life. The trees grew at a crazy pace, and the tree vines wrapped around the giant pythons. However, the giant pythons were not so easily restrained. They directly smashed the tree vines into pieces, and pounced towards Ling Xiao. So it's just a small world of trees, and I thought it was something amazing. Bai Chou said disdainfully. However, the next moment, a shocking change occurred. Roar! An earth-shattering beast roar resounded. Several golden-white three-eyed wolf kings pounced out of the forest, and began to fight with the giant pythons. Although the wolf kings stopped the giant pythons, the intense white light was like the sun shining down, causing people to feel uncomfortable all over, and it was difficult to open their eyes. Rays of light shot out, destroying Ling Xiao's world energy. Bai Chou took the opportunity to attack Ling Xiao. Arrogant Junior, when I, Bai Chou, made my debut, you weren't even born yet. You've just broken through to the heavenly venerable realm and you're already so arrogant. Die! The silver spear in Bai Chou's hand was like a giant python, piercing towards Ling Xiao's vitals. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Haven't you heard of the saying that the waves ahead drive the waves ahead? You old people are not qualified to kill me. As soon as he finished speaking, another bestial roar rang out. The terrifying sound wave was many times more terrifying than the wolf's roar from before. Bai Chou was shaken by the sound wave to the point of losing his mind. His eardrums were buzzing non-stop, and he fell into a temporary sluggish state. When he regained his senses, a mighty seven-clawed golden dragon appeared in the sky above him, staring at him with its bell-like eyes, causing a half-emperor like him to feel his scalp go numb. The golden dragon roared as it pounced towards Bai Chou with its huge mouth. Bai Chou had no choice but to face the golden dragon head-on. Rumble, rumble, rumble. This golden dragon was like a real existence. It was actually able to fight evenly with Bai Chou, and faintly made Bai Chou look like he was struggling. Is this a real dragon or a fake one? Bai Chou thought sullenly. No matter how powerful his attacks were, the golden dragon seemed to be unable to kill it. Instead, he was swept by it a few times, causing his blood and qi to churn. If this is all you've got, then I'm too disappointed. Ling Xiao said disappointedly in the desolate ancient world. Humph, since you're courting death, I'll grant your wish. Bai Chou snorted coldly, dodged the golden dragon's attack, and summoned his spirit beast to protect himself. A giant python similar to the one in his small universe appeared in front of everyone. This was a peak rank 6 silver python, a light attribute spirit beast. The silver python hissed and pounced towards Ling Xiao, revealing its sharp fangs. Hee, not a bad spirit beast, a pity it's still not enough. Ling Xiao smiled calmly, and raised his palm lightly, as though he was giving some instructions. Another bestial roar sounded, and a blue qilin appeared in front of the silver python with its 4 hooves majestically. The supreme might of a divine beast caused the silver python to stagnate. The blue qilin and the silver python instantly clashed. For a moment, Bai Chou's spirit-level world power and himself were completely suppressed by Ling Wan's world power, and there were already signs of defeat. What kind of world power does this bastard have? It's actually like a separate space, damn it. Bai Chou cursed in his heart. Lu Kun and Huang Taisen, who were watching the battle from the side, had a shocked look on their faces. Obviously, they were shocked by Ling Xiao's world power. The mercenaries nearby were also incomparably shocked. What kind of world power is this? It's actually so terrifying. It's at least high-grade spirit level. This time Captain Bai Chou is in trouble. You're all blind. Can't you see those 2 divine beasts? This is at least the power of an Emperor realm world. This guy is really abnormal. That's right, Emperor-level world power, not even 1 in 100,000 people can deduce it. What kind of background does this young man have? This still can't force me to use my true strength, this is too boring. Ling Xiao lightly shook his head and muttered, then turned to Lu Kun and Huang Taisen and said, "Both of you come at me together, don't disappoint me." The surrounding people were in an uproar. Who would have thought that Ling Xiao actually had the guts to fight 1 against 3? And all 3 of them were the strongest pseudo-emperor captains. Just this courage alone was enough to win their respect. Good. I, Tyson, have long been itching for a fight. Let me experience this magical world of yours. Huang Taisen shouted, full of fighting spirit. The 2 axes on his back instantly burst forth. The vast desert world was also deduced, and a high-grade 6th-level 2-headed spirit hound appeared beside him. 1 man and 1 beast charged fiercely towards Ling Xiao. All right, this old man's bones will accompany a young man like you to play a little. Although Lu Kun did not want to participate in the battle, he could not lose his reputation as a pseudo-emperor. If word got out that he, a pseudo-emperor, did not dare to fight a mid-level heavenly venerable, wouldn't he lose all his face? His mercenary group's reputation would also be greatly damaged. Lu Kun's was an ordinary wood world, while his spirit beast was a high-grade 6th-level green-eyed cat. 3 pseudo-emperors, 3 perfected minor world, and 3 high-grade 6th-level spirit beasts clashed together with Ling Xiao. Haha, now there's some pressure. Ling Xiao did not dare to be careless at this time. The ice and fire swords appeared in his hands, and his minor world also began to display its true might. The desolate world actually began to blow with gusts of chilly wind. Mixed within the chilly wind were bits of snowflakes. At the same time, the temperature began to drop, and volcanoes appeared in the world. It was incomparably strange. The chilly wind had already made the 3 of them feel incomparably uncomfortable. The defensive light was actually being corroded bit by bit, and the snowflakes caused the temperature to plummet, causing them to feel a bone-chilling cold. The terrifying energy contained within the volcanoes made their scalps go numb. You too, block it first, let me go and take him down, then this world will collapse on its own. Lu Kun was indeed an old man. He was also extremely experienced in battle. He immediately pointed out the crux of the matter. Bai Chou and Huang Taisen both nodded, and did their best to block the various attacks from Ling Xiao's world. Lu Kun took mysterious steps, a series of afterimages flashed past. The azure sword in his hand burst forth with countless sword chi, drowning out Ling Xiao. Good timing. Ling Xiao shouted excitedly. The ice and fire swords also began to brandish out sharp sword rays, meeting the azure sword chi. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Chapter 675. Close combat could better reflect a person's true strength. Although Ling Xiao was only a middle-level heavenly venerable, the eruption of 20x combat power was not a joke. Fortunately, Lu Kun had the cultivation of a half-step emperor, which was several times more powerful than ordinary peak heavenly venerables. Thus, he was able to fight against Ling Xiao without falling behind. However, Lu Kun's heart was in a perilous state. No matter how he thought about it, he could not understand why this young man had the cultivation of a middle-level heavenly venerable, but his combat power was comparable to his. This made him extremely depressed. He could not help but wonder if he had lived for nearly 3,000 years in vain. He could not even defeat a middle-level heavenly venerable. Ling Xiao became more and more courageous as he fought, and his speed became faster and faster. At the same time, 12 clones appeared, bombarding Lu Kun and forcing him to retreat step by step. He wanted to summon the green-eyed cat to help, but he realized that the green-eyed cat had actually been frozen into an ice sculpture and could no longer move. My God, this kid definitely has the power of an emperor-level world. Lu Kun wailed in his heart. On the other side, Bai Chou was still evenly matched with the golden dragon, but the silver serpent python in his world power was firmly suppressed by the three-eyed wolf king and countless tree vines. His world power was already in a state of withering, and it would not be long before it was completely exhausted. Huang Taison's situation was not much better than his. His desert world was blown back by the countless chilly winds. The chilly winds formed a terrifying tornado that enveloped him, making it impossible for him to distinguish between north, south, east, and west. The light of his dark protection force was being corroded bit by bit. Even though he tried his best to disperse the chilly winds, it was a pity that it was all in vain. His two-headed spirit hound also encountered the same dangerous situation as him. The volcanic energy kept exploding out, and it was so frightened that it dodged in all directions. It did not have the demeanor of a high-level spirit beast at all. The surrounding mercenary groups were all dumbfounded. The 3 mercenary kings that they had always admired were actually forced into such a sorry state by a young man. This was simply too unacceptable. At this moment, a young man and 3 women rushed over from afar. They were all sitting on spirit beasts and watching the battle from afar. It's the 3 great mercenary kings. They're actually ganging up on Ling Xiao. Isn't this too much? Li Shui said with surprise and indignation. What should we do? The 3 great mercenary kings are people who kill without batting an eye. No matter how powerful Ling Xiao is, he won't be a match for them. Bing Ruoshui said worriedly. Yao Qingmin said from the side, the situation doesn't seem to be that bad. Don't worry. Boss will definitely win. The prodigal said without a hint of worry. Ling Xiao actually already advanced to the middle-level Empyrean strength. How could he possibly advance so quickly? Furthermore, his world energy is very strange. It can actually contend against 3 quasi-emperors. Li Shui seriously observed the battle situation, and her beautiful eyes were filled with shock. Beside her, Bing Ruoshui and Yao Qingmin were also stunned. This old man concedes. Lu Kun was forced by Ling Xiao to the point where he had no strength to retaliate. He knew that if this went on, his old life would probably be tossed around here. This kid in front of him was too abnormal. Old man, play a little longer. I'm also almost exhausted. Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. Lu Kun panted heavily. He looked at the calm and composed Ling Xiao and cursed in his heart. You're not even panting and you're saying that you're done? Who are you trying to fool? That was what he thought in his heart, but he still wore a smile on his face and said, This old man knows that I'm not a match for you, so I'm willing to concede. Seeing Lu Kun's sincere attitude, Ling Xiao did not want to make things difficult for him anymore. He immediately said, Thank you for letting me win. With that, he calmly walked towards Bai Chou. I'm not fighting anymore. I concede. Bai Chou was already at the end of his strength when facing the golden dragon's attack. Now that Ling Xiao had come over, it gave him a lot of pressure. He could only helplessly admit defeat. On the other side, there was no need to ask Huang Taison. He had actually been spun by the tornado to the point that he was foaming at the mouth. He had completely lost the ability to fight. Ling Xiao laughed bitterly. He did not have enough fun and dispersed his desolate ancient world. At this time, Ling Xiao looked a little tired. He sighed in his heart. If not for my Dantian and Sea of Consciousness being stronger than those of the same level, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to hold on for an hour. Although his world energy was strong, it consumed a lot of energy. Fortunately, Ling Xiao had not taken any pills to increase his strength all these years. This allowed his foundation to be incomparable to others. Moreover, He was proficient in mental power attacks and his sea of consciousness was especially strong. This was the true reason why Ling Xiao was able to use the world energy for such a long period of time. The situation of the 3 half-emperors and the 3 spirit beasts was even more difficult. If not for Ling Xiao holding back, the 3 of them would have already died. Do the 3 of you admit defeat? Ling Xiao asked indifferently with his hands crossed in front of his chest. The 3 of them had ugly expressions. However, they were not as skilled as the other party, so they could only nod their heads and admit the facts in front of them. After this battle, this young man's name would probably spread throughout the Sunset Mountain Range and Zhongguang City. One must know that they were all famous people in this area for a long time. To actually lose to a middle-level heavenly venerable, they had lost a lot of face. However, when they remembered that the other party used the Emperor World Energy, they felt a little better in their hearts. That's good. Many thanks for the practice. I won't disturb you anymore. Ling Xiao said with a relaxed expression. Then, he flew towards the prodigal and the others. Little friend, please wait. At this time, Lu Kun called out. Ling Xiao stopped and looked at Lu Kun. Is there anything else, senior? Could it be that you want to fight? Lu Kun waved his hands and said, No. How could that be? This old man has already admitted defeat. This old man has a presumptuous request. I wonder if little friend can talk to me? Oh, then tell me about it. Ling Xiao replied after a pause. Lu Kun rubbed his hands and said, Little friend is a dragon among men. However, I see that you chose to break through here, and there is no one to protect you. It seems that you are a rogue cultivator like us. I wonder if you are interested in joining the mercenary group. I can give you the position of group leader. What do you think? What? Old Lu, are you crazy? Huang Tyson cried out in shock. Bai Chou also revealed a look of surprise. He did not expect Lu Kun to make such a decision. The surrounding mercenaries also revealed puzzled expressions. A few figures flew out at the same time. Leader, you can't. This is your hard work over the years. Do you have the heart to give it away? A high-level heavenly venerable said. That's right. We 2,000 brothers only recognize you as our leader. Please reconsider. Another heavenly venerable said. We are only willing to follow you, leader. A few heavenly venerables objected, their expressions filled with indignation. They were all brothers and subordinates who had followed Lu Kun for many years. Now that the mercenary group had developed to its current scale, it could be said that other than Lu Kun, their contributions could not go unnoticed. Now that Lu Kun actually wanted to give the position of leader to a young man of unknown origin, how could they accept this? Some of them even wanted to replace Lu Kun's position as soon as possible. Lu Kun waved his hand, his old face darkening. I'm old. If I don't take that step, I don't have many years left to live. After I die, do you all have the ability to keep your current position? I'm afraid that old brother Bai and old brother Huang will be the first to not let you off. And the 2,000 brothers who followed me, old Lu, will definitely suffer. So, I'll let this little friend take charge of my group. I, old Lu, can also go search for opportunities without worry and see if I can take that step. Lu Kun could not remember how long he had lived. He was afraid that it was at least close to 3,000 years. Any high-level Empyrean had a maximum lifespan of 3,000 years. If they couldn't break through, then only death awaited them. Although Lu Kun was at the quasi-emperor realm, the many years of fighting and killing in the forest had left behind many hidden injuries in his body. Although he had consumed many natural treasures, it was still difficult for him to eliminate all of those hidden injuries in his body. Recently, he felt that his time was approaching, so he had no choice but to make plans for his mercenary group in advance. He had a few strong subordinates, but they did not have the talent to lead, and it was difficult for them to compete with the other two groups. He had no choice but to make this plan. If they could recruit Ling Xiao, not only could their mercenary group keep their position, but they could also go up a level. Bai Chou and Huang Tyson could understand Lu Kun's plan, but they did not have Lu Kun's courage to give up the position of group leader. Wasn't this equivalent to giving up their foundation? They were not that great. What do you think, little friend? My Green Cat mercenary group is one of the top 3 groups in the Sunset Mountains. We have a good harvest every month. Lu Kun said to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao waited for Lu Kun to finish speaking and basically understood what he meant. He immediately spread out his hands and said, "Senior, I appreciate your kindness. Ling Xiao, am used to being undisciplined. I really don't have the time to manage this mercenary group for you. All right, the three of you, I'll take my leave now." With that, Ling Xiao turned around and flew towards the prodigal. Ling Xiao. This name sounds very familiar. I don't remember where I heard it before. Could he be the newly born first emperor, Ling Xiao? The one who defeated many powerful forces, and even the princess of the Dongfang family took the initiative to throw herself at him? Yes, it should be him. The previous 100 combat emperors entered the Pond of Enlightenment for more than a month. I think this Ling Xiao did not leave, but took the opportunity to break through to the celestial master level. He really deserves to be the first emperor of his generation. Even after breaking through to the celestial master level, he is still an invincible existence. This child's future is boundless. It is rumored that he is the only successor of the legendary demonic emperor. So it's him. No wonder his combat strength is so abnormal. Lu Kun, Bai Chou, and Huang Tyson suddenly realized. However, they felt that this year's first emperor was really abnormal. Even they, who had been famous for many years, could not hide his brilliance. Suddenly, Ling Xiao seemed to have thought of something. He turned around and looked at Lu Kun. "If you want to take that step, maybe I can help you." Chapter 676. What? You can help me? Lu Kun's body trembled as he replied. Bai Chou and Huang Tyson looked at Ling Xiao in shock. They had been stuck at the half-emperor stage for hundreds of years, and they knew that if they wanted to take this step, without sufficient resources for them to absorb and cultivate, it would be very difficult to take another step forward. Other than that, they also needed to have Tenbin's outstanding comprehension ability. These two conditions were indispensable. Otherwise, they would not have been stuck at this stage for so many years. And now, Ling Xiao's words were simply shocking, causing them to be unable to remain calm. Ling Xiao nodded his head and said, 80%. 80%. Lu Kun, Bai Chou and Huang Tyson sucked in a breath of cold air. This success rate was a little too high. If it was only 30%, they would definitely believe it without a doubt. But 80% success rate, even if there was a heaven-defying pill that could directly advance, it would not be so reliable. This made them doubt Ling Xiao's words. Believe it or not, I will still be around here for half a month. At that time you can come and find me. With that, he instantly landed in front of the prodigal and the three girls. Let's go. The few of them followed Ling Xiao's footsteps, looking for a place to stay. Lu Kun looked at Ling Xiao, who was already far away. His heart was filled with contradictions. He had at most 20 to 30 years of lifespan left. He really did not have the confidence to cross the threshold that he had been stuck at for close to 1,000 years in such a short period of time. Could it be that I really have to put down my old face and try? Lu Kun thought in his heart. Ling Xiao, the prodigal, Bing Ruoshui, Li Shui and Yao Qingmin found a quiet place to stay. Ling Xiao then solemnly bowed to Li Shui. Thank you, senior, for taking care of Ruoshui these few years. Ling Xiao is truly grateful. Li Shui lightly waved her hand and said, She is my disciple, this is nothing, I should be the one thanking you for saving my life. She looked at Ling Xiao, who was now at the same level as her. Her heart was truly filled with emotions. She had already found out from Bing Ruoshui that Ling Xiao was only around 26 years old, yet he already had such achievements. It really made many people of the older generation feel ashamed. Ling Xiao just happened to be at the right time. Moreover, Ling Xiao also wanted to take the opportunity to comprehend his own Tao. It was out of selfishness, Ling Xiao said modestly. Looking at this mature girl who was not inferior to Bing Ruoshui and Qing Min, Ling Xiao, Bing Ruoshui, of Ling Xiao, had a good impression of her. The three girls were so beautiful. It would be if they did not attract trouble. When Bing Ruoshui saw how polite her master and Ling Xiao were, she immediately said, Master, Xiao is one of us now. There's no need to be so polite. That's right, saying too much will make you look hypocritical. Yao Qingmin said from the side. All right, I won't say any more, Li Shui replied. Then she looked at Ling Xiao and said, Ling Xiao, your name has already spread throughout the central region. I wonder what your future plans are? Li Shui's words were actually asked on behalf of Bing Ruoshui. She wanted to know Ling Xiao's direction so that she could decide whether or not to hand this disciple over to Ling Xiao. In her heart, she was actually reluctant to part with Bing Ruoshui. It was difficult to find a suitable disciple, but before she could nurture him, it would be regretful to end their relationship like this. Before Ling Xiao could speak, Yao Qingmin said, "Ling Xiao, you might as well cultivate with us. In any case, junior sister is your woman, and she is also your personal maid. Master can also be considered your mother-in-law. With you around, we won't be afraid of being bullied by others." Li Shui reprimanded with a straight face. "Qingmin, how can you say that?" Yao Qingmin was not afraid of her master, and immediately said boldly, "Master, I have already lost to Ling Xiao, and I have to be his bed-warming maid. I also want to serve master forever, so I can only let Ling Xiao accompany us to cultivate. This way, we won't have to be separated." Li Shui glared at Yao Qingmin, but did not reprimand her anymore. She knew that Yao Qingmin's words came from the bottom of her heart. Although she and Yao Qingmin had a master relationship, they were like mother and daughter. "That's right, Xiao, if you have nowhere to go, why don't you come with us?" Bing Ruoshui asked tentatively. In the past few years, Li Shui and Yao Qingmin had treated her well, which was engraved in her heart. She was also truly reluctant to part with them. Ling Xiao waited for them to finish speaking, then chuckled and said, "Rather than me following you, why don't you follow me?" "Follow you?" The three women were startled and asked. Li Shui recovered first and said, "That's right, Ling Xiao, your strength is outstanding, and even a quasi-emperor is not your match. We should be following you to cultivate, but I am used to freedom, so I will leave my two disciples to you. You must treat them well, and if I find out that you have let them down, I will definitely not let you off." "Master, I don't want to be separated from you," Yao Qingmin said very firmly. Bing Ruoshui was full of contradictions. One was her lover, and the other was her master. Making her choose between the two really put her in a difficult position. "I don't think there's a need for you two to separate," Ling Xiao said. Then he looked up at the sky and said, "I want to create my own world and establish my own business. I'm short of manpower. Although your strength is a little lacking, there's still room for development. Follow me, I won't let you suffer." Yao Qingmin anxiously said, "What strength is lacking? My master is a mid-level heavenly venerable, and this lady has the strength of an earthly sovereign. This lady is not even 40 years old." A mid-level heavenly venerable was considered an expert in the central region, and Yao Qingmin, who had broken through to the earthly sovereign before the age of 40, could be considered a genius level 10 bin. "Qingmin, wait for Ling Xiao to finish speaking," Li Shui said, then frowned and said, "You want to establish a mercenary group?" Ling Xiao lightly shook his head and said, "No, I want to establish a force that can stand shoulder to shoulder with those major forces. I want everyone to know that I, Ling Xiao, have people walking around in the central region, so that everyone will respect me and not be bullied." Li Shui, Bing Ruoshui, and Yao Qingmin were all shocked by Ling Xiao's words. "Maybe you don't believe me, but I will prove it to you." Ling Xiao charmingly smiled. Then 2 bottles of 10,000-year stone emulsion appeared in his hands. "Other than the strength of a mid-level heavenly venerable, I am also a 6th-grade alchemist. Perhaps in the near future, I can become a 7th-grade alchemist." Ling Xiao sighed, then he handed the things in his hands to Bing Ruoshui and Yao Qingmin respectively and said, "The 10,000-year stone emulsion can allow you to cleanse your marrows and meridians. I will seclude myself here for a few days and refine ice attribute pills for you to break through." After saying that, Ling Xiao opened up a secluded cave and had everyone stand guard for him while he went in to refine pills. 6th-grade alchemist. Li Shui's expression became incomparably excited. She really didn't expect that a monster like Ling Xiao was actually not a 6th-grade alchemist. Moreover, from what he said, it seemed that advancing to the 7th-grade alchemist realm was very easy. This was simply unbelievable. 3 days later, Ling Xiao once again appeared in front of the 3 women. He gave Bing Ruoshui an Emperor Ascension pill and a King Ascension pill, Yao Qingmin an Emperor Ascension pill, and Li Shui an Incarnation pill. When the 3 women received the pills, they felt as if they were in a dream. A 5th-grade alchemy pill was already difficult to buy, and now there was a 6th-grade alchemy pill. This value was simply inestimable. "You are really giving this to us?" Li Shui asked with a sluggish expression. Of course. Regardless of whether you are willing to follow me or not, just based on my relationship with Ruoshui, these pills belong to you. Ling Xiao nodded in agreement. Bing Ruoshui's heart almost melted when she heard this. She swore that these days were the happiest days of her life, and also the days when she laughed the most. Because with him by her side, her ice-cold heart was no longer ice-cold. The corners of Li Shui's eyes became a little moist. She didn't know how many years it had been since she received someone's selfless help. Thinking back to the time when her clan was destroyed by her enemies, she had to wander around alone, relying on her own two hands to slowly raise her own strength. Those who had once wanted to help her all harbored ill intentions. Now that she had this pill in her hand, all the bitterness and grievances she had suffered over the years burst forth in an instant. Ling Xiao, us master and disciples will follow you from now on. Li Shui wasn't willing to let Ling Xiao see her loss of composure, so she turned around and flew away. Her resolute voice could still be heard from afar. Ling Xiao was very gratified. His efforts had indeed not been in vain. You too should also go and break through. I will protect you. Ling Xiao said to Bing Ruoshui and Yao Qingmin. Bing Ruoshui nodded and said, Xiao, thank you. After saying that, she even lightly kissed Ling Xiao on the cheek before leaving. Yao Qingmin, on the other hand, stared at Ling Xiao without blinking. Her beautiful eyes were filled with boundless foreboding. She had once fantasized that she would definitely find a man who could suppress her generation and was famous in the central region as her husband. She never thought that her wish would really come true. Not only was this man mighty and extraordinary, his appearance was also charming and alluring, causing her to feel extremely intoxicated. Ling Xiao joked, Don't be infatuated with brother is just a legend. Who would have thought that Yao Qingmin would really directly reply, I'm already infatuated with you. I'll be your bed-warming maid for the rest of my life. After saying that, she actually hugged Ling Xiao's dragon body and fiercely kissed Ling Xiao's thick lips. Then, she turned around and ran away. Ling Xiao touched his lips and muttered, Could it be that this young master has become more handsome again? This charm is really increasing by the day. It seems that this young master should keep a low profile. Ling Xiao sat down in boredom, then called the prodigal, Golden Wolf King and Blue Dragon over. Do you recognize this thing? Ling Xiao said as he took out a pearl. This. What kind of pearl is this? I can sense a very powerful energy, as if it has the bloodline of the god race like me, but it's different from my race. The prodigal said with a suspicious expression. The Golden Wolf King's knowledge was the worst. After smelling it, fear appeared in his eyes and he said, It seems to be the aura of a beast emperor. It's so scary. Boss, is this a dragon pearl? The blue dragon swallowed its saliva and said. Ling Xiao nodded lightly and said, That's right, this is the dragon pearl born from the dragon's origin essence. Unfortunately, it's of the metal attribute. I wonder if you can devour it? Chapter 677. The Dragon Ball was where the essence of the true dragons resided. It was a top-grade treasure for many spirit beasts that possessed the bloodline of the true dragons. However, this Dragon Ball was born from a metal-type true dragon. Ling Xiao had always been hesitant to let the blue aquatic dragon know about it. After all, the attributes of the two were different. If the blue aquatic dragon knew about it, it would only be envious. After some consideration, Ling Xiao decided to take it out, hoping that it would be of some help to the blue aquatic dragon. Sure enough, the blue aquatic dragon's anxious and envious look seemed to be of some use to it. Xiaolong, is this useful to you? Ling Xiao asked again. The blue aquatic dragon hurriedly replied, Boss, it's very useful. It can help me transform. Can you let it eat me? But this is of the metal type. Will it really be useful to you? Ling Xiao asked. Before the blue aquatic dragon could reply, the prodigal said, Boss, you might not know this, but the origin essence of the gods is non-elemental. It can be consumed by any descendant of the gods. The blue water dragon replied from the side, Just as your highness said, as long as I consume this profound qi, I can increase the power of my bloodline, reshape my body, condense the Dragon Ball, and become a true god. So that's how it is. Then you can swallow it. Ling Xiao threw the Dragon Ball to the blue Jiao dragon. The blue aquatic dragon opened its mouth wide and caught the Dragon Ball, then immediately swallowed it. Boss, I'm going to enter the cauldron's space. I'm afraid I'll need a long time to digest this. The blue aquatic dragon's body instantly grew bigger as it spoke. Its aura slowly became more fearsome, and the spirit beasts nearby seemed to have sensed the supreme coercion, causing them to flee in all directions. Ling Xiao did not hesitate and immediately stored it into the cauldron. The prodigal said, "This time, this Xiaolong can become a god with a high-grade bloodline like me." The Golden Wolf King let out a few howls, its eyes filled with envy. Ling Xiao touched the Golden Wolf King's forehead and said, "Xiao Jin, stop yelling. Your bloodline is not bad. In the future, you can at least become a holy beast." The Golden Wolf King was the first mount he had personally tamed. Of course, he couldn't let it stop here. Although it did not have the bloodline of a divine beast, the fact that it had opened its third eye proved that it had a mutated bloodline. In the future, it could at least advance to the level of a rank 9 holy beast. Over the next few days, Ling Xiao continued to comprehend and research his world force. He really couldn't understand why a spiritual world had started to form in his sea of consciousness. This was a sign that only appeared after reaching the emperor rank. The Empyrean step was a process of comprehending one's own Tao. It was a kind of energy that was deduced from one's spiritual sea and dantian. It possessed a destructive might. However, it was impossible for an Empyrean to form a spiritual world. Only after reaching the emperor rank would it be possible to form a spiritual world, storing all of the world force in the sea of consciousness and using the dantian and spiritual power to constantly nourish the world force, allowing it to gradually grow larger. Now that Ling Xiao had only broken through to the Sky Sovereign stage, he had actually formed a spiritual world first. This made him very puzzled. After studying for a few days, he came to a conclusion. Looks like this young master's character is good. I've received the favor of the heavens, allowing me to be one step ahead of others. It had to be said that Ling Xiao had always been overly narcissistic. In fact, the reason why he was able to form a spiritual world ahead of time had a lot to do with his refined spiritual power. His sea of consciousness was much more spacious than others, and his spiritual power had reached a level that ordinary people could not compare to. In order to form a spiritual world, one needed enough space in the sea of consciousness and gentle spiritual power. Ling Xiao had already met these two standards, so he was naturally able to form a spiritual world a step ahead of others. Forming a spiritual world is easy. I can cultivate the ancient sovereign divine art's 6th transformation, spiritual refinement. Ling Xiao muttered. Spiritual refinement could allow one's sea of consciousness to form a powerful defense, preventing it from being injured. At the same time, when one's soul left the body, it would also have a certain level of defense, making it harder for others to destroy it easily. In the past, the Zhan Wang had cultivated to the peak of spiritual refinement. Even after his soul was severed from his body, he was still able to survive for 100,000 years. Moreover, his combat power was not weak. This was the power of spiritual refinement. In other words, if one day, Ling Xiao met with a calamity, after his soul left the body, he would still have a certain level of self-protection. It was not something ordinary wandering ghosts could compare to. At this time, 3 powerful auras rose up one after another. At the same time, some icy snowflakes began to fall from the sky, making it look beautiful and cool. Li Shui, Bing Ruoshui, and Yao Qingmin all broke through together. Li Shui's beautiful figure landed gracefully in front of Ling Xiao. Her face was filled with endless joy as she said, "Thank you for your help." Looking at this beautiful woman, Ling Xiao's index finger was moved. However, this was Bing Ruoshui's master, so it was better not to be so desperate. Otherwise, their relationship would be messed up. "It's nothing, it's just a small matter." Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Bing Ruoshui and Yao Qingmin had also become mid-level Earth Emperors. Although their foundations were a little unstable, they could be made up for with time. "I'll call you young Master Ling from now on. Since we've chosen to follow you, we'll naturally listen to your orders from now on," Li Shui said humbly. She now firmly believed that with Ling Xiao's current ability, it was still possible for him to establish a power, but to reach the level of the 18 powers, he still had a long way to go. Ling Xiao didn't act pretentious and nodded. "Don't worry, you won't regret your determination." "All right, do you really have the ability to help that Commander Lu break through to the Emperor stage?" Li Shui asked curiously. Of course I won't speak carelessly, Ling Xiao replied. Li Shui's heart became a little excited. If Ling Xiao could help Lu Kun break through, it would mean that she would also have the chance to take that step in the future. Once one reached the emperor stage, their lifespan would greatly increase. Anyone would feel exceptionally happy. Then do you want him to join our ranks by helping him break through? Li Shui asked again. Ling Xiao didn't deny it. Of course there's no free lunch in this world. But aren't you afraid that he'll go back on his word after breaking through? Li Shui asked again. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Don't worry, if I can help him break through, I naturally have a way to suppress him. Looking at the calm Ling Xiao, Li Shui didn't say anything else. At this time, he took out 3 10,000-year-old pearls and gave them to the 3 women. This time, the 3 women were overjoyed. These were all top-grade beauty and beauty treasures. They had participated in an auction before and had also seen these 10,000-year-old pearls. At that time, they were also envious, but they didn't have the financial resources to auction them. Now, these things were like ordinary goods in Ling Xiao's hands, and he casually gave them to them. They were extremely moved in their hearts. Half a month's time was up, and Lu Kun was still late in the end. Lu Kun greets the Emperor stage venerable. Lu Kun respectfully greeted Ling Xiao. The first emperor was Ling Xiao's lifelong glory, and no matter where he went, he would be respected by everyone. And now that Ling Xiao had the strength of an empyrean, he could already be called a venerable. Ling Xiao cupped his hands and said, I thought that Commander Lu wouldn't come. Haha, this old man has no other choice now. Perhaps the Emperor stage venerable is my blessing, Lu Kun said with a smile. He didn't have much time to waste, so he might as well give it a try. He believed in the demonic emperor's only successor. Perhaps he really did have some kind of treasure that could help him break through. Commander Lu, your choice is correct, but you should know that there is no free lunch in this world. I will help you break through to the emperor level, but you must serve me for 100 years. After 100 years, I will return you your freedom, Ling Xiao said straightforwardly. There was no need for him to be secretive. After all, becoming an emperor was an extravagant hope for many people, and Ling Xiao could help Lu Kun become a true emperor. Of course, he needed Lu Kun to give him enough bargaining chips. Otherwise, Ling Xiao didn't have the spirit of a saint who took pleasure in helping others. Lu Kun seemed to have already known about Ling Xiao's request. He nodded and replied, as long as you can help me break through to the emperor level, even if I have to serve you for 500 years, I won't frown. In the central region, an emperor-level expert was already at the peak, and his lifespan could be increased by 3,000 years. 100 years was really not worth mentioning. Ling Xiao nodded and said, all right, since you've already made up your mind, then you can stay by my side in the future. I'll give this to you first. I believe that it won't be a problem for you to live for another 200 years. Ling Xiao took out a small bottle containing the milk of the 10,000-year tree and threw it to Lu Kun. An ordinary person could increase their lifespan by 100 years if they consumed the milk of the 10,000-year tree, but a wood attribute martial artist like Lu Kun could increase their lifespan by more than 100 years. At the same time, it could also repair some of the hidden injuries in his body. Lu Kun opened the bottle and looked at the drop of pure and vast liquid. His old eyes flashed with joy. With just this bit of essence, he could increase his lifespan by 200 years. He knew that Ling Xiao could help him break through to the emperor level. Lu Kun thanks master. Lu Kun bowed to Ling Xiao. By doing this, he also expressed his loyalty to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao waved his hand and said, there's no need to call me master. Just call me young master or young master Ling. Yes, young master. Lu Kun hurriedly corrected himself. Take the milk of the 10,000-year tree first. We'll leave this place tomorrow, Ling Xiao said very straightforwardly. Lu Kun nodded and impatiently walked to the side to consume the 10,000-year tree milk. That pure energy caused Lu Kun to instantly release a ball of dense green light. His aura continued to rise, and his body that was originally filled with aging energy actually recovered a lot of vitality. Lu Kun couldn't help but cry out in surprise. A green light shot out from his hand and instantly destroyed a nearby mountain peak. Haha, I feel that long-lost vitality again. Lu Kun laughed, then returned to Ling Xiao and said respectfully, Lu Kun swears to follow young master to the death. Ling Xiao nodded in satisfaction. All right, let's go. Chapter 678. After leaving the setting sun mountains, Ling Xiao and the others went straight to Zhongguang City. They didn't stop and immediately went to Maple Flame Valley through the transmission array. Maple Flame Valley was the Gu clan's territory. It was a valley surrounded by mountains on all four sides. Bright red maple trees grew all over the place, creating a fiery red color. It looked extremely spectacular and peculiar. All the buildings here were basically built along the mountains, and when paired with the maple trees, it was even more beautiful. The Gu family was quite famous in the central region. Although it couldn't compare to the 18 great forces, it was one of the top forces. The Gu family had been famous for its alchemy for generations. There were 2 7th-grade alchemists in the Gu family, more than 10 6th-grade alchemists, and even more 5th-grade and below alchemists. Alchemists had always been the most popular and respected profession in the mainland. Therefore, an alchemy family of the Gu family scale naturally had many experts following them. In the Gu family, Yi Yunfeng was arranged to stay in a high-class guest room. After 2 to 3 months, Yi Yunfeng's strength had actually broken through to the strength of a low-level heavenly venerable. His aura was already very different from before, and the majesty of a venerable was gradually taking shape. That memory is really precious. Not only did it help me break through to the heavenly venerable level, but it also gave me a secret technique similar to the Yi family's ascension technique. However, this secret technique can increase my combat strength by 5 times. Although it can only maintain my combat strength for an hour, there are no side effects. Military advisor really has foresight. He knew that I would definitely gain something from this trip. Yi Yunfeng muttered to himself as he sat cross-legged on the bed. Previously, Yi Yunfeng's sea of consciousness had been invaded by a remnant soul in the chaos abyss of war. Fortunately, Ling Xiao had helped him disperse the remnant soul and allowed him to absorb its power. The remnant soul's memories had also been absorbed by him, and Yi Yunfeng had benefited greatly from those memories. Without those memories, he wouldn't have been able to understand the remnant soul's understanding of breaking through to the venerable level, as well as the secret techniques similar to the Yi families. Of course, there were also some other precious techniques. A series of light footsteps sounded outside the door. Yi Yunfeng didn't have to guess to know that it was Gu Jiaojiao. He opened the door, and sure enough, he saw Gu Jiaojiao's beautiful face. However, there was a trace of worry on her face, and her dimples weren't as charming as they used to be. "Is there something on your mind?" Yi Yunfeng asked gently. After spending some time together, the relationship between Yi Yunfeng and Gu Jiaojiao improved further, and Gu Jiaojiao gradually had a good impression of Yi Yunfeng. "Yunfeng, there's something I want to talk to you about," said Gu Jiaojiao with a guilty expression. "Okay, go ahead." Yi Yunfeng seemed to know why Gu Jiaojiao was here and replied calmly. Actually, the reason I brought you to Maple Flame Valley is because I want Ling Xiao to make a trip here." Gu Jiaojiao hesitated for a moment before gathering her courage to speak. Yi Yunfeng clenched his fists, suppressing the rising anger in his heart, and asked, "Why?" If the Gu family or Gu Jiaojiao wanted to harm his boss, he would never forgive himself, nor would he let Gu Jiaojiao off. Even if he liked Gu Jiaojiao, he would still kill her without mercy. "Yunfeng, don't worry. I have no intention of harming Ling Xiao." Gu Jiaojiao quickly comforted Yi Yunfeng. Yi Yunfeng's anger subsided slightly. Gu Jiaojiao continued, "Didn't you say that Ling Xiao is a 6th-rank alchemist? I want him to help our Gu family participate in the medicine school's alchemy conference that's held every 5 years. Of course, we'll give him enough compensation." "Humph, why would my boss care about your family's compensation?" Yi Yunfeng snorted coldly. The anger in his heart had mostly dissipated. He was really afraid that the Gu family wanted to harm his boss, but now it seemed that it wasn't the case. Gu Jiaojiao said apologetically, "I know, but this alchemy conference concerns our Gu family's reputation and our ranking in the Alchemy Alliance. That's why I came up with this plan." She paused for a moment before continuing. "However, I don't need Ling Xiao's help anymore. I don't need to feel so guilty anymore." Yi Yunfeng looked at Gu Jiaojiao in astonishment. His eyes were filled with questions. Gu Jiaojiao was just about to speak when she sensed someone walking over. 3 young people walked over. 2 men and 1 woman. The tall and skinny man on the right looked somewhat similar to Gu Jiaojiao, so he must be her older brother, Gu Li. The other man was wearing the unique clothes of an alchemist. He had an evil smile on his face, and his eyes were looking at Gu Jiaojiao without concealing his greed at all. This person was called Qi Tong. The young woman beside him looked like a fox, and her typical mean face was revealed. She was Gu Jiaojiao's cousin, Gu Tingting. Brother Tong, you insisted on seeing your cousin. I'm having a rendezvous with my lover. Why don't I take you around our Maple Flame Valley? It'll be more comfortable. Gu Tingting's mocking and flirtatious tone sounded so sharp. From the moment she was born, Gu Tingting was destined to be Gu Jiaojiao's foil. Whether it was in terms of appearance, cultivation or alchemy, she was suppressed by Gu Jiaojiao. This caused her to have a deep resentment towards her cousin since she was young. The Gu family rarely interfered with the competition between the younger generation. This was also a relaxed system that allowed them to compete with each other. As long as one was strong and had a high 10 bin of alchemy, they would be respected and have a corresponding status. Therefore, even though Gu Tingting was mocking Gu Jiaojiao like this, she wasn't afraid that Gu Jiaojiao would dare to do anything to her. In any case, she didn't insult her elders. Qi Tong smiled and ignored Gu Tingting. He only looked at Gu Jiaojiao and said gently, "Qi Tong, congratulations to Jiaojiao for obtaining the top 100 battle emperors. Now that your strength has reached the half-venerable realm, it is truly worthy of celebration." He directly ignored Yi Yunfeng, as if Yi Yunfeng was nothing in his eyes. Gu Jiaojiao's beautiful eyes revealed a look of annoyance, but she didn't directly show it. She only returned the greeting and said, "Thank you for your concern, I was just lucky." Haha, there's no such thing as luck in the ranking of combat emperors. 10 years ago, I also risked my life to get into the 57th place, and I was only slightly higher than brother Gu Li. I'm really ashamed, Qi Tong said with a chuckle. Although he was ashamed, he didn't feel the slightest bit of shame. Instead, he was more proud. 10 years ago, he and Gu Li had participated in the imperial ranking battle together, but he had obtained the 57th place, while Gu Li had only obtained the 72nd place. This difference was not small, and it also represented the gap between the two. Qi Tong also wanted to use this opportunity to show off and show his superiority. Gu Li, who was standing to the side, had a slightly ugly expression on his face. He had indeed had fewer imperial pills than Qi Tong, but these few imperial pills were enough to pull the two of them far apart in the rankings. This could only be attributed to his bad luck and not to his inferior strength compared to Qi Tong. Now that the two of them were both low-level Empyreans, if they were to really fight, he had absolute confidence in defeating Qi Tong. However, he and Qi Tong were old acquaintances, and this time, it was their Gu family who had invited him to help, so it was really not good for him to shed all pretense of cordiality with Qi Tong. Furthermore, Qi Tong might become his brother-in-law this time, and in terms of status, he was also a level higher than Qi Tong, so he couldn't be bothered to argue with him. Gu Jiaojiao had always regarded her big brother as a role model. Now that she heard Qi Tong use her big brother to mock her, she immediately said unhappily, 57th place is indeed quite a high ranking. When Qi Tong heard this, he felt very comfortable in his heart. Gu Tingting, who was at the side, also raised her voice and said, "Of course, Brother Tong is not only good at alchemy, but even his cultivation of 10 bin is also amazing." Gu Jiaojiao curled her lips and said, 57th place is amazing, but your sister also obtained 23rd place this time, and my friend Yi Yunfeng even obtained 15th place, almost advancing to become a slaughter emperor. When Gu Jiaojiao said this, Qi Tong and Gu Tingting's expressions both changed. Gu Li, on the other hand, seemed to already know, and a faint smile hung on his face. If it was said that Gu Jiaojiao being able to enter the top 20 was shocking to them, then Yi Yunfeng, who was infinitely close to becoming a slaughter emperor, was even more shocking. Just based on him, he can also obtain 15th place? Cousin, I think you're just bragging for your lover. If he has the ability, then let him prove that he has the ability. Gu Tingting said disapprovingly. She did not believe that Yi Yunfeng was truly someone who was close to becoming a slaughter emperor. If he really had that kind of strength, she did not believe that he would follow her cousin to their Maple Flame Valley. He should have long been taken away by other great powers. With your weak strength, of course I don't believe it. Yunfeng is already an Empyrean, so there is no need for him to prove anything to a mere Earth Emperor like you. Gu Jiaojiao angrily stared at Gu Tingting and said rudely. The prestige of a venerable could not be offended. Moreover, Yi Yunfeng was a guest that she had invited, and his boss's battle strength was unparalleled. She absolutely did not want her cousin to offend Yi Yunfeng. Otherwise, it would be hard to explain to Ling Xiao. Gu Tingting did not expect that her cousin, who had always been gentle, would actually reprimand her like this. It was as if she had been ruthlessly slapped in the face, making her feel extremely uncomfortable. Nonsense. He actually dares to call himself an Empyrean with just his strength of a mid-level Earth Emperor? I think there's something wrong with your eyes, cousin. Gu Tingting pointed at Yi Yunfeng and scolded. Currently, Yi Yunfeng had used the concealing breath technique to suppress his aura to that of a mid-level Earth Emperor. He did not want to be too ostentatious and show off while sitting here as a guest. However, this Gu Tingting refused to budge, which really annoyed him. I think there's something wrong with your eyes. Yi Yunfeng coldly snorted. His venerable strength instantly burst forth, and the pressure of a venerable pressed towards Gu Tingting. Brother Yi, please be merciful. Gu Li shouted softly and immediately moved in front of Gu Tingting. Gu Tingting, who was behind him, was already in a cold sweat. She really did not expect that the other party would actually conceal his aura, which made her feel extremely embarrassed. At this time, Qi Tong began to seriously look at Yi Yunfeng. His eyes were filled with a bit of hostility and a bit of disdain. So it turns out that you are a hidden expert. Qi Tong has been disrespectful. Qi Tong said lightly to Yi Yunfeng. So what if Yi Yunfeng was close to the rank of Imperial Killer? He was ultimately not an Imperial Killer, while Qi Tong had the noble status of an alchemist. Yi Yunfeng also had a look of hostility towards Qi Tong. He disapprovingly replied, likewise. Chapter 679. Your strength is not bad, but I advise you to leave Jiao Jiao. I can give you 50 top-grade 5 pills as compensation. How about it? Qi Tong stared at Yi Yunfeng and said faintly, Qi Tong you. Gu Jiaojiao wanted to say something, but she was interrupted by Gu Li. Sister, let them settle this themselves. Besides, the clan has already made a decision. Although Gu Li was biased towards his sister, in a large clan like theirs, marriage was not up to him. He could only listen to the clan's arrangements. Although Qi Tong's words were a little harsh, it was still a good way for Yi Yunfeng to withdraw in advance. Gu Tingting's eyes were like silk, flashing with a wanton light, as if she was waiting to watch a good show. Yi Yunfeng looked at Qi Tong and murmured, 55th grade pills? That sounds pretty good. Qi Tong revealed a proud expression and said, of course, it's not a problem to take it to the auction and get 1,000,000 high Xian grade crystals. It's also enough for you to raise your cultivation by another level. This price should be enough for you to leave Jiao Jiao. Hehe. What if I say no? Yi Yunfeng chuckled. Gu Jiaojiao finally relaxed when she heard this. Although she had taken a fancy to Ling Xiao before, the gap between her and Ling Xiao was too far, making her look up to him from afar. On the other hand, Yi Yunfeng liked her, and after these days of contact, Yi Yunfeng had become a lot calmer. He had even broken through to the Sky Sovereign stage, so she had a good impression of Yi Yunfeng. Qi Tong's arrogant personality always made her dislike him. Qi Tong was slightly stunned, and a fierce light flashed in his eyes. Good. You have a bit of backbone. Since you don't want it, you can save it, but Jiao Jiao is not someone you can touch. At this time, Gu Tingting said from the side, Brother Tong is an alchemist invited by my clan to participate in this year's pill competition. He has already reached the peak of the 5th rank. You should be more tactful and listen to Brother Tong. Otherwise, you won't be safe outside of Maple Flame Valley. Tingting, if you dare to threaten my friend again, believe it or not, I will immediately tear your mouth apart. Gu Jiaojiao angrily said to Gu Tingting. You? Good, you're actually so fierce to me because of an outsider. Brother Tong, look at how much my cousin cares about her lover. It's fine if she doesn't want this kind of woman. In any case, she doesn't like you. Why don't Tingting marry you? I'll be good to you for the rest of my life. Gu Tingting said to Gu Jiaojiao, her expression changing again. She was really thick-skinned and didn't know shame. Qi Tong chuckled and said, "My goal is Jiao Jiao. Of course. If you are willing to be a concubine, I don't mind taking you in as well." You. Gu Tingting didn't expect Qi Tong to be so direct. She was so ashamed that she couldn't speak. She lightly stamped her feet, turned around, and ran away. Qi Tong looked at Yi Yunfeng again and said, "Perhaps you don't know this, but this time I agreed to represent the Gu family in the alchemy competition because of Jiao Jiao. As long as I can protect the Gu family's position, or even go one step further, I can form an alliance with Jiao Jiao. So, don't even think about it." After saying this, he glanced at Gu Jiaojiao, turned around, and left. Gu Li didn't say anything and immediately followed him. Now, only Gu Jiaojiao and Yi Yunfeng were left. After a while, Yi Yunfeng opened his mouth and said, "What he said is true?" He didn't know why, but when he heard this news, he felt a faint pain in his heart. He realized that he really liked Gu Jiaojiao. Gu Jiaojiao nodded lightly, and an unnatural expression flashed across her face. She said, "Yes, what he said is true." Yi Yunfeng clenched his fists, and a pained expression appeared on his face. "Then do you like him?" If Gu Jiaojiao really liked Qi Tong, then he had nothing to say. Gu Jiaojiao shook her head, and her beautiful eyes revealed a hint of sadness. She said, "Why would I like someone like him? But this is the family's arrangement. What can I do?" Then are you willing to be with me?" Yi Yunfeng hesitated for a moment, and finally asked the question that he had been suppressing for a long time. "I." Gu Jiaojiao looked at Yi Yunfeng's handsome face, and a faint blush appeared on her face. Finally, she said in a voice that was as soft as a mosquito, "Rather than marry Qi Tong, I'd rather marry you." When Yi Yunfeng heard this, his eyebrows immediately relaxed, and his heart was already bursting with joy. "Jiao Jiao, in this life, you will only be my woman. No one can take you away from me." Yi Yunfeng revealed his true feelings, and with both hands, he solemnly promised Gu Jiaojiao. Gu Jiaojiao's heart trembled, and her beautiful eyes revealed infinite tenderness as she looked at Yi Yunfeng. Unfortunately, this tenderness only lasted for a moment. She shook off Yi Yunfeng's hand and said, "My family will never allow it." "No. You have to believe me. Tell me what the Pill Gathering Grand Competition is all about. I will definitely think of a way to change your family's mind." Yi Yunfeng refused to give up. Gu Jiaojiao took a light breath, and slowly began to explain the reason for the Pill Gathering Grand Competition. The Pill Gathering Grand Competition was a kind of alchemy test organized by one of the 18 major forces, the medicine sect, and many alchemy sects and families. In the central region, all alchemists below the age of 100 could participate. It was held once every 5 years. Apart from evaluating the level of every participating alchemist, it was also a system to reward alchemists for their hard work in alchemy. At the same time, the Pill Gathering Grand Competition was also a standard to evaluate the ranking of the various alchemy forces. The medicine sect, as well as many alchemy sects and families, formed an alliance called the Dan Alliance. This force was as strong as the spiritual martial pavilion in the central region. However, the Dan Alliance had never participated in any battles. Every allied force had their own jurisdiction, and every year, they would provide a certain amount of alliance fees to the medicine sect, who occupied the position of alliance master, and the top 10 members. Every 5 years there would be a reselection, and every time the evaluation and ranking would be adjusted. Therefore, the Dan Alliance was not included in the 18 major forces, but its scope of power could be compared to the spiritual martial pavilion. The Gu family was a member of the Dan Alliance, and was ranked in the top 9 out of more than 100 forces in the past 5 years. Every year, they could enjoy a batch of alchemy resources from the Dan Alliance. At its peak, the Gu family could be ranked in the top 5 of the member forces, but in the past few years, the Gu family's aptitude had declined a lot with each generation, and they were about to fall out of the top 10. Once the Gu family fell out of the top 10, they would no longer be able to enjoy the free alchemy resources, and would have to pay a certain amount of alchemy resources to the Dan Alliance every year. This was a situation that the Gu family did not want to see. Every 5 years, in the Dan competition, each force could choose 5 alchemists under the age of 100 to participate in the competition. For example, 2 of the top 10 members of the Gu family had to advance to the top 20, and one of them could at least advance to the top 10 in order to maintain or improve their ranking. If the 5 representatives did not achieve this result, then they would be replaced by the other forces that did not enter the top 10. The higher the ranking of the participating representatives, the higher the ranking of the forces, and the more benefits they would enjoy. This kind of competition in alchemy was the purpose of the Dan competition. Currently, there were not many outstanding alchemists under the age of 100 in the new generation of the Gu family. If they wanted to maintain their position in the top 10, they needed to have 2 5th grade and 3 peak 4th grade alchemists in this competition. Currently, there was only one person in the Gu family who had reached the 5th level under the age of 100. There were quite a few at the peak of the 4th level, but none of them were useful. Therefore, their Gu family had to find external help to maintain their ranking in this competition. Otherwise, they would fall out of the top 10. Qi Tong was the external help that the Gu family had invited this time. 3 years ago, he was already a 5th grade alchemist. The main reason why Qi Tong was valued by the Gu family was that he had a rather arrogant master. His master had been a famous figure for many years. His name was Wu Fu, and people called him Master Wu. He was a high-grade alchemist who had already advanced to the 7th level. In the central region, he was also a well-known alchemist. He had always been a rogue cultivator and had never joined any forces. However, as a high-grade alchemist, he had many followers and was also a distinguished guest of various forces. Therefore, the Gu family was very concerned about Wu Fu and Qi Tong. Qi Tong had long taken a fancy to Gu Jiao of the Gu family, so he agreed to the Gu family's invitation. The condition was that the Gu family agreed to marry Gu Jiao to him. After a unanimous discussion among the Gu family's higher-ups, they had already tacitly agreed to Qi Tong's request. They felt that Gu Jiao marrying Qi Tong would allow them to obtain an outstanding alchemy master. It would also allow Qi Tong's master Wu Fu to be on the same line as the Gu family. This was definitely a good thing for the Gu family, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Gu Jiao was naturally clear about the layers of relationships involved. This was also why she felt so helpless and sad. Originally, when the trip to the Enlightenment Pond ended, she wanted to ask for Ling Xiao's help. However, Ling Xiao was unable to comprehend his own Tao and had to cultivate on his own for a few days. She had no choice but to use Yi Yunfeng's favorable impression of her to invite him to their Maple Flame Valley as a guest. Her goal was to hope that after Ling Xiao finished his cultivation, he would make a trip to their Gu family. At that time, she would ask for Ling Xiao's help. Who knew that before Ling Xiao came, the Gu family had already recruited Qi Tong as their external help. This had already become a fact. What could she do to change the family's mind? After listening to Gu Jiao's story, Yi Yunfeng's brows furrowed into the shape of a chuan. A deep feeling of helplessness arose in his heart. Why don't we elope together? As long as you follow me, I definitely won't let you suffer any grievances. Yi Yunfeng said anxiously. Since Gu Jiao had already admitted that she was willing to be with him, he definitely could not let his woman become someone else's wife. Gu Jiao smiled bitterly and said, "You're too naive. Right now, I've already been grounded by my family. Before the pill competition, I definitely can't take half a step out of the Gu family." "Then why don't you just let my boss be your external help?" Yi Yunfeng said again. "Then do you think they will give up an ally of a 7th-tier alchemist and a 5th-tier alchemist for a foreign aid?" Gu Jiao asked. Yi Yunfeng immediately became speechless. It was also at this time that Ling Xiao and the others quietly arrived at the Maple Flame Valley. Chapter 680. Maple Flame Valley, one of the 28 valleys of the central region, really does have some unique characteristics. Look at these maple trees. They're all over 1,000 years old. Many of them are over 1,000 years old, and their red maple leaves are the best supplementary ingredient for refining 3rd-rank medicinal pills. Ling Xiao sighed in admiration as he looked at the maple trees, which were so beautiful that they were both red and purple. After he left the Setting Sun Mountain Range, he immediately brought Lu Kun, Li Shui, Bing Ruoshui, and Yao Qingmin to Maple Flame Valley. The prodigal didn't like to communicate with others, so he put him and the Golden Wolf King into the cauldron. However, he didn't let them know the secret of the cauldron for now. When they asked about the prodigal's whereabouts, he just brushed them off. Maple Flame Valley is surrounded by third-grade spiritual lands that can grow many third-grade spiritual herbs. It's nothing to the Gu family, which is an alchemy family. Moreover, the medicine sect has fifth-grade spiritual fields that grow fifth-grade spiritual herbs everywhere, Lu Kun said from the side. So that's how it is. With these spirit grasses, we'll be able to let the younger generation squander them. Ling Xiao nodded. May I know why young master came to the Gu family? Could it be that you want someone from the Gu family to help you refine pills? Lu Kun asked again. Yao Qingmin, who was quick to speak, said, Young master doesn't need others to refine pills for him. He's a sixth-grade alchemist himself. What, young master is a sixth-grade alchemist? Lu Kun almost bit his tongue in shock. Humph, of course. Yao Qingmin puffed out her full chest. Looking at her expression, it was as if she was the sixth-grade alchemist. Young master, is this true? Lu Kun asked from the side. If you believe it, then it's true. If you don't believe it, then it's false. Ling Xiao kept them in suspense. Lu Kun revealed a bit of excitement. He was now more and more convinced that Ling Xiao had the ability to help him take that step. The group arrived at the main entrance of the Gu family's courtyard. Just as they were about to go forward to let the guard announce their arrival, a woman hurriedly ran out and almost bumped into Ling Xiao. Fortunately, Ling Xiao's reaction was fast enough to avoid a collision. Why are you all blocking my way? Do you all want to die? Gu Tingting had a belly full of anger. She had just run out of the inner courtyard and wanted to go to the market to get some fresh air, but she didn't expect to be blocked by someone. She immediately cursed unreasonably. Ling Xiao frowned. Just as he was about to speak, Yao Qingmin, who was behind him, shouted, You shrew! You were the one who bumped into me, yet you're still scolding me. Qingmin! Li Shui immediately shouted. Yao Qingmin's personality was too straightforward. This was someone else's territory, so it was better to be more patient. This was also the cautious personality that Li Shui had developed over the years. Fine. Just who are you to dare curse me? Do you know who I am? How dare you behave so atrociously in my Gu family's territory? Men, kill them all. Gu Tingting looked at the three women in front of her. They were all incredibly beautiful, and that made her even more envious. She didn't even bother to sense their strength before directly ordering people to kill them. Good. Just who are you to dare to curse me? It had to be said that Gu Tingting's personality was far different from Gu Jiaojiao's. Before the few king-level guards could even get close, they were immediately suppressed by Lu Kun's powerful aura and were unable to move. Little brat from the Gu family is so rude. Perhaps I, old Lu, will have to discipline you on behalf of your elders. Lu Kun was the first to stand out, and his powerful aura made it hard for Gu Tingting to breathe. At this moment, a few figures rushed out from the Gu family's courtyard. Who dares to cause trouble in the Gu family? A startled shout rang out, and several Empyreans landed in front of Ling Xiao and the others. Gu He, kid, do you recognize this old man? Lu Kun said to the mid-level Empyrean in the lead. The mid-level Empyrean called Gu He looked at Lu Kun and enthusiastically said, So it's Uncle Lu. I didn't know that you would come. I apologize for not coming out to greet you. Ling Xiao and the others hadn't expected that Lu Kun would actually know someone from the Gu family. I haven't been here for so many years. I'm afraid that your old man doesn't even remember me as a brother, Lu Kun said with a displeased expression. Gu He glanced at the suppressed Gu Tingting and seemed to understand something. He immediately said, Uncle Lu, look at what you're saying. My father was still nagging at you a few days ago. If there's anything you want to say, please come to the courtyard and don't make things difficult for these juniors. Lu Kun coldly snorted and dispersed the pressure. Gu Tingting and the guards instantly fell to the ground. The few of them all revealed expressions of fear. Gu Tingting didn't dare to say anything more. She glared at the group of people and hurriedly left. This time, I'm not here to look for your old man. I'm here to accompany my young master, Lu Kun said. Your young master? Gu He was stunned for a moment before he exclaimed. As far as he knew, Lu Kun had always been the leader of the Green Cat mercenary group and had never relied on any forces. In the past, his father Gu Xian had repeatedly asked Lu Kun to join the Gu family as a senior elder, but Lu Kun had refused. How could he have a young master now? Gu He's gaze also fell on the extraordinary temperament of Ling Xiao. He almost didn't sense Ling Xiao's aura, but he found that Ling Xiao had an invisible emperor's aura that was suppressing his heart, causing fear to arise in his heart. Ling Xiao cupped his hands towards Gu He and said, "I'm Ling Xiao. I once met your young lady Gu Jiaojiao in the chaotic abyss of war. This time, I've come by invitation. Please inform her." You're the first emperor, Ling Xiao?" Gu He said in shock. The few celestial venerables behind him also revealed a somewhat moved expression. Ling Xiao nodded lightly and said, "Yes, it's me." Good. Come with me to the inner courtyard. I'll send someone to inform the young lady immediately," Gu He replied very excitedly. He really didn't expect that this young man in front of him was actually the first emperor, an expert who could suppress the younger generation of the 18 forces. He didn't dare to look at Ling Xiao as a junior. Moreover, Lu Kun's young master made him even more suspicious of Ling Xiao's identity. Gu He brought Ling Xiao and the others directly to the main hall. Not to mention Ling Xiao's identity as the first emperor, Lu Kun's strength as a half-step emperor was enough for them to treat him as a distinguished guest. Not long after everyone sat down, 2 powerful auras quickly flew over, and a hearty voice sounded, "Elder brother Lu is really a rare guest. In the past, I invited you many times, but you never came. Now that you've personally come to visit, I, Gu Xian, am flattered." An old man and a middle-aged man walked into the main hall at the same time, and the one who spoke was the old man. He was Gu He's father, Gu Xian. He had the strength of a peak celestial venerable and the identity of a 5th-grade alchemist. The middle-aged man beside him had a dignified bearing and a faint imposing manner. Although his strength was not as good as the old man's, he was also a middle-stage celestial venerable. He was the Gu family's patriarch, Gu Ying, and the identity of a 6th-grade alchemist. Ordinary alchemists had a certain degree of difficulty if they wanted to have particularly high achievements in strength. After all, most of their energy was spent on alchemy, and most of their strength was increased with the help of alchemy. The higher their realm, the harder it was for them to improve. Their foundation also became more and more superficial, and their combat strength was much worse than those of the same level. Therefore, although Gu Ying and Gu Xian looked strong, they were actually much weaker than those of the same level. Ling Xiao and the others stood up and bowed slightly to Gu Ying and Gu Xian. Lu Kun said, "Younger brother Gu is too serious. A boor like me has to fight every day for a living. How could I be as carefree as you?" Gu Xian smiled and then introduced Lu Kun to Gu Ying. "Patriarch, this is Lu Kun, the leader of the Green Cat Mercenary Group, one of the 3 great mercenary groups in the Setting Sun Mountain Range. He is also a good brother that I made when I was out adventuring in the past. Our family also has a lot of spirit grass transactions with the Green Cat Mercenary Group." Gu Ying had obviously heard of Lu Kun's name, and his attitude immediately became much more enthusiastic. He said, "So it's leader Lu, Gu Ying has been impolite." Lu Kun was already a half-step emperor, which was comparable to the older generation of the Gu family. Gu Ying did not dare to neglect him. Lu Kun was not polite and immediately introduced Ling Xiao to the 2 of them. "This is my family's young master, Ling Xiao." This time, Lu Kun is only accompanying him. "I hope Patriarch Gu and younger brother Gu will not take offense." "Your family's young master, Ling Xiao?" Both of them were surprised. Gu Ying immediately said, "Could it be the first emperor-level expert, Ling Xiao, emperor-level expert?" Ling Xiao cupped his hands and replied, "Yes, it's me. I've let Patriarch Gu see a joke." "Haha, good. You really are a young hero. I heard from my granddaughter, Jiao Jiao, that she was able to become a war emperor because of your protection," Gu Tan said with a smile. After all, the first emperor-level expert was only a junior. So, Gu Ying should not be so polite to him. However, it was said that Ling Xiao was the disciple of that legendary person. This was confirmed by a senior of the spiritual martial pavilion. So, Gu Ying did not dare to neglect him. Patriarch Gu's words are too serious. I came here to reminisce about the old days, and also to... Ling Xiao had not finished speaking when he was interrupted by a voice. "Big brother, you finally come." Yi Yunfeng's voice sounded outside the hall. Then, he and Gu Jiao entered the hall together. Both of them saluted Gu Tan and Gu Xian. Yi Yunfeng stood beside Ling Xiao with a rather excited look on his face. Now, he needed his big brother to stand up for him. His big brother had come at the right time. Grandpa, he is Ling Xiao, the first emperor-level expert. Even the evildoer of the spiritual martial pavilion was suppressed by him. Gu Jiao pointed at Ling Xiao and introduced him to Gu Ying. Gu Ying stroked his beard and said with a smile, "Grandpa already knows." "Oh, by the way, Grandpa, Ling Xiao is also a 6th grade alchemist. Let him replace Qi Tong and participate in the elixir gathering on behalf of our Gu family. Our chances of winning will be greater." Gu Jiao could not wait to cut to the chase. Gu Ying and Gu Xian's expressions changed. Obviously, they had not expected that Ling Xiao had such an identity. Gu Ying was about to say something when 3 people came in from outside the main hall. One of them was wearing the Gu family's emblem, while the other 2 were wearing alchemist robes. One of them was Qi Tong, who had been seen before. He still had a sinister smile on his face. Beside him was a short and fat old man whose hair had almost all fallen off. This old man was his master Wu Fu. He was a 7th grade alchemist and a powerful expert with the cultivation of a half-emperor. Chapter 681. The status of the old man from the Gu clan that brought Wu Fu and Qi Tong here wasn't low. He was Gu Ying's cousin, and his name was Gu Fun. His cultivation was above Gu Ying's, but his alchemist grade was a grade lower than Gu Tan's, and he was only a grade 5 alchemist. Because of this, Gu Ying had narrowly missed the position of patriarch. After all, the Gu family was a family of alchemists, and strength was not the only standard to measure one's position. Alchemy skills were even more important. Seeing the person who had arrived, Gu Jiao became nervous, while Yi Yunfeng, who was at the side, stared at Qi Tong with a gaze filled with hostility. "It's actually him." Lu Kun looked at Wu Fu and said in surprise. "Who?" Ling Xiao asked. "7th-tier alchemist Wu Fu." Lu Kun replied. "7th-tier alchemist?" Ling Xiao muttered to himself as he squinted at the short fatty. He could feel Wu Fu's strong fire attribute, and this attribute also carried a strange smell. It should be some kind of powerful beast fire or earth fire, and he could sense this with a heaven fire. "Gu family head, you found a new external aid. It seems like you don't like my disciple. Since that's the case, we won't disturb you any longer." Wu Fu had heard Gu Jiao's words before he entered, and immediately said to Gu Ying angrily. He was a 7th grade alchemist, and belonged to the same generation as the 2 ancestors of the Gu family. There was no need for him to show such a good expression to Gu Ying. "Patriarch, you'd better think twice. The old ancestor really hopes to obtain Master Wu's support." Gu Fan said to Gu Ying with a frown. From his tone, he didn't seem to respect Gu Ying at all. Gu Ying glared at Gu Jiao, then said to Wu Fu with a smile, "Master Wu must be joking. This kid has a big mouth. Please don't take it to heart. This time, my Gu family's external aid will still be joined by Qi Tong." "Humph, since that's the case, then I ask Gu family head to set a wedding date for my disciple and your grandson. Otherwise, a few juniors will hurt our alliance," Wu Fu said arrogantly, completely not putting Ling Xiao and the others in his eyes. This seems to be too hasty," Gu Ying replied with an ugly expression. Everyone knew how much he doted on Gu Jiao, and he also understood Jiao's feelings. He had been suppressing himself and not completely agreeing to this marriage, hoping that Jiao would have a little more time to consider. But now that Wu Fu had come knocking on his door, it really made him unhappy and put him in a difficult position. Conflicts between factions were unavoidable in any large family. He and his cousin had always been at odds with each other, causing the position of the family head to deteriorate day by day. This time, Wu Fu was invited by his cousin, and Wu Fu's reputation was well known. In the last meeting, many elders had agreed to join forces with Wu Fu. If he didn't agree, not only would it affect the clan's results in the elixir gathering, but it would also cause his reputation as the clan head to fall to the extreme. This put him in a very difficult position. Patriarch, this time, many of the elders have already agreed, and the 2 ancestors have already tacitly agreed. Could it be that the patriarch does not agree with the ancestors' decision? Gu Fan said coldly from the side. This. Gu Ying was instantly speechless. He glanced at Gu Jiaojiao and sighed heavily. Forget it, having Master Wu join our Gu family is also a great blessing. Jiaojiao's marriage is just like that. However, before he could finish his words, a dissatisfied voice sounded out. Gu family head, please don't come to a conclusion so quickly. No one expected that someone would actually dare to interrupt Gu Ying's words. Their gazes all landed on the person who spoke. The one who spoke was Yi Yunfeng. Gu Jiaojiao nervously tugged at the corner of Yi Yunfeng's clothes and said, Forget it, Yunfeng. This is our Gu family's matter. It's best if you don't participate. No, Jiaojiao, you are mine. No one can take you away. Yi Yunfeng said with incomparable determination. Then he looked at Gu Ying, bowed and pleaded, Patriarch Gu, please allow Jiaojiao to marry me, Yi Yunfeng. No one thought that Yi Yunfeng would be so bold. He had already decided to marry Gu Jiaojiao to Qi Tong, yet he still had the guts to stand out and propose marriage to the Gu family in front of so many people. Gu Jiaojiao was already very moved in her heart. With a man who liked her so much, she felt that she had no regrets. Yao Qingmin seemed to be a person who couldn't stand loneliness. She actually fanned the flames and said, How mighty! If young master can treat me like this, I'll warm his bed tonight. Li Shui fiercely knocked Yao Qingmin's head and said, No one will think you're mute if you don't speak. Who do you think you are? How dare you influence the decision of my Gu family? Men, kick them out. Gu Fan frowned and shouted at Yi Yunfeng. As soon as his voice fell, several earthly emperors immediately rushed in. They looked fierce as if they wanted to chase Yi Yunfeng, Ling Xiao, and the others out. Let me see who dares to be presumptuous. Lu Kun frowned and shouted angrily. The powerful aura of a half-emperor instantly spread in the hall, causing everyone to suffocate. Elder brother Lu, don't be impulsive. Gu Xian immediately shouted. Who are you? How dare you meddle in the affairs of my Gu family? Do you want to become enemies with my Gu family? Gu Fan looked at Lu Kun with an ashen face and asked. The Gu family is so mighty. This old man is Lu Kun. Lu Kun had recovered 200 years of his lifespan. His essence chi had also increased by a level. He had become incomparably powerful. I was wondering who it was. So it's one of the mountain savages. Wu Fu frowned. With a wave of his sleeves, a majestic energy dispersed Lu Kun's pressure. His eyes were filled with disdain as he looked at Lu Kun. He naturally knew of Lu Kun's name. They were both half-emperors of the same level. However, Lu Kun had reached this level hundreds of years earlier than him. He, on the other hand, had relied on elixirs and spirit herbs to reach this level. On the surface, Lu Kun was stronger than him. However, his fire attribute could restrain Lu Kun's wood attribute. Moreover, he was a 7th-grade alchemist. He looked down on mercenaries like Lu Kun who often fought and killed. That's right. This old man is a mountain savage. However, I'm still better than a hypocritical villain like you. Lu Kun glared at Wu Fufo and shouted. This master can't be bothered to argue with a vulgar person like you. Wu Fufo straightened his sleeves and looked at Gu Fan. He asked again, Gu family head, you don't want me to startle my 2 brothers. Let them decide for you. His tone was full of threat. He clearly didn't have the patience to continue wasting time like this. Leader Lu, this is our Gu family's matter. You shouldn't get involved. Our Gu family has already made a decision on this matter. Jiao Jiao and Master Wu Fu's disciple, Qi Tong, are a perfect match. Let's hold the engagement ceremony today, and wait until the end of the elixir meeting before holding the wedding. Gu Ying said faintly. Gu Fan said faintly. He also knew that this matter couldn't be changed. If he really startled their family's ancestor, he, as the family head, would be too incompetent. Haha, Gu family head is wise. Wu Fufo said proudly. All right, this matter has already been decided. You are not people of the Gu family. We don't welcome you. Please leave. Gu Fan frowned at Lu Kun, Yi Yunfeng, and the others. Gu Jiaojiao's beautiful eyes flashed with tears of grievance. She looked at Yi Yunfeng and didn't say anything else. Their fate had probably come to an end. Boss, please help Yunfeng. Yi Yunfeng gritted his teeth, turned around, and knelt down on one knee towards Ling Xiao as he pleaded. Before Yi Yunfeng could kneel to the ground, a force forcefully lifted him up. Yi Yunfeng instantly revealed a look of surprise. "Boss, you comprehended it? Don't say anything. I'll make the decision for you." Ling Xiao nodded lightly and slowly stood up from his seat. When Yi Yunfeng heard Ling Xiao's words, he instantly calmed down and looked at Gu Jiaojiao with a determined expression. "All of you get out. Do you really want to become enemies with our Gu family?" Gu Fan shouted again. Gu Xian also tried to persuade him. "Brother Lu, this matter. I think it's best if you don't care about it. Hurry up and leave. I, Gu Xian, will personally come to apologize to you in the future." Gu Xian was only a branch elder of the Gu family. His status in the Gu family was not as high as he had imagined, so he could not speak up for Lu Kun. "Young master," Lu Kun said to Ling Xiao. He wanted to persuade Ling Xiao to leave, but he knew that he couldn't make the decision based on his status, so he hesitated and didn't say anything. According to his knowledge, the Gu clan didn't just possess a grade 7 alchemist, it even possessed an emperor rank expert. He was deeply afraid that his young master would go too far and draw out that emperor rank expert, so it was truly unwise for him to do so. Moreover, there were many beauties in the world. If he really wanted to find a woman for his brother, he might not have to find the woman in front of him. Ling Xiao ignored their words and walked over to Gu Jiaojiao. He looked at her and said, "Jiaojiao, do you like Yunfeng? Are you willing to be with him?" Ling Xiao's words were sonorous and powerful, directly pointing to his heart, causing people to have an aura that they didn't dare to disobey. Gu Jiaojiao's body trembled, her beautiful eyes filled with sadness. I don't know." "Shut up. No matter if you know or not, you're already Qi Tong's wife. You should return to your room and rest first." Gu Fan reprimanded Gu Jiaojiao in a timely manner. "You're so noisy." Ling Xiao suddenly turned around and shouted loudly at Gu Fan. A formidable sound wave shook the entire hall, and a terrifying imposing aura instantly charged towards Gu Fan. Puh! Gu Fan felt a supreme and overbearing aura press down upon his chest to the point it hurt, and his eardrums rumbled. It caused him to be unable to stabilize his figure, causing his entire body to collide heavily against the wall while a mouthful of blood sprayed from his mouth. Everyone was shocked by this scene. No one had expected that Ling Xiao would be so overbearing. He'd actually merely utilized the imposing aura of a sound wave to blast a high-level heavenly exalt to the point of spitting blood. "What exactly do you want?" Gu Fan stared at Ling Xiao with an unsightly expression. Even though he wasn't on good terms with his cousin, Ling Xiao had injured someone from the Gu family, which was a slap to the face of the Gu family. As the patriarch, no matter what, he had to stand up and speak up. Ling Xiao ignored Gu Fan and once again said to Gu Jiaojiao, "Let me ask you, do you like Yunfeng? Are you willing to be with him?" "I like him, I'm willing." Gu Jiaojiao was frightened by Ling Xiao's might to the point of panicking. She cried as she nodded her head repeatedly in agreement. "All right then, I'll take you away," Ling Xiao said faintly. Ling Xiao simply ignored the members of the Gu family, as well as Wu Fu and his disciple. His calm tone revealed an unquestionable tone, and it was filled with an overbearing imperial might. "How dare you? Junior, do you really think that there's no one in my Gu family?" Gu Fan recovered his breath and immediately roared loudly before fiercely slapping his palm towards Ling Xiao. The fiery-colored strong wind raised the temperature in the room by a lot. Before the flaming palm could hit Ling Xiao, a figure blocked in front of Gu Fan and dispersed the flaming palm. "Who dares to touch my young master?" Lu Kun's half-the-arch aura suddenly rose. The atmosphere in the hall instantly became extremely tense. "Ling Xiao, this matter ends here. Otherwise, don't even think of walking out of my Gu family's door," Gu Fan said. Ling Xiao sneered and said, "Today, I'll see how your Gu family can make us stay." Ling Xiao had advanced to the middle stage of the heavenly venerable realm and was already considered a top-notch expert in the central region. Once he used his full strength, even a low-level mystic the Arch would not be afraid. Even if the Gu family's patriarch came out, he would still have a life-saving trump card. Gu Jiaojiao wanted to say something, but when she saw Yi Yunfeng's resolute gaze, she didn't say anything more. Since things had already developed to this point, she had nothing else to say. She would accompany them in their madness. How dare you? How can you take away my fiancé just like that? Qi Tong finally couldn't help but get angry. Black flames flashed around his body, and the powerful heavenly venerable aura was unmistakable. A black flaming eagle pounced towards Ling Xiao. The black light was demonic, and the raging fire raged. This was definitely a fire seed nurtured by a Tier 6 high-grade black eagle. Lu Kun was just about to make a move, but he was held back by Wu Fu's powerful aura. Once he made a move, he would be fiercely attacked by Wu Fu. What can a mere beast fire do to me? Ling Xiao sneered disdainfully and suddenly opened his mouth. A powerful suction burst out, and the black beast fire attack was forcibly sucked into his mouth. Gulp. It's really not even enough to fill the gaps between my teeth. Why don't you take out your fire seed and let me have a taste? Ling Xiao looked at Qi Tong contemptuously. Qi Tong was so infuriated by Ling Xiao's words that he wanted to vomit blood. His face was ashen as he said, "You! How can you suck fire?" The expressions of the people in the hall also changed. Besides Ling Xiao's group, the people from the Gu family and Wu Fu's master were all alchemists. They seemed to have thought of something, and their eyes were filled with shock. Could it be that this junior has a high-grade earth fire? Otherwise, how could he swallow the beast fire? Wu Fu thought to himself. Then, he actually disregarded everything and used his strength to bully the weak. A crimson claw grabbed towards Ling Xiao. Wu Fu, you ignorant fool, don't you dare succeed. Lu Kun was constantly paying attention to Wu Fu's direction. The moment he saw Wu Fu make a move, he immediately stood in front of Ling Xiao and punched out with a green fist. Rumble! The clash of half-emperor-ranked experts had a huge amount of energy. Even though they had suppressed the destructive power to the minimum, the main hall was still on the verge of collapsing. Who dares to be so impudent in my Gu family? A loud and clear voice sounded. This voice was like a morning bell, and it caused everyone's hearts to tremble with fear. A powerful aura instantly descended on the main hall, locking it in place and preventing it from being destroyed. Everyone rushed out of the main hall. The people from the Gu family all knelt towards the fiery figure in the sky and said, "We respectfully welcome the old ancestor." The person who came was actually someone of the same level as the Gu family's old ancestor. Gu Qin was a low-stage mystic the Arch and a grade 7 alchemist. He had a high-grade beast fire seed and was a well-known figure in the Gu family for many years. Raging flames surrounded him, and he was like a flaming man. That terrifying aura poured down, and not many people could withstand the true pressure of the Arch. Wu Fu and Qi Tong both bowed to pay their respects. As for Lu Kun, he did not dare to be careless. Just as he was about to bow, a terrifying aura suddenly rose beside him and actually dispersed the mystic Thearcha's pressure. "Young master, you?" Lu Kun looked at Ling Xiao and exclaimed. He knew that Ling Xiao's battle prowess was extraordinary, but he did not expect that he would not even care about the true pressure of the Arch. Lu Kun's heart was extremely complicated, and he did not know if it was a right or wrong decision to follow this reckless young master. Gu Qin, who was high above, looked at Ling Xiao and the others who were not affected by the pressure, and a look of astonishment flashed in his old eyes. "Who are all of you? How dare you not pay your respects when you see this the Arch?" Gu Qin shouted at Ling Xiao and the others. That voice seemed to strike at the bottom of everyone's hearts, and they all felt a chill run down their spines. "Looks like your Gu family's hospitality is not that good," Ling Xiao replied with a similarly thunderous voice. Gu Qin's voice was instantly shattered by Ling Xiao's sound wave, and the others instantly returned to normal. Meanwhile, Gu Fan said to Gu Qin, "Ancestor, this person's origins are unknown. He actually destroyed the alliance between our Gu clan and Master Wu Fu, and he intends to forcefully take the Gu clan's granddaughter away. Ancestor, please uphold justice." Something like that actually happened. Gu Qin frowned as he replied, and then he glared at Ling Xiao with the intention of exerting an even greater pressure on Ling Xiao. Lu Kun had no choice but to brace himself and stand before the imposing aura, and he shouted with shock. "Please show mercy. You're actually at the quasi-emperor realm. But your lifespan seems to be less than 3 million. Gu Qin seemed to have discerned Lu Kun's true strength, and he spoke with surprise. He paused for a moment before he said, "However, just this little bit of strength you possess isn't sufficient for you to dare act wildly in my Gu clan." As soon as he finished speaking, the formidable imposing aura was like a surging airflow that instantly pressed Lu Kun back by over 10 steps, and he instantly spat out a mouthful of blood. The quasi-emperor realm seemed to be only half a step away from the mystic emperor realm, but the strength between them was worlds apart. "Is that so? Then why don't you try this little bit of strength of mine?" Ling Xiao said faintly, and his entire imposing aura suddenly soared. His figure was like the birth of a real dragon, and he instantly shot in front of Gu Qin. A dragon fist with a strong gust of wind smashed towards Gu Qin's chest. Gu Qin's eyelids twitched. He seemed to feel that the young man in front of him was like an awakened real dragon, and he felt a kind of subduing might. "How dare you!" Gu Qin shouted in shock, and his withered old palm slapped towards Ling Xiao's fist. Bang! The fist and palm collided, and an ear-piercing muffled sound rang out. Ling Xiao's figure was forced back by more than 10 steps, while Gu Qin only took a slight step back. However, this step, in the eyes of the people below, was like a stormy sea. This Ling Xiao actually has the strength of a mid-level heavenly venerate, but he can't use this little bit of strength to force the old ancestor back. Gu Ying exclaimed in his heart. The Imperial Roll Tournament had only ended about 3 months ago, which meant that Ling Xiao had jumped 2 levels in these 3 months, from the peak of the Earth Emperor realm to the mid-level heavenly venerate. However, the strength of a heavenly venerate should not be able to resist the mystic the Arch, but Ling Xiao could force the Gu family's old ancestor back a step. This meant that Ling Xiao's strength was formidable. The people of the Gu family, Wu Fu, and his disciple all revealed looks of horror, and their eyes were filled with disbelief. "Kid, you are not bad. You can actually force me back a step. However, I only used 50% of my strength just now. Now, I will let you have a taste of 70% of my strength." Gu Qin also looked at Ling Xiao in surprise. After speaking, he sent an even more ferocious palm strike towards Ling Xiao. The blazing flames and the strong gust of wind were enough to tear apart any small universe of a peak heavenly venerate. What do I have to be afraid of? Ling Xiao was full of fighting spirit, and his strength had already increased to 15 times. His golden fist was not afraid of any flames, and it directly blasted out a dragon that roared towards the flames. Rumble! The powerful energy exploded in an instant, and the sky above the Gu family seemed to tremble slightly. The surrounding Gu family disciples all felt the earth-shattering power, and many of them cried out in fear. "Isn't that the old ancestor? Who is this expert that dares to challenge him? Could it be that he's looking for death? Since he dared to challenge us, of course he has some strength. I just don't know which divine god is so bold." Now that the elixir meeting competition is around the corner, someone has come to cause trouble. I really don't know if it's a blessing or a curse for my Gu family. In this exchange, Ling Xiao once again retreated tens of meters, but Gu Qin actually retreated more than 6 or 7 steps. Good. I didn't think that I, Gu Qin, would meet such a handsome young talent just after I came out of seclusion for so many years. Then let me see how many moves you can take from me. Gu Qin's fighting spirit soared, and he shouted a few times as he continuously sent out several fiery palms. The fiery palms tore through the heavens and the earth, burning all the air around them as they bombarded towards Ling Xiao. Then bring it on. Ling Xiao's battle strength was fully unleashed, and his dragon-shaped battle aura burst forth. The powerful dragon's might shook the surroundings. One dragon fist after another continuously clashed with the fiery palms, and the sky kept shaking. Limitless clone technique. 24 clones. Facing a mystic the Arch tier expert, Ling Xiao did not dare to be careless. He immediately counterattacked with all his strength. 24 clones bombarded Gu Qin from all directions. If it was an ordinary high-level heavenly venerable, they might not even know what to do. However, Gu Qin was a genuine mystic the Arch. His old eyes twitched as he muttered, "It's actually the Blue Sun Sect's limitless clone technique." At the same time, he raised both his palms slightly, and countless palm shadows spread out to meet the 24 clones. A series of terrifying explosions rang out incessantly. Golden light flew everywhere, and fiery snakes danced, forming an intense collision in mid-air. Ling Xiao is so strong, he can actually fight against the mystic the Arch. Li Shui looked at that heroic figure, and her beautiful eyes were filled with deep shock. The two girls beside her looked even more infatuated. It seems that young master did not use his full strength that day. Lu Kun thought to herself with infinite emotions, and her loyalty towards Ling Xiao skyrocketed. With Ling Xiao's talent, she believed that he would definitely be able to take that step. Jiao Jiao, look, boss will definitely be able to bring us away. Yi Yunfeng quietly held Gu Jiao Jiao's hand and said resolutely. Chapter 682. Flames tore through the sky, dazzling golden light. Gu Qin and Ling Xiao hadn't deduced the power of the world, but the resulting shockwaves were terrifying. No one had expected that Ling Xiao could fight with a mystic the Arch so fiercely. The faces of the Gu family's people and Wu Fu turned ashen. The more powerful Ling Xiao was, the more likely it was that things would change today. Haha, good. How delightful. I didn't expect you to have such strength. You can be said to be invincible under the emperor rank, but today, you will still lose. Gu Qin laughed a few times, and the aura of the emperor rank was fully displayed. A large area of the world's power covered the sky above the Gu family's residence. Gu Qin's generous world was actually a world of fire lotuses. Each of the fire lotuses had 6 petals, and the crystal-clear petals flickered with a fiery light of energy. At the heart of the fire lotuses, there were strange tongues of fire, as if they could rush out at any time and cause great damage. When this world appeared, the sky above the Gu family's residence turned crimson, and the intense heat made some of the Gu family's disciples almost unable to bear it. If you have the guts, then fight with me. Gu Qin naturally didn't want the Gu family's buildings to be destroyed by him. He shouted at Ling Xiao and took the lead to fly towards the mountain range outside the valley. Why would this young master be afraid of you? Ling Xiao was full of fighting spirit. Balls of spiritual energy constantly washed around his body, and the glass dragon scale armor revolved around his body. He turned into a rainbow as he chased after Gu Qin. At the same time, Ling Xiao had already begun to slowly deduce the power of his world. The primordial world was full of vitality and a primitive aura. The trees, the flowers, the grass, the beasts. All of them displayed the flourishing age of the primordial era. The roars of beasts echoed for thousands of miles, like the descent of divine punishment. The spirit beasts in the mountain range were so frightened that they crawled on the ground, not daring to move. There's something strange about this kid. His aura has actually surpassed that of an ordinary peak Empyrean. Interesting. Gu Qin felt Ling Xiao's rising aura and thought excitedly. Although Gu Qin was a rank 7 alchemist, he similarly had a bellicose heart. Now that he saw that although Ling Xiao only had the strength of a mid-level heavenly venerable, his battle prowess was beyond his expectations. It was just the right thing to do. All right, let's stop here. Kid, don't say that I'm bullying the young. Gu Qin stopped and turned around to speak to Ling Xiao. When he saw Ling Xiao's world energy, his eyes widened. What kind of world energy is this? This was the first time he had seen such a strange world energy. It looked very peaceful, but it contained an aura that made others feel fear. Even though he was at the Emperor realm, he felt the pressure from this world energy greatly increase. It was as if the person in front of him wasn't a heavenly venerate, but the mystic emperor, who was at the same level as him. Don't say that I don't know how to respect the old and love the young. Ling Xiao said faintly as a golden dragon-shaped spear appeared in his hand. In the next moment, his aura reached its peak. With a loud shout, his entire body deduced a small universe and collided with Gu Qin. Bring it on. Let me have a quick battle today. Gu Qin's battle-intent soared. With a loud shout, he also charged towards Ling Xiao. Rumble! Rumble! Violent sounds of energy colliding rang out high up in the sky. Countless elemental abilities rained down, and the mountain ridges below were riddled with holes. The trees, spirit grasses, and spirit beasts were all reduced to dust. High up in the sky, countless tree vines, icicles, and chilly winds tangled with the fire lotuses. The fire lotuses burned the tree vines and icicles to ashes, but the chilly winds sliced many of the fire lotuses into countless pieces. However, there were so many fire lotuses that they could be broken and reborn at any moment, bursting with astonishing flames that seemed capable of burning the sky and evaporating the sea. Ever since Ling Xiao had deduced the power of worlds, this was the first time he'd felt so oppressed. His sea of knowledge was shaken to the point it shook incessantly, and the blood within his body roiled from the pressure. As expected, there really is a huge gap between the emperor rank and quasi-emperor rank. Ling Xiao showed no intention of backing down. Instead, his dragon eyes were filled with excitement. As the countless fire lotuses compressed his body smaller and smaller, a series of earth-shattering beast roars resounded in the surroundings. As the sound waves resounded, the countless fire lotuses scattered in all directions. What's that? Gu Qin's eyes twitched incessantly as if something that terrified him had appeared. Suddenly, over a dozen mutated three-eyed windwolves appeared in front of him. Behind them were two even more terrifying figures. Shockingly, they were a golden true dragon and a blue qilin. The wolf king howled, the golden dragon roared, and the qilin burned the sky. Over a dozen ferocious wolf kings pounced towards Gu Qin, while the golden dragon and qilin closed in from behind. The surrounding fire lotuses couldn't stop them at all. Gu Qin was astonished. Could this be the power of a high-grade spirit realm world? No, it's definitely above the spirit realm. Otherwise, how could it possibly resist the power of my world? Very good, it looks like I'll have to go all out. As soon as he finished speaking, his hands moved incessantly in a profound manner. It was as if he was forming lotus flowers, and it looked extremely strange. Within the power of his world, the fire lotuses started to move incessantly. One by one, they converged into a sea of fire lotuses, and then a fire lotus with 36 petals that was like a mountain appeared. Fire lotus burns the sky. The huge fire lotus pressed down towards the wind wolves, golden dragon, and qilin. The raging flames seemed like they could burn the sky and steam the sea, and the majestic power was truly earth-shattering. Ling Xiao realized that Gu Qin had already gone all out, so he didn't dare to hold back any longer. He brandished his golden spear, and his spiritual realm began to control the power of his world to fully erupt. Tree twist, ice thorns, wind cut, wolf howl, dragon's roar, qilin flame. Everything in this desolate world was bombarding each other with all kinds of terrifying power. Among them, the strong corrosive wind and the heavenly fire from the volcano were the most terrifying. The two worlds collided with each other without holding anything back. It was as if this world was going to be torn apart, and the mountain ridges below were all flattened. After an unknown period of time, the Fire Lotus world, which had always had the upper hand, began to show signs of collapsing, while the desolate world was still being maintained. However, its power had become several times weaker than before. The two silhouettes separated, and both of them were sent flying far away by the other's strength. Ling Xiao retreated more than 100 meters, his face extremely pale, and he gasped for breath. His glazed dragon scale armor had also become cracked, and traces of golden blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Obviously, he had suffered a serious injury. However, he had the recovery power of the ancient Emperor Divine technique, so it wouldn't take long for his injuries to stabilize. On the other hand, Gu Qin looked even more miserable than Ling Xiao. Although he had only retreated a few dozen meters, his clothes had been blasted to pieces, and his body, which was full of vitality, was also covered with many scars. More than half of his white hair had been burned off, making him look extremely comical. Ling Xiao obviously didn't want to give Gu Qin any chance to catch his breath, and he began to brandish the golden dragon spear in his hand. The terrifying golden dragon descended from the sky and blasted towards Gu Qin. Gu Qin was shocked. How can he still have such powerful combat power? A fire sword appeared in his hand, and a strong fiery light slashed towards the golden dragon. However, Ling Xiao's powerful moves were endless, and every move had the power to destroy the heavens and the earth, causing Gu Qin to have a hard time blocking them. His body was forced to retreat repeatedly by Ling Xiao. The people from the Gu family, Wu Fu's master, Yi Yunfeng, Lu Kun, Li Shui, and the others who had just rushed over revealed expressions of extreme shock. How is this possible? Ancestor He was actually forced to retreat? This is too terrifying. Unless Ancestor Gu Kuei is here, our Gu family will fall here today. It's said that Ancestor Gu Kuei has already gone out to travel for many years. Unless our Gu family faces a great calamity of life and death, he will never return. How could he possibly appear? Who exactly is that young man? To actually have such terrifying battle prowess, When did our Gu family provoke such a great enemy? I don't want to fight anymore. This old man admits defeat. Gu Qin was forced by Ling Xiao to the point where he had no strength to retaliate. Finally, he could not help but admit defeat. When Ling Xiao heard Gu Qin admit defeat, he let out a heavy sigh and retreated 100 meters away. He immediately stuffed a few pills into his mouth. He had used all his strength to fight Gu Qin head-on, but he was also exhausted. If Gu Qin had been able to hold on for a little longer, the one who would have lost would have been him. Senior, thank you for letting me win, Ling Xiao said indifferently. So you have also reached your limit. This old man has suffered a great loss. If this old man had held on for a little longer, the one who would have lost would have been you. Gu Qin could feel that Ling Xiao's aura had greatly decreased and immediately cried out with emotion. Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows and said, "Why don't you try again, senior?" Now that he had taken the pill, it was not enough for the 2 divine arts in his body to be instantly digested. His battle prowess had recovered a bit, which was why he dared to say that. Gu Qin waved his hand and said, "This old man is afraid of you. It's really like the waves of the Yangtze River pushing the waves of the old. Since that's the case, then this junior will take my people away," Ling Xiao said indifferently. He believed that with his current battle prowess, he had already shocked many people. It was even more impossible for the Gu clan to easily offend him. "Little friend, don't be anxious. Why don't you follow this old man back to my Gu clan's inner courtyard first? When I find out the truth, I will naturally give you a clear answer." Gu Qin slowed down his tone and said, right now, he could only rope in this young man in front of him. He absolutely could not offend him. Otherwise, if this young man continued to grow, their Gu clan would suffer a calamity in the future. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment, then nodded and returned to the Gu clan's inner courtyard with Gu Qin. Of course, the other spectators immediately followed him back. After Gu Qin returned to the Gu clan's inner courtyard, he immediately asked Gu Su to explain the whole story. At this time, Gu Qin finally understood the whole story. "Ancestor, the pill competition is around the corner. Without Qi Tong's help, it will be very difficult for us to defend our top 10 positions," Gu Fan said bitterly. Chapter 683. In the blink of an eye. It's the pill competition again? I never thought that the younger generation of our Gu family would actually decline to such an extent that we would even have to ask for new reinforcements to participate in the pill competition. This is truly a disgrace to the name of an alchemist family. Gu Qin sighed. Back then, when their Gu family won, they were ranked in the top 5 families in the Dan Alliance. Now, not only had they fallen to 9th place, they even had to face the situation of being kicked out. As the head of the family, Gu Fan's expression was also extremely ugly. He was guessing if the old ancestor was dissatisfied with him. A hint of joy that was difficult to detect flashed across Gu Fan's eyes, and he immediately said, "Previously, the Elders Guild had discussed that granddaughter Gu Jiaojiao would be allowed to marry Master Wu Fu's disciple, Qi Tong. Now that the 2 sides have formed an alliance, Qi Tong being the son-in-law of my Gu family is not considered a foreign aid. As long as he could facilitate the matter of Qi Tong, Wu Fu and his disciple would be his powerful backup in the future. This way, he would be able to contend against his cousin, and the position of patriarch might even fall into their bloodline in the future. Master Gu Qin, my disciple sincerely wants to marry your Gu family's granddaughter. Please consider it carefully, Master Gu Qin," Wu Fu said to Gu Qin faintly. Although Ling Xiao had defeated Gu Qin, Wu Fu did not want to lose face. As an alchemist, he had his own unique arrogance. He was not afraid of Ling Xiao. With his connections, it was still possible for him to gather a group of experts to deal with Ling Xiao and the others. If he couldn't beat them alone, he could gather a group of experts to deal with Ling Xiao and the others. As long as the Gu family agreed to this matter, everything would be easy. Gu Qin rubbed his chin and fell into deep thought. However, Ling Xiao said decisively, "Jiao Jiao is already my brother's wife. No one can snatch her away." The moment he said this, the Gu family members glared at him angrily. Wu Fu and his disciple also had faces full of displeasure, but due to Ling Xiao's terrifying strength, no one dared to provoke him. Gu Qin said faintly, "Brother Ling, this matter concerns the future reputation of my Gu family. Is there really no room for negotiation? Although he sighed at the disappointment of his grandson, this matter was related to the Gu family's thousands of years of reputation, so Gu Qin did not dare to neglect it. If worse came to worst, he didn't mind going all out to make them stay. He really didn't believe that the entire Gu family couldn't deal with these few people. Ling Xiao frowned slightly and said, "What's this fishing convention of yours? When is it going to start? This young master will act on your behalf." "Boss, it's the alchemy competition. It'll be held in Alchemy City in 3 months, said Yi Yunfeng. Haha, that's hilarious. You don't even know about the Alchemy Guild's alchemy competition. Do you think it's a combat test? How ignorant. Wu Fu sneered. Exactly. Even though your combat strength is extraordinary, this is a competition between respected alchemists. You can't help even if you want to. Gu Fen ridiculed as well. Who says my boss can't help? He's a level 6 alchemist. Yi Yunfeng immediately stood up for Ling Xiao. Haha. If he's a level 6 alchemist, then I'm afraid I'll be able to reach the level 8 Saint Alchemist realm. Qi Tong was the first to laugh. His expression was filled with disdain. Alchemists were the most respected profession. There were very few people who were lucky enough to become alchemists, and it was even more difficult to become a high-level alchemist. Many alchemists had to go through days and nights of hard work to reach their current level step by step. They weren't like martial artists who could rely on certain resources to speed up their advancement. None of them could believe that Ling Xiao was a level 6 alchemist. One had to know that alchemists who reached level 6 and above could all be called masters. Among the tens of billions of people in the central region, there would definitely not be more than 10,000 people who could reach such a high level. Alchemists who could truly reach such a high level were all people of the older generation. Ling Xiao looked like a young man who had just left the thatched cottage. How could they think that Ling Xiao was a level 6 alchemist? Ling Xiao said disapprovingly, "It's up to you whether you believe it or not, but I must take them away." Brother Ling, don't think that my Gu family can't keep you? Gu Qin had already lowered his stance to talk to Ling Xiao, but he didn't expect that Ling Xiao's attitude would still be so unyielding. For the sake of the family's honor, he might really have to force Ling Xiao and the others to stay. How about this? Ling Xiao and Qi Tong will compete in pill refining skills on the spot. Whoever's pill refining skills are stronger will stay and help our Gu family, and Jiao Jiao's ownership will also be decided in this competition. What does everyone think? At this time, Gu Ying spoke up from the side. As soon as these words fell, Gu Jiao Jiao's expression turned pale. The young miss of the Gu family was now treated like a commodity. Anyone would feel extremely uncomfortable. Yi Yunfeng tightened his grip on Gu Jiao Jiao's hand and said, "Don't worry, boss will definitely win." That's right. I think Tanner's method is suitable. What do you think? Gu Qin nodded and replied. Qi Tong glanced at his master and immediately replied, "Qi Tong has no problem, I'm just afraid that someone won't dare to agree." After he finished speaking, he looked at Ling Xiao with a provocative look. He felt that although Ling Xiao's combat strength was astonishing, how could his alchemy skills be his match? He must properly humiliate this so-called first emperor-level expert. Ling Xiao ignored Qi Tong's words and lightly nodded towards Gu Qin. "No matter what, you are still my brother's family, so I will give you some face. Let's start the competition now. I don't want to waste too much time with this kind of low-grade alchemist." As soon as these words came out, Qi Tong was so angry that he almost vomited blood. It had been many years since he had been spoken to like this by anyone. No matter which sect he and his master went to, those people would have to respectfully call them Master Qi when they saw them. But this Ling Xiao in front of him was really too hateful. To actually call him a low-grade alchemist, it was simply the biggest insult to him. You only know how to use your tongue. Since you are so confident, why don't we add a little more? If you win against my disciple, I am willing to give you another 50 high-grade 6th-level spirit herbs. If you lose, you also give me 50 high-grade 6th-level spirit herbs. How about it? As Qi Tong's master, Wu Fu's expression was also extremely ugly. He must make this arrogant young man pay the price. 50 stalks of 6th-grade high-rank spirit grass. Everyone present was taken aback. The value of these 50 high-grade 6th-level spirit herbs was very high, How could an ordinary person easily take them out? This Wu Fu was clearly making things difficult for Ling Xiao. Hee, it seems that you have 100 times more confidence in your disciple Ah. Ling Xiao lightly laughed and paused for a moment, then said, "Why don't I add a little more to the bet?" "What bet?" Wu Fu asked. "1 hand each for each of your masters." Ling Xiao narrowed his eyes and said faintly, "What?" Everyone was shocked. Who would have thought that Ling Xiao actually had so much confidence in himself, to actually want the hands of Wu Fu and his master? Gu Fan opened his mouth and said, "Isn't this too much of a bully?" "Then do you not have confidence in this person?" Ling Xiao asked back. Gu Fan was immediately speechless by Ling Xiao's stare. "You are a mere Empyrean, and you want 1 hand each for us master and disciple. Do you really think that we are easy to bully?" Qi Tong rebuked angrily. "If you don't dare, then just admit defeat. I also won't make things difficult for you," Ling Xiao said, turning from guest to host. "All right, we agree." Wu Fu suddenly replied loudly, following which he said, "But our hands are not that easy to take. You also have to pay the corresponding price." Ling Xiao immediately replied, "In that case, I lose. I will compensate you with my life." Hiss. No one present thought that Ling Xiao would be so ruthless, actually using his life to exchange. This price was indeed enough. "All right, this matter will be witnessed by Grandmaster Gu Qin." Wu Fu immediately agreed, following which, 50 stalks of high-grade 6 spirit herbs flew out from his spatial ring. Each of these spirit herbs was filled with rich energy, causing the spirits of everyone present to be lifted. If one wanted to obtain high-grade 6 spirit herbs, they would have to face high-grade or peak-grade 6 spirit beasts to obtain them. It seemed that this Wu Fu had also walked through quite a few dangerous places. Ling Xiao didn't waste any time either, summoning a dazzling array of high-grade spirit grasses from his space ring. 100 stalks of high-grade 6 spirit herbs flew towards Gu Qin at the same time. Gu Qin revealed a surprised expression and immediately put away the 100 stalks of spirit herbs. "I, Gu Qin, will be the witness for you. However, it's better not to add this additional bet. Both of you are honored guests of my Gu family. If anything happens to you here, my Gu family will also be very embarrassed." Gu Qin said indifferently. "Grandmaster Gu Qin, there's no need to say any more. This is all of our own accord." Ling Xiao waved his hand. Wu Fu also said from the side, "That's right. No matter what the result is, it has nothing to do with the Gu family." Although Wu Fu was also a 7th-grade alchemist like Gu Qin, he was alone and naturally did not dare to offend the Gu family. "All right, since you are determined, then I will be the judge this time," Gu Qin replied, following which he said to Gu Tan, "Go and clear the alchemy field. Let them compete there." With these words, Gu Qin was also relieved. In any case, if they fought to the death, the Gu family would still be the one to benefit in the end. He was also happy to be the middleman. Gu Tan nodded, and then immediately ordered people to clear the venue. At this time, Qi Tong smiled sinisterly at Ling Xiao and said, "I want your life." Ling Xiao smiled faintly and ignored him, as if he was treating him as air. Qi Tong was extremely angry. He cursed in his heart, "You can be arrogant. Later, I will let you know how the word, death, is written." The group of people also headed towards the place where the Gu family provided alchemy for their descendants. "Yunfeng, isn't this too much?" Gu Jiaojiao asked worriedly. "Don't worry, I only want one of their arms. Boss didn't kill them all." Yi Yunfeng comforted her. Forget it. I hope nothing goes wrong." Gu Jiaojiao hesitated for a moment, but in the end, she did not speak out the worries in her heart. In fact, she was not worried about Wu Fu and his disciple, but about Ling Xiao's safety. Although Yi Yunfeng kept saying that Ling Xiao was a 6th-grade alchemist, she had never seen Ling Xiao's alchemy skills with her own eyes, so she really had no confidence. You're tuning in to the Wisdom Diary YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.